All right, guys, getting the stream going a little bit early. We've had severe weather breaking out here across the Great Plains and Midwest. Let me just turn down the microphone just a little bit, and that should be okay right now. Using a different mic system, so I just want microphone just a little bit, and that should be okay right now. Using a different mic system. All right, that sounds good. Woo! All right, let's get right into it here. We have a severe weather outbreak ongoing here, and multiple tornado warnings in the 2 tornado watches that are currently up. Let me just make sure I share the stream out here. Okay. All right. All right, that looks good right there. A little bit rushed. I was going to start around 3 o'clock. It's now 2 o'clock Central Time, and the tornado warnings blew up here in the last 30 minutes to an hour. Quickly getting down to Texas, there's been some ongoing tornado warnings from morning storms down here. Pretty much a line of supercells ongoing here in Texas. Taking a look at velocities, there's 2 storms that have really consistently been showing rotation. This one here north of Blooming Grove, headed up towards Rice, Texas. That is a pretty strong circulation on that cell right there. And you can see it's got the hook even in the reflectivity sitting right down in here in the rain. That's headed up towards Rice, Texas on I-45. Let's take a look here and see. That's a pretty tight circulation. So let's see if we can see a CC here. And it looks like there is. That looks to be an ongoing tornado confirmed here. Let me just check. I haven't looked at this warning in a minute, so this may be... Okay, it is an observed tornado. So the National Weather Service is seeing the same thing that we are here on the stream. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail 9 miles northwest of Corsicana, Texas, moving northeast at 30. This is a damaging tornado. It's going to be headed up towards... let's just skip all that. Let's just look here at the screen here. Alma, Rice, Oak Grove, Creechville, Valley Farms. You're all going to want to be in your safe space, as well as east sides of Ennis, Texas. And I would advise no travel from basically Tupelo, Texas to Ennis, Texas on I-45 right now. This is a damaging tornado just north of, is that M House? Yes, M House, Texas here. North side of M House, Texas, damaging tornado that's moving up northeast towards the I-45 corridor. So already starting off here with a damaging tornado on the ground here in central Texas. And this debris ball actually has been on this for a little while here. That is not good. Actually, the debris ball is weakening a bit here, but just a couple scans back, look at that. That is not what you want to see right in here. You can see that correlates with the hook echo and the CC drop and the velocity. So it looks like we've had a damaging tornado in the M House, Texas area. That is still likely on the ground. Smaller debris ball signature, but it's also a pretty tight, small area of rotation. Right here between M House and Onion Creek. This is, again, headed up towards 45. We can get a track on this. Yeah, this is moving pretty much northeast. And this is moving at 30 miles an hour. So once again, tornado on the ground here in Texas. Just tracking out ahead of that at a northeastern pick, and it might even be a little bit faster than 30 looking at that. That's about 7 minutes to Rice, Texas, and about eight minutes to Alma, Texas. So if you're in Alma, Texas, Rice, Texas, anywhere along there, along Highway 45 from Ennis down towards Tupelo, Texas, please be in your safe space. That is a damaging tornado on the ground. Even if it's not as strong of a debris ball as we just saw here on a couple scans ago, this could easily just lift and then come back down and just recycle here. Still a strong tornado signature, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe just lifted, or it could be in a field that just doesn't have a lot of debris in it right now, and we're just not seeing that debris indication. Either way, I want you to be in your safe spaces there. All right, just double checking that we're live here. All right, it's going to be a busy, busy day, so just bear with us here. We have another pretty strong signature in Texas here. This is also an observed tornado. This is in, let's see, this is near Bynum, Texas. Trying to see what the confirmed tornado near Bynum or near Hillsborough, Texas, moving northeast is 30 miles an hour. Emergency management reported there. So that's a pretty credible report right there here in Bynum, Texas. This storm is following pretty closely behind. Oh yeah, you can definitely see that. And I bet that correlates with some CC drop. Not quite as clear on the CC, but it's in there. All right, so what do we have right now? We have velocity here right about there. Let's take a look and see. It looks like it has broadened a little bit, but it's still pretty tight and strong rotation. So right in here we're looking, and we can see if there's a CC drop. Maybe a couple values small for the CC in there. So, but I would take that pretty seriously too. If you're out ahead of this, this one is moving a little bit more east-northeast than the other storm that we just took a look at coming up towards Alma. It's kind of swinging around a little bit more towards that northeast track. It's actually come south of Bynum and Hillsborough and now swinging more up. So if you're in the Blooming Grove area, this is coming up your way. Frost, Mettens, Blooming Grove, Barry. You have this circulation here coming up out of Bynum. And then we still have now just down to a radar indicated tornado, but that's still a pretty tight signature right in here. Also rotation right in here. So we may have a cycle, a little handoff here going on. Yeah, the CC values have come up to normal. So that's a good sign at the moment. But it looks like we do have maybe a meso handoff here with the old circulation dying out and a new one picking up. So still be in your tornado safe spaces here coming up towards Rice, Oak Grove, and Alma, Texas along Highway 45. You can see just a little bit ago here when we had the debris ball signature. Yeah, this was a really strong circulation here near Barry coming up to M House. And you can see as this original circulation has weakened, it looks like rotation is picking up near Rice, Texas. So yeah, that could be a bit of a handoff there. These are messy, rain-wrapped HP cells down here in the Waco area, so just take those seriously. You're probably not going to see the tornadoes coming. We have a new tornado watch. It covers much of eastern Oklahoma, basically Oklahoma east of the I-35 corridor. Storms building here down south of McAllister. That one's probably going to go severe warning pretty soon. Looks like some good-sized hail signature showing up there south of McAllister, Oklahoma. And just waiting on further development here. Also, that tornado watch goes just to the area southeast of Wichita, Kansas. Already severe warning storms here. We can check those for velocity. Not seeing a ton of rotation at the moment, but those are really new storms. So it is 2:18 Central Time. And basically, about a half hour ago, it was just a thunder shower. So within a half hour, it's gone from just a small thunder shower here to two pretty sizable cells. So I would expect that those will continue. They're in a favorable environment. So if you're out ahead of those, Eureka, Iola, Humboldt, Fredonia, Independence in Kansas, watch out for those, as those are certainly upscaling storms. A lot of people in the Springfield area. Springfield has had rain and storms on and off all day. We'll have to see how that affects the severe weather later today. But severe weather, not severe warned anymore, but there's a special weather statement for the storms up to 50-mile-an-hour winds and nickel-sized hail east sides of Springfield. And then moving up, a little bit of a gap in the storm development at the moment. But then we have Nebraska. Nebraska has also had confirmed tornadoes here. The storms in Nebraska have gone up very quickly within the last hour, hour and a half. And already I think there were multiple observed tornadoes, including on social media. I retweeted it a little bit ago. A pretty chunky wedge up here. I think it was north of, somewhere in this area here. I got Rockville. That's it here. So there was a confirmed tornado here near Rockville. And then further up, looks like you can see the trail of tornado reports there in kind of east central Nebraska. That storm is now up here with an observed tornado. So checking this, confirmed tornado near Wolbach, or 27 miles southwest of Albion, Nebraska, moving northeast at 20. Damaging tornado and 2-inch hail. That is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So looks like we've had at least 2 tornadoes on the ground. And it looks like they're just going to extend this warning out. Let's see what we can find here for CC and velocity. Okay, so where it is right there. This is up near Primrose, Nebraska. Please be in your safe space. Spalding, Nebraska. East or west sides of Cedar Rapids, Nebraska. Please be in your safe space. Looks like we do have a damaging tornado. You can still see there's CC drop in there and a pretty high velocity showing up. It's in a weird area of the storm. Just glancing at it, there's a little bit of a appendage down here, but it looks like it is up here in the rain. So that's going to be rain and hail and likely a rain-wrapped tornado. Yeah, it looks like that is picking up quite a bit there. Just southwest of Primrose, Nebraska here. We can also scope gate to gate on that, 67, 44. So yeah, that's a pretty strong signature right there showing up. Right here in the Primrose, Nebraska area, that's lifting north-northeast. That's going to continue moving. The Primrose area, Spalding, Nebraska. And if it holds together up towards the Petersburg, Nebraska, you guys are not in the warning right now, but just this is one of those storms you definitely want to pay attention to, as it's dropped several tornadoes since it formed down here, kind of north of Kearney, Nebraska. Once it went severe quick and has a string of tornado reports. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another one here coming out of this. Could be hail, or a little farther from the radar. That could be hail, but it's right in the hail core and the tornado signature. So I would treat this like it's on the ground. At the very least, this is like some giant hail showing up here with some deep purple colors coming up towards Spalding. You're going to be wanting indoors, away from windows, lowest level, because wind-driven hail we saw damage like that. Was it last weekend in North Carolina, South Carolina, of what wind-driven hail can do? At times, some of that damage looked like tornado damage, but it was confirmed that it was 70 to 90 mile-an-hour winds and large hail in South Carolina there, outside of the Charlotte area. So beyond the tornado, you got to watch this hail core that's coming up here towards Spalding and Primrose. But that is that's a pretty strong rotation signature right in here, south side of Primrose, Nebraska. We have another storm here, actually 2 storms, with radar indicated rotation in this little guy. That's a small storm, but it is a punchy one. This is coming up towards Staplehurst in Nebraska. You can see there the hail core might miss Staplehurst, So that's a good thing, but you got the rotation sitting down here on the south side of the storm. Not seeing anything that confirms a tornado on the CC, but there could be one on the ground. It could just be out in a dusty field and not picking up a lot. There is a pretty tight couplet here, and it's had that for a little bit. Looks like it developed the rotation here north of Beaver Crossing, right along I-80 towards Goner. And then now still has rotation coming up across US 34 towards Staplehurst, Nebraska. If that holds together, that's going to be up towards Ulysses. Ulysses, I would say, a day like today, a lot of these places, I would go to your safe space. If it's a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag, or if your town is next to a warning, these aren't just going to die off super quick. So as long as this continues in its direction, wouldn't be surprised if there's another warning attached onto it. So Ulysses, start getting into your tornado safety measures here. At the very least, you're going to have, again, more wind-driven hail coming up towards Ulysses. The other thing with the storm motion here, these are north-northeast movers. So you're going to get a lot of wind and hail before the tornadic part of the storm. So just stay in your safe place, because the wind and hail might let up. It's going to sound crazy with all the hail hitting the buildings that you're in, but then you got to watch the tornado signature back on the south side of that storm. Staplehurst up to Ulysses, please be in your safe space. And this was moving north at 25. So north at 25. I'm going to take this just ahead of the rotation here. North at 25. Puts it at Staplehurst in about 5 minutes and Ulysses in about 20 minutes. All right, next storm over has also, this is coming into the Lincoln, Nebraska area. So this was a more populated area here in Nebraska. So I got a couple areas of rotation on this one. I don't see a super defined area of rotation, but there is some right in here. A little bit broader area there, but then this is the area that I'm more concerned about, because this is going to track across the Lincoln, Nebraska area here, and US or Highway I-80 here coming into Lincoln. This also has some large hail on it up in here. A lot of times when you get supercells that have this like bird-shaped structure, that indicates a really strong hail signature, but also good ventilation in the storm. And you got your rotation sitting in here on the south side here. So that is some large hail coming up towards Malcolm, west sides of Lincoln, Nebraska. And then you got your rotation here that might slide just to the west sides of Lincoln as well if it keeps moving in that northeastern direction. That's headed up towards Malcolm and Valparaiso in Nebraska. If that holds together, also Wahoo in Nebraska. So especially areas west of Lincoln, west sides of Lincoln, and then also north of Lincoln on US 77, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe space here, as tornado producing thunderstorm is coming up your way, as well as large hail. This is being warned for almost 2-inch hail. All right, that is a quick look at, that is a quick look at the current tornado warnings right now. So here is a bit of a zoomed out look at your tornado watches. We have one watch basically south of the Red River down towards the Texas Hill Country. Our second watch right now is southeastern Kansas and basically all of eastern Oklahoma east of I-35. And then we have the tornado watch here that covers eastern Nebraska, the far northeastern counties in Kansas, the far northwestern counties in Missouri, and then the western Missouri River counties in Iowa. I would expect we will see more tornado watches as we continue. Just getting a little bit of a check on those. The tornado watch in the Lincoln area and Nebraska, Iowa, that is out from 12:55 p.m. Central to 7 o'clock Central. The tornado watch that covers eastern Oklahoma and southeast Kansas, that's from 2:10 until 9 p.m. Central Time. And then the tornado watch that's down in Texas was from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So a pretty large bit of difference here. And we will go in. We have a new tornado warning. This is up in Nebraska. This looks like going to be an extension of the cell that is over by Cedar Rapids. Not seeing as strong of a debris signature, so that's good. Again, this is kind of tucked into the hail core, and it's a little further from the radar site, so it's hard to tell if this is a debris signature in here or if it's hail or if it's some of both. There is a bit of a CC lowering there, but not a super strong one. And you can see the purple here kind of co-locates over that as well. But this is a pretty tight signature here. It's now moving up north of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, or not Iowa, Nebraska. This is now headed towards the Petersburg, Nebraska area, north sides and west sides of Albion, Nebraska. If you're in that area, please take your tornado safety precautions, as well as Spalding and points on the north and east sides of Spalding, Nebraska. This is coming up your way. It's probably going to split Spalding and Albion, but these storms are dangerous storms regardless of that. You can see all the large hail in here. There's also a storm behind it with some pretty large hail. Some broad rotation showing up in that cell. That would be north of Wallback and west of Timber Creek. So that is also a newer cell that's dangerous and upscaling as well. So that's your new tornado warning there. New tornado warning extended out in Texas. This is for the cell down by Rice, Texas. Not looking as good of a signature at the moment. And this is a really messy system here with these storms kind of clustering together. But still rotation now north of Rice and Ennis, Texas. This is crossed I-44, but still showing up here north of Rice, Texas. You can see how there has been a weakening trend. The original tornado that went across the areas near M House has lifted off to the north, and now we had this new signature pick up, but that hasn't lasted as long here. It's broadened out quite a bit, but still definitely worth watching. We can check CC. Not seeing any CC drops at the moment in that part of the storm, but if you, it would be very hard to see this one. So if you're in the areas west sides of Valley Farms up towards Creechville, please take your tornado safety precautions. And that includes areas like Sand Lake, Rosser, Lively, Strubs, and Sticks, Texas. Again, this is a messy rain-wrapped HP, so you're not going to see that one coming. New tornado warning here for the Lincoln area. This is just going to be, I think, a readjustment to the track of this cell. And with the rotation coming across the Lincoln area right now, they've also picked up the hail to 1.5 inches. And this is, let's see, located over Pioneer Park, or about 4 miles southwest of Lincoln. This is moving northeast at 30. It's being warned for a possible tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. So it's this area right in here, just on the southwest side of Lincoln. It's going to ride right up along I-80 here, just on the northwest sides of Lincoln. So if you're in Lincoln, Bethany, this is Lincoln, Nebraska, Bethany, Waverly, Nebraska, Malcolm, Raymond, please be in your safe spaces, as well as places like Davie, Surriesco, and out towards Greenwood in Nebraska. This is a developing storm here. Really nice structure on it. Nice structure if you want a severe thunderstorm. You got the kind of the bird shape here for the hail core, and then your rotation is sitting back down here in this appendage. You got warm, moist inflow and some cooler outflow, and your rotation is sitting right in here, and that's where it is. So watching that one, taking a peek here, we get the little bit broader rotation, but still rotation over Staplehurst. This is headed up kind of a little bit slower, but towards Ulysses. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets an extension of that tornado warning here coming up towards Ulysses and Garrison, and eventually if that holds together, David City in Nebraska. So once again, ongoing tornado warnings here in Nebraska. Ongoing tornado warnings in Texas. Also have some new severe storms here down in southeast Oklahoma, north of Wright City. Just checking some of the storms down here. Not seeing anything that's immediately concerning. Some storms in between in Springfield area. Possible small hail up towards Kabul, Missouri. Not seeing anything in particular there. And then watching these storms, we mentioned these earlier. They are definitely starting to upscale and do have some broad rotation starting to show up now a little bit in both of these. So we'll have to watch those pretty closely here between Cedar Val and Granola up towards Howard in Kansas. So watching those ones pretty closely. Right now, a lot of the action outside of Texas is in Oklahoma, or is in Nebraska. Sorry. Checking down in Texas here, I do want to take a look at this storm. At times, other storms here have had rotation. It looks like the tornado warning that was near Bynum has been allowed to expire. Still some broad rotation coming up towards Blooming Grove, although that storm is not looking as healthy as it did earlier. That's a good sign. And still that broader rotation now north of Rice, although that is starting to broaden out quite a bit. It's still up in here, though. So still worth watching. It's still a tornado-warned storm. That's coming up towards Sand Lake, Rosser, Grays, Prairie, Lively, Sticks, and Stubbs. So we'll move back quickly to bouncing around just a little bit here. But a lot of real estate here, all the way down to Texas and all the way up into Nebraska. A new storm popping up here near Genoa. This is a severe thunderstorm with large hail headed up towards Newman's Grove. We'll have to also watch that for rotation. It's in a favorable environment. But really want to look in here on the Lincoln area. We have pretty strong storm coming right up through the Lincoln area. This is tornado warned, so if you're in Lincoln, Bethany, Malcolm, Raymond, Davie, Ceresco, Waverly, Greenwood, Valparaiso, Weston, all in Nebraska, please be taking this storm seriously. Be in your tornado safe space. That is lowest floor, most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Below ground and storm shelter. So if you got a basement or storm shelter, that's even better. If not, just at least get to the interior room, lowest level of your structure. Obviously be outside of mobile homes or temporary structures. You want to be in a permanent structure. So if you live or work in a mobile home, a camping trailer, if you're out here camping or fishing or something along this river, you want to be into a sturdy structure, hopefully well ahead of the storm. A lot of people work in temporary structures like garage sheds, things like that, large span roofs. You don't want to be in those kind of places either. You want to be in a sturdy structure that has a sturdy roof and a stable roof. So again, let's see where this rotation is. Rotation basically coming over the Lincoln downtown right now. Lincoln, West Lincoln, up towards Landons and Autumnwood. It's going to have an interaction here with a small cell that's out ahead of it here near the Bethany area. and we'll wait and see what happens. Sometimes that cuts off the circulation because this thing is trying to ingest the warm inflow like this. Sometimes this cell here, as it comes up, can cut off that circulation, but it could also generate local vorticity and increase the rotation. There's ongoing research on how storms bumping into each other affect each other, but that certainly adds to complexities of situations here. Yeah, this storm here near Bethany is probably going to collide with the parent supercell somewhere up here on the north side of Lincoln towards Arbor. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Otherwise, good news for Lincoln is your giant hail is just missing the city. It's probably just west of I-80 right now, along 34, US 34 towards Woodlawn, and then up Nebraska 79 towards Raymond. That area also up basically north of Lincoln along 77 and west is going to be where your large hail is coming up. That's everything from Davie, Raymond, over towards Malcolm, and then down towards the areas west sides of Lincoln. And rotation sitting basically right over Lincoln at the moment. Not seeing anything that stands out at the moment. This CC drop here is just clear air. You can see it's the clear air actually between these storms right along I-80. So that may stand out to a casual observer, but it was a pretty deep CC drop, but it was just the clear air. Not seeing anything at the moment in this circulation, but that doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground. It could be a weak one that we're just not seeing on the radar. So either way, Lincoln and points north along 77, Raymond, Davie, Ceresco, Waverly, Bethany, and Malcolm and Agnew, and up towards Valparaiso and Weston. Please be in your tornado safe space here. Checking on while we're in the neighborhood, just check on the storm here. They're going to extend out a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for this storm coming up towards Ulysses. It's not as, you can just see the side by side, it's not as severe looking as say the supercell just on its right. That does not mean it's not going to produce a tornado. It could at any time. It just has had a little bit weaker, broader rotation on it here just north of Staplehurst. Like I said earlier, today is one of those days, if you get a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag, I would just personally, if I was in one, treat that like it's a tornado warning. So if you can, be in your safe spaces, your Ulysses, Garrison, Brainerd, and the east or the west sides of B and Dwight in Nebraska. If you're up between Staplehurst and Ulysses on Nebraska 15 up towards David City, then I would be in your tornado safe space. Just let this storm pass because it's a pretty strong storm and it has had a circulation on that south side of it. Checking on our storm near Albion in Nebraska. Still has strong circulation here showing up here just on the north side of Primrose. I feel like this has been sitting here for a while, but this is coming up towards Akron, Nebraska, just east of Spalding and north of Primrose along Nebraska 52 and Nebraska 91. So please be in your safe spaces here. Petersburg, Loretto, Akron, and northwest sides of Albion, Nebraska. We can get a bit of a track on this one. Ooh, that just came across the area just on maybe the west side of Primrose. Double checking its CC. It's going to be hard to see this because it's in the hail core, yeah. So really can't tell if there's something on the ground. That's pretty strong, tight circulation though, so I would treat this like it's a tornado on the ground. If you're up north of Albion here towards Petersburg. And I'm just going to take out, just going to back out and take this storm. What is it? Was this at 30? 25, okay. I'm going to just put it a little bit ahead of the mesoscale, or the mesocyclone here, and put it at 30. That's Akron in about 5 to 6 minutes, Loretto in about 18 minutes, and then Petersburg in about 25 minutes. Rayville, if that continues, will be in about 30 minutes, about a half hour towards Rayville, Nebraska. All right, let's back it out, and I think we just covered all of our tornado warnings at the moment and had one actually drop off with the tornado possible near Ulysses. Still is a pretty good structure. It's not rotating like it was a little bit ago. And really keeping an eye on this area here as we have a cell merger going on just on the areas here near Lincoln. So we've had this cell with its rotation moving up like this, and then we had this little cell that's now come across Bethany, and it's kind of being incorporated into the storm. So we'll see, this can either hurt or help the rotation. It's a bit broad right now, but we'll see after the cell merger, it may tighten back up. Okay, those storms that I was watching for a while now here in Kansas have now gone tornado warned. We mentioned you guys earlier, Howard, to be paying attention to this storm. You definitely want to be paying attention to it now because now it's a tornado warned storm for Howard, Fiat, Cave Springs, Fall River, Severy, Climax, Piedmont, up towards Neal, Kansas. This is a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, you can see the rotation is definitely picking up here in the Howard area. And the storm to the south also has rotation picking up around the Cloverdale area. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets something eventually too. But right now, let's focus in on this storm here. We can get a read on where it's going. This is pretty much a northeasterly moving storm. So rotation kind of sitting in this area just near Howard. It's going to be moving up basically along this warning here. Cave Springs, Fiat, Severy, Fall River, up towards Climax, Neal. If it holds together, Toronto, maybe as far east as Coyville. And also has large hail, 1.5 inches in diameter. That's ping pong ball size hail. This is also moving a little quicker than our storms up in Nebraska right now. This is moving northeast at 40. So northeast at 40. We'll track this out. That's Howard basically right now. Howard needs to be in your safe space right now. Fiat in about 5 to 8 minutes. And then not seeing much in population after that, but Fall River, probably about 10 minutes. Severy, you're going to get the hail and wind first, but be in your tornado safe space here between Piedmont and Fall River in Kansas. Watching this storm here to the south. Starting to see rotation picking up near the Cloverdale area, so we'll watch for that. That's probably going to be our next one to watch. A couple areas, it's broad rotation right now. The whole thing is probably rotating, but a little area there to watch, and then another one here just on the south or north side of Howard along Kansas 99. This broad area rotation is headed up towards generally Severy and Fall River and Cave Springs. Fiat within the next couple minutes here, Central Time. Springfield right now, just general thunderstorms and rain. This area, though, you can already see there is a flood warning here on north sides of Joplin. This area in southwest Missouri had tons of flood warnings yesterday, and we posted about that on social media. Follow us. Our social media, Twitter is the same as our YouTube, so shameless plug right there. But this area had tons of flood warnings, basically from north sides of Joplin down through Springfield and down towards Branson and a little bit into eastern Kansas yesterday. Had tons of flood warnings for storms that just sat over this area all day long. It's not going to take much rain and storms to add to that. And there's more rain and storms coming up from your southwest. And eventually this line is going to move through as this develops further. Kansas City still staying storm-free at the moment, but you're in a high-risk area. While we have all the tornado warnings covered right now, I will show you guys the risk area here right now. So we have an expanded enhanced risk, everything from about Sioux City, much of eastern Nebraska, eastern Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, and then down just on the east sides of Dallas towards the Waco area in Texas, a little bit of northeast Texas, western Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, Springfield, Missouri, up towards the eastern suburbs of Kansas City, and then up to the Des Moines area. This is all an enhanced risk for hail, damaging winds, and a hatched 10% significant tornado risk. Outside of that, we have a larger slight risk. That is basically the rest of Missouri, everything just on the east sides of Missouri, just west of St. Louis, down towards Cape Girardeau, and then a lot of central Arkansas down to the Little Rock area, and then back down towards Austin, Texas. That slight risk on the west side all the way goes up basically the west side or the east sides of I-35, just east of Oklahoma City and Wichita, and then up to the areas that we're just looking at here, west of Lincoln, and then all the way north of Sioux City and back into central Iowa here towards is that the 380 corridor, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Iowa. That's your larger slight risk. Later, we'll go through tomorrow's risk. Tomorrow's risk shifts back a little bit to the south and west, but tomorrow's risk is somewhat like this from Des Moines all the way down to Dallas. We'll go through that later. Well, I guess quickly, while we've gone through the tornado warnings at the moment, here is your risk right now. A super large slight risk, but the enhanced risk right now runs from Des Moines down to Lincoln in Nebraska, much of northwest Missouri, basically the eastern 2/3 of Kansas, most of Oklahoma besides the Oklahoma Panhandle, and then down into the areas just north and west of Dallas. Right now, that is your enhanced risk. Wouldn't be surprised if that changes a bit by tomorrow. Possibly even to moderate risk somewhere in here. Somewhere down in this area, I would guess, if I had to guess. But we'll see about that later. And then there's a slight risk that covers everything from the Rio Grande down by Del Rio, Texas, all the way back to the Colorado and Kansas border, all the way up through central Texas, eastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, much of Missouri, again, just the areas north and west of St. Louis, and then all the way up into the Chicago area, and even the UP of Michigan has a slight risk that drops back down into Iowa and Nebraska there. But essentially the slight risk up here is for the system that we're working now. There's the low pressure is located, I like the white, but it doesn't work great with this broad view here. Low pressure is sitting right about here in Nebraska and Kansas. That's going to continue moving up towards the Great Lakes. As that does tomorrow, that's why there's this slight risk and severe risk in the Great Lakes. That's for low pressure number 1. The enhanced risk and all this stuff down in here for the slight risk and things like that, that's actually for the low pressure number 2. It's now on the west coast and going to be swinging through the Four Corners and out into the plains tomorrow. So that's why it's a double-barreled low pressure system. So that's why there's kind of two areas tomorrow that require attention. One will be likely hail damaging wind threat, maybe some tornadoes in the Great Lakes, Wisconsin, up into Michigan. And then the higher end tornado threat is with the next low pressure number 2, ejecting out of the Four Corners and into the plains. And that'll happen for Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri, maybe up into Iowa and Nebraska again tomorrow. So a bit of a complex series of weather here, and that's why we're have the multi days of severe weather. All right, getting back into it here. Unfortunately, we now have an observed tornado in the Lincoln area. This is just north of Lincoln. Wow, this is a messy storm. So I mentioned earlier that the cell mergers often create, can either enhance or impede a circulation. It looks like this cell merger has enhanced the circulation. So we have a confirmed tornado. Let's see what the 4 miles south of Davie or 7 miles north of Lincoln, moving northeast at 30. Also, we've not only seen it damaging tornado, the hail is picked up on this storm too. So this is a perfect example of a storm being enhanced by its cell merger. And we can see that, we can scroll back a little bit. This is when it was coming across the Lincoln area. We noted the rotation, but I was really noting this cell here near Bethany. And we can see again that that has incorporated into the storm. And it's really wrapping itself up here near Davie. But I think we're going to see, be seeing a takeover here, because there's also rotation picking up here towards Waverly. There's a new hook developing down here. So areas here near Waverly and Greenwood, they're also going to have to watch out. You guys are in the tornado warning. But rotation is definitely picking up down here near Waverly and Greenwood. So that's going to ride up along I-80. And then there's still, I think, a circulation back here in the rain. Maybe on the last scan. Yeah, there was right in here. That circulation has broadened a little bit here near Davie, but this is starting to look like a pretty tight couplet here in the newer circulation near Waverly. So Marion Center up to Waverly, and then over to Greenwood, up also Davie, Ceresco, and eventually, if that holds together, Memphis and Ashland. This is a pretty dangerous cell here coming your way. Ceresco, Davie, and up along US 77. That's going to get also your large hail, baseball-sized hail. I don't have a baseball in here right now, but that's a chunky hailstone. That's a chunky hailstone. You do not want to be driving if you're on US 77 north of Lincoln right now, because the hailstone's already coming down at possibly 60, 70 miles an hour or more, and then you add your highway speed on top of that. Not a good situation. So you don't want to add any velocity onto the hailstones that are already falling, especially this area around Davie. You can see those blue signatures showing up, and areas here just south and east of Ceresco. That is a strong hail signature. And yeah, I think we're seeing a new mesocyclone here developing here near Waverly, right in this area here, with a potential tornado then coming up towards Waverly, Greenwood, Ashland, east of US 77. Observed tornado here. This is that storm between Ulysses, Dwight, Brainerd, and Garrison. So this storm has re-intensified, and yeah, We can see there may be actually 2 circulations in here. Looks like we're seeing the CC drop in this one here along 15, but let me just confirm that here on what they're saying. Yeah, 4 miles east of Ulysses or 11 miles south of David City. This is moving northeast of 25. So yeah, this is this one here east of Ulysses. Has a really tight rotation signature right along Highway 15. That's Nebraska 15. Also have another circulation up here on the base of the cell. But this one is the one with the tornado, I think, right now. Here between Ulysses and Dwight in Nebraska. This is headed up towards Brainerd. Likely just east of Garrison. So east sides of Garrison up towards Brainerd. You have the circulation headed up your way right there. As it updates here, we can get a new scan of everything. Yep, there's your CC drop right in here. I think that first one may have just been some contamination. But yeah, it looks like it's still on the ground here, just northeast of Ulysses. This is a confirmed tornado and 1-inch hail. That's going to continue moving up towards Brainerd, Bruno, east sides of David City. Please be in your tornado safe space. I also want to go back and look at this storm. Still has a confirmed tornado on that. Located over Waverly. So we did get a handoff here. That's what I was saying earlier. Looks like we've had a mesocyclone handoff. We have a new damaging tornado near Waverly, 11 miles northeast of Lincoln. So we'll tweet out on social media too. We want to tweet out there's some big boy tornadoes here. Okay. So once again, WeatherCastUSA on Twitter or X or whatever it's called today. Looks like a large tornado is on the ground near Waverly. Just retweeted that. I can't put it on the stream, but large tornado near Waverly, and that's moving north and east. There's been other large tornadoes today in Nebraska too. These have not been like the ones that were up in this area last week. I think it was last week. Or the ones in Kansas and Colorado yesterday, the land spouty things. The tornadoes that we've seen already today coming out of this area in Nebraska have been stovepipe tornadoes, even a wedge tornado earlier. So yeah, some serious tornadoes. These are not just land spout storms. These are storms that are supercell thunderstorms and producing supercell tornadoes, including, it looks like a strong tornado here near Waverly. Right here in the Waverly area here. Again, this is moving up towards Greenwood, Ashland, just outside of the warning right now, but I would start taking your tornado safety precautions. Memphis has a little bit of time. You're outside of the warning, but in general, this is coming up towards Memphis, Nebraska, Greenwood, Davie, Ceresco. If you're in this warning, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. And then if you're north and east of this warning, especially if you live or work in mobile structures, permanent, non-permanent structures, like I said earlier, this is likely going to get extended up. So just be ready for this here. Be starting to get your tornado safety plans ready and start taking action. Still have the observed tornado coming up between Ulysses and Brainerd. And there's that warning right now. They've also upped the hail. This storm is serious softball size hail. And weather spotters confirm the dangerous tornado. This is going to be near Ashland around 3:10. This it's 3 miles west of Greenwood right now. So it's right in this area here, 3 miles west of Greenwood. We can see it showing up here. The circulation doesn't look super impressive, but the scans aren't lining up great. But pretty sure that's it right in here. The reflectivity, I think, updated before the other scans. So we'll check that out here in just a minute. But this is 3 miles west of Greenwood right here. So probably likely with the new scans, it'll be somewhere up in here. So this is an observed tornado. It's coming up with softball size hail, 4-inch hail, and that is northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we have seen that textbook enhancement of the rotation from that cell merger here. I'm going to take this out of its warning box at 40. This is also going to be a tornado warning now covering the western and southern sides of Omaha. This is Able in 14 minutes, Riverside in about 15 minutes, Lane in about 37 minutes, Boys Town in about 40 minutes, and Green Meadows in about 42 minutes. Let me just see if I can grab. I just want to make it a little wider just to cover as many towns as we can. Wan, about 15 to 18 minutes. Riverside, 15 minutes. Memphis, 10 minutes. And Green Meadows, about 40 minutes. That would also then put, there's Riverside, so about 20 minutes towards Gretna. Papillion in Nebraska is all in this La Vista. Areas on the west sides of Omaha where 80 and 680 meet. Omaha, Regency, Waterloo, Nebraska, Kings Lake Valley, Utan, Lake Platteview, Venice. Areas along US 6 on the west sides of Omaha. This is getting into some higher population areas, but this is not looking great down here near Greenwood. All right, still seeing the signature there. And I think we're still seeing a CC drop in here too. It's a little bit messy, but it's kind of right on the edge of this. But that would put it right where we think it is. So this is more immediately coming up towards Ashland. Please be in your tornado safe space. Memphis, Riverside, Able, Lenoma Beach. You guys definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. Once again, a tornado warning continues here for the areas on the west and southern sides of Omaha. If you're traveling right now, I would not advise travel between the Omaha area and Lincoln. Lincoln, you're out of the tornado warning right now, but I would not travel back into the tornado warning right now. So if you are commuting between Lincoln and Omaha, that quite a few students and staff do, the university in Lincoln, I would just stay there right now. Would not travel north and east on I-80 because you're going to basically probably skip around the tornado at 70, 75 miles an hour. And then if you go back to your house, you're going to put yourself back into the tornado path. So if you're in Lincoln, I would just advise staying in the Lincoln area and let this all clear out before headed back into Omaha. I just wanted to check a little bit on our friends down in Texas. Had a new tornado warning down here for the areas around Hillsboro, Bynum. Bynum back in a tornado warning. Abbott, Penelope, Malone. Taking a look at that. Looks like the rotation is just south of Whitney. Yeah, you can see it here coming across Texas 22 near Laguna Park, Smith's Bend. It's broadened out a bit, but it's coming towards the areas here around Vaughn, Chat, south sides of Hillsboro. Hillsboro itself, you're still in the tornado warning, so I would just take your tornado safety precautions. This is also almost center line towards Bynum, Irene, Martins, Carl's Corner, Midway, up around the area where 35 west and east split. That all is under a tornado warning at the moment here. A few other storms have sparked tornado warnings down along this line of cells. I don't see any immediately that stand out at the moment, but I want to get back up to the Lincoln area. Before we do, just want to check here in Kansas. Kansas, we have ongoing tornado warning. This is for the area around Fall River. Taking a look at this storm, it's actually, I think, curved a little more east now. Yeah, this was a storm that was going northeast around the Howard area. It's a little bit more east-northeast. So that is going to be the areas around Fall River right now. Likely some large hail just north of US 400, north of Fall River. If this has shifted a little bit further towards the east, so if they extend the warning, that would be towards Coyville, maybe towards New Albany in Kansas, and if they also extend this warning towards Toronto and possibly Buffalo. So if you're out ahead of this, Toronto, Coyville, Buffalo, and Yates Center in Kansas, just watch out for this storm. New storm got a warning here for severe thunderstorm warning near Moline and Elk Falls. Also in Kansas, it has a little bit of broad rotation now. We'll have to see if that picks up. Definitely watching here near Fall River. A lot of storms right now in northwest Arkansas. Those are non-severe at the moment, so that's a good sign. Nothing in this Oklahoma tornado watch is under any severe or tornado warned area here in Oklahoma. I think this area here is likely on the models. This tornado watch likely shows for the future, where a lot of the models show some discrete supercells firing along the cold front and dry line later today. So I do see a little blip right there. We'll have to watch that. But yeah, there's a possibility of more forming. Some of these could eventually go severe if they get some structure to them, but the tornado watch is primarily for isolated supercells forming along the cold front and dry line. So just because it's quiet right now doesn't mean that it's not going to be a little later today. And then back up right now, most of the action's been in Oklahoma or in Nebraska. So checking in real quickly, let's just check in on our radar indicated tornado up here. This is now near Petersburg. Getting a bit fuzzy here away from the radar site, but circulation still up here towards Petersburg and Rayville. That's going to keep headed north-northeast towards the Elgin, Nebraska area. So if you're in Petersburg, Rayville, Elgin, Oakdale, not yet, but start watching it. It's headed up in general your direction. Some other cells near Albion, not standing out at the moment, but they have some large hail in them. And then this storm seems to be fizzling a little bit near Brainerd. Yeah, it's quite weaker than it was. This storm does not seem to be fizzling much. Here we have the large hail core. It's from Swedberg over to the areas just near Ithaca in Nebraska here, up towards Wahoo. And then we have our ongoing observed tornado. Let's see if they updated this a little bit. They have not updated this in a couple minutes, but it was near Waverly, moving northeast. And then it was near Greenville, it was just east of Greenville. It's up in here near Ashland and Memphis. Let's see if we can see it. It's been a bit messy. But it's approaching the Memphis area right now. So if you're in this area, Memphis over to Ashland, you guys need to be in your safe space. This is generally lifting north and east towards Gretna, Meade, Utan. Also in the warning are Springfield, Papillion, La Vista, Waterloo, Valley, King Lake, Omaha, Regency, La Sarah, Meade, Venice, Ithaca, Wan, Riverside, Able, Lenoma Beach, and Ashland. Greenwood also in the warning. Waverly also in the warning, although this is going to be north of you guys now. So Waverly can come out of their safe space. Greenwood, it's close enough I would let this thing pass here another couple minutes, even though it's going north of you guys, but it's still just to be safe. Just hold off a couple minutes. There's already damage reports showing up from the tornado here near Waverly. Numerous reports of damage near Waverly, trees blown off, or trains blown off tracks, and semis overturned. This is a damaging situation here coming up into the Omaha area. This also has 4-inch hail. Let's just see what they say in the warning here in case I missed some communities. But southwestern Omaha, Zorinsky Lake, Elkhorn, Millard, Calico, all be in your safe places here. Wow. Okay. Trying to see if we get a camera up in this area here now that's coming into Omaha, the Omaha Metro area. Okay, this would be coming up towards Memphis and Gretna. So especially Waterloo, Gretna, Memphis, and Nebraska up towards Valley, Utah, Meade. And then if this holds together, Bennington and Washington. Please be in your tornado safe space. Okay. Bear with me here, guys. I'm trying to see if we get eyes on this thing here. Let's see, Gretna. They're going to extend the tornado warning here near Fall River, Fall River. And that's what I mentioned earlier, Buffalo, Coyville, Toronto, up to Yates Center. Please be in your tornado safe space. Still just radar indicated at the moment, but it's got a decent area rotation. Looks a little broader than it did a little bit ago, but still dangerous storm. In addition to the rotation, it's got a good hail core in it. So especially up towards Coyville and Buffalo and Yates Center and Toronto. Please be in your safe space. Fall River, give it another couple minutes as well. Ongoing tornado warning here in the Hillsborough area. Still pretty broad down there. Trying to get a camera on this storm here. Or where is it? This storm here in the Omaha area. Coming up over Memphis right now. And headed up, quickly approaching Wayne, Gretna, Venice, Utah, Lake Platte, Omaha, Regency, and Waterloo. All right, bear with me here. Okay, get it sized up there. Okay, this is a Nebraska DOT camera from right up in this area here. And we have our storm with the tornadic signature basically lifting up right towards this area. So we're looking back into the storm here at the moment. Unfortunately, this looks like a camera that's either not live or it's having some issues because it's giving me the little circle bar or the little spinny thing. But if this resets or if it takes a picture every couple minutes here, we should be able to get a good look at this. Again, we have our tornado or rotation down in here, coming up towards Venice, Waterloo in Nebraska. And our camera is sitting about like this. And it's looking towards the west. So we're seeing the darker cloud here. We're seeing that basically just west of the highway here, US 6. We're looking down that way into that cloud deck. And then off to the our left of the building, there's some lightness. I think that area is the hook and a bit of a lowering. That area may be the hook in the wall cloud. Although it's still saying an observed tornado. So let's see what it's saying now. 4 miles north of Ashland or 8 miles north of Gretna, moving at 45. So it is still observed. We just maybe can't see it here at the moment. It could be behind those two buildings that are blocking our view to the southwest. So it very could be coming directly for this camera. And actually, that's the dangerous part. There is a lot of traffic out there. Like, people need to be in their safe spaces here. This is a dangerous situation coming into the Omaha Metro area. I think it is a camera, so it's not going to... It's probably just going to have to refresh. Okay, we had a couple observed tornado here in the area near Newman's Grove and Lindsay, coming up towards Madison in Nebraska. This is a confirmed tornado 6 miles east of St. Edwards or 15 miles southeast of Albion, moving north at 20. That's coming up here at Lindsay, Corlia, Rosenberg, Newman's Grove, up towards Madison, Nebraska. If that holds together towards Battle Creek, Nebraska. We have a new tornado warning back in the cell behind the damaging tornado. This is north of Lincoln. This is a radar indicated tornado here 4 miles north of Raymond. And this is moving north at 40. That's this cell here. Also has a good hail signature on that. That's going to be moving north Ceresco, Valparaiso, and then Wahoo, Weston, Malmo, Ithaca, Cologne, Cedar Bluffs, and south of the river in Fremont, Nebraska. If you're south of the river there, be in your tornado safe spaces. Fremont, keep an eye on this storm. The big storm should be going just to the southeast of you, and we're not going to get as good of a look here at this storm in a moment because of how close it is to the radar site. Let me see if I can force this to update. So that's looking east. Okay, so it did update a little bit. I think if there's something, it would be behind this building. It's still behind this building. It's generally coming up our direction. So we should, if there is a tornado on the ground, we should be able to see it here, possibly in the next time this camera takes a picture. It's a picture camera, unfortunately. Velocity still putting pretty strong rotation here near the Mount Venice area. So this is coming up here into Venice, Waterloo, up towards Omaha, Regency, and Valley. Please be in your safe space. La Sierra, and just on the east sides of Mercer, please be in your safe spaces. This is west sides of Omaha, out Route 6 and out 275. This is a dangerous storm. Getting a law enforcement report here of a tornado in the Utah area, Utah. This is right along the Platte River. So this is coming into the Omaha Metro here. This is a long track one. This has been on the ground for a while. Yeah, you can see all these tornado reports north of Lincoln, Bethany, Waverly, up to the areas on the west sides of Greenwood and Ashland and Memphis. Now it's come up here, and tornado is sitting right in here in the Venice area, Utah area. We're so close to the radar site, you can see the small features on this hook. Waterloo, you're going to need to be in your tornado safety precautions. Kings Lake, Valley, Omaha, Regency, Elkhorn, anywhere along U.S. Highway 6 and U.S. Highway 275 here in the areas west of Omaha. This is a dangerous situation here coming into the suburbs of Omaha. Two observed tornado warnings here near Albion and Newman's Grove over towards Corlia, Lindsay, Rosenberg, Newman's Grove, Albion. We have two confirmed tornado warnings here, basically between Petersburg and Madison. Be in your safe space here. We also have two now tornado warnings in Kansas. I mentioned this southern cell had rotation for a while. It's now being warned for a tornado. So Fredonia, New Albany, Guilford, up towards Coyville over to Buffalo, and then Yates Center. You have the other cell. These are kind of wrapped in the rain. They're a little bit weaker rotation at the moment, but that doesn't mean they're not producing tornadoes. They could at any time. There's now a new cell developing towards Moline and Elk Falls and Longton. That has some broad rotation that we need to watch out for too. And then, yeah, the New Albany area over towards Fredonia. That's where you have this new tornado warned storm here. I would also be in your safe space if you're over Elk Rivers, Longton, Oak Valley, and Busby. New Albany, Guilford, Coyville, Toronto, Buffalo, up to Yates Center. Couple cells there in eastern Kansas showing some signs of rotation, possible tornadoes. These storms are slowly trying to get their act together here around the Fort Smith area. We'll have to see if those develop further. Still not much going on in Missouri, and our Texas warning has been dropped. So we're going back to Omaha. Yeah, this is not great here. That is a tornado vortex signature and a debris ball right in there. That is a really good shot, and unfortunately have a CC drop right there. That is a damaging tornado in the suburbs of Omaha. I'm going to update my stream. There's the wall cloud right there. The camera just updated. Trying to see if there's anything on the ground. All right, let's take this. Wow, damaging debris ball on the ground here. This is coming up basically right at our camera, or just west of there. Our camera is sitting right about here. So we're looking at the debris ball and this tornado coming right up our way. You can definitely see the wall cloud. This is a tornado emergency now. And we can change that now too. Tornado emergency for Omaha, Nebraska area, Waterloo. I think we got it here. It's basically center line. It is in the wall cloud right under these trees. The trees are obscuring it a little bit, but it does look a little darker under that wall cloud right in the middle of it. So this is we might even get a better shot of this here in just a minute. This is a tornado emergency here. Just taking a second here just to share this out with as many people as we can. This is a tornado emergency. This is a damaging tornado on the ground here. Valley, Elkhorn, Waterloo, Omaha Regency. You guys all need to be in your safe space, if possible, below ground. Okay, you got that out. All right, this is it's going to be crossing the highway here just in front of our camera. This is it's going to be coming up here towards Waterloo, Kings Lake Valley, Omaha Regency. Areas here along US 6 and 275 need to be in their safe spaces here. Unfortunately, this isn't a live camera again, but you think we can see the tornado. It takes a picture every couple minutes. But I'm just going to take this a little fuller here. I think there's the darker area right in here. Just along the tree line under this wall cloud. That is our damaging tornado right in there. It's a little lighter under the wall cloud until right about there. And then just where those trees are, behind that, it's a little darker under that wall cloud. That is our damaging tornado. They're going to extend this tornado emergency out. I'm going to put the picture back in the corner for a minute here while we get, once that updates, we might get an even better look at it. Again, that is a photo camera, so it is unfortunately not going to track it live for us. We're going to have to do that ourselves here. They're going to stretch us out. Bennington, Washington, DeBolt, Briggs, anywhere along the northern and western Omaha, Nebraska area, along 680, up US or Nebraska 133, Kennard, Fort Calhoun, Blair, Missouri Valley, Modale, areas just to the south of Herman. My camera updated, but I think the wall cloud has now gone. That, I believe, is some scud there that's straight ahead. The wall cloud now is just off the camera. Let me see if we got another camera out ahead of this thing. So once again, ongoing damaging tornado on the ground here. See if we have anything even closer to it. Whoa. All right, there he is. There's the big boy right there. That is a damaging tornado in that basically the mezzo is on the ground. That camera is right in here. So just as that crossed, it grabbed a picture of this. Whew. Still ongoing here. We got a damaging tornado. That's a deep CC ball here in the Waterloo Elkhorn area. I'm staring at the camera. Even though it's not moving, I'm staring at the camera. That is ongoing here. Nebraska 64, Maple Road. If you're out ahead of this, Nebraska 64, North 20th, Fort Street, up towards Ida Street, up Nebraska 31, State Street. Unfortunately, these are community and neighborhood streets. These aren't like farm roads. This is coming up towards the Bennington area. This is a dangerous debris ball right in here. Right in here, we have right in the Waterloo Elkhorn area. This is lifting up. Yeah, it's going away from this camera. There's a big tornado back in there. So our camera was right here. Let's this passed like just east of our camera. Our camera's right here at this junction. Unfortunately, this debris ball has deepened on reflectivity. We're also really close to the radar site here. So this is our debris ball. It's quickly moving up here, 31. This is coming towards the Bennington area, Bennington, Washington, and Nebraska. You guys need to be in your safe spaces up towards Kennard, US 30, Fort Calhoun, everywhere west and north of Omaha, along 680 and 133. This is a damaging, dangerous tornado. We've seen it now on the camera. I think you can still see it back in here. It's darker in this area right here, just on the tree line. It's a little bit darker right in here along the back edge. There's a bit of a sharp edge right in there. Either way, do not go out and take pictures of this. We've seen this from two different views. It's basically the whole mezzo is on the ground with a damaging, probably wedge tornado wrapped in there. This is coming up Nebraska 31 towards Nebraska 36. This is center line towards Bennington, Nebraska here. You have your debris ball. You can also take a look with the velocities. Velocities are showing very good or very strong, not good for Bennington. We can also see it with our CC drop. Debris ball right in there along Nebraska 31. This is also really close to the radar site, so it's all validating at the lowest levels of the atmosphere. So unfortunately, we're seeing a pretty heavy signature here. This is quickly moving north and east at 40. So Washington and Bennington, Nebraska need to be in their safe spaces. Fort Calhoun needs to be in your safe space. Missouri Valley, Modal, up towards Minden. This is in Iowa, also in the tornado emergency. Hopefully there's no one going north of 680 on 29. 29 between Omaha and Minden really needs to be no travel. We also have more tornado warnings around the Omaha area. Radar indicated. This is a newer storm here, though. This one is now a tornado warning for La Vista, Papillion, Springfield, Bellevue, Cedar Creek, Louisville, South Bend. And the rotation's coming up here near Manly. So Manly, Nebraska. Let's just take this back a second and see what this rotation is doing. Yeah, it just kind of popped up. New cells there and quickly becoming tornadic. Just want to glance. There's been another tornado warning here extended down in the radar indicated area around Yates Center. So still some tornado warned storms down here. Also a tornado report coming out of the Fredonia area. So we have an observed tornado damaging near Fredonia right now. Yeah, right in here near Fredonia. We got a damaging tornado on the ground. So Fredonia up to Guilford, Kansas. New Albany, still be in your safe space up towards Coyville. You guys need to be in your safe space here as well. And that's it right now. We're going back to the tornado emergency here. So once again, damaging tornado here coming up into the Bennington area. You can see the back edge of the wall cloud a little bit. It's kind of actually shining brightly over here. That's the back edge of the wall cloud. The wall cloud is so stacked. But we saw pretty much the tornado on the ground. It was the whole mezzo basically. Let's see if I can get a different view here. Maybe something up on 680 here for a second. Okay. Yeah, this is quickly coming into the Bennington and Washington, Nebraska areas. North and west sides of Omaha, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is an ongoing tornado emergency for the western suburbs of Omaha from Waterloo and Valley up through Bennington, Washington, Kennard, Blair, Fort Calhoun, and then on the Iowa side, Missouri Valley, Modale, up to Mondamon. Trying to see if we have an updated camera here. Nothing that shows it as good as we saw here a few minutes ago. Yeah, that was, I think, our best look at it. Let's see. This is a camera from Blair. So Blair is in the path here. This is looking at the split here at 133 and 30. So it looks like we're facing south here. So we're facing towards should be facing towards the storm, but we'll see when it gets a little closer. Otherwise, we got the debris ball still in the ground here for Bennington. This is in Nebraska here in the Omaha suburbs. Quickly up here along 31 and 36. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space up towards Washington. Anywhere along Nebraska 133 from I-680 needs to be in their tornado safe space here. Up towards Fort Calhoun, Kennard, DeSoto, Blair, California Junction on the Iowa side, Missouri Valley, Findlay, Loveland, Grable. Just outside of this warning is Honey Creek. I would be in your safe space if I was in Honey Creek too. Up towards Modale, and then just south of Mondamon. Hopefully no one's traveling on 133 north of the 680 split down here. Basically, if you're between the 680 split and the 30 and 133 split here in Blair, I would not be traveling that. This is an ongoing damaging tornado coming across here. We have already very large tornado moving through western Elkhorn, and we saw that on the cameras. Very large tornado near 204 in Ida. Yeah, so where we saw it, basically the whole mezzo was on the ground. This is quickly up along Nebraska 36 here, just entering the Bennington, Nebraska area. Bennington, Nebraska. Can see here we have some pretty strong gate-to-gate still. It's a little bit weaker than it was a few minutes ago, but that doesn't mean that it's weakening much. This is unfortunately not what we wanted to see today. And yeah, still has really heavy debris ball in here. This is quickly lifting up here north and east across Bennington, across Nebraska 36. just east of Nebraska 31. If you're up here, Bennington, Washington, up towards 133 on Fort Calhoun, you guys need to be in your safe space. This is a tornado emergency. Large, damaging tornado is on the ground. At the very least, lowest level into your room, on the lowest level, away from windows, away from doors, away from the outside walls. Tornado emergency in a big tornado like this, it is really helpful if you're below ground. That is a basement, a storm shelter, a tornado shelter. If you're out ahead of this, Blair, Calhoun, Fort Calhoun, Missouri Valley, Modal, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is coming up your way. Also watching storms here coming into the Omaha, Nebraska area from the south side. So Louisville, South Bend, Cedar Creek up to Springfield. This is a radar indicated tornado at the moment for this rotation south of Louisville. It's coming up into the southern Omaha suburbs, Bellevue, Papillion, Richfield, Colum, Cedar Creek, Springfield, and areas on the east sides of Gretna. Also have the tornado warning for Wahoo, Cologne, Cedar Bluffs. This is still an ongoing damaging tornado here near Bennington and Washington at the moment. We have a really strong signature still showing up on radar. Looks like the velocity is just ahead of the reflectivity, but we have our debris ball showing up right in here. And we have our CC, so our reflectivity is a step behind, but right here we got our debris, our velocity signature, and then here we have our, unfortunately, debris ball still ongoing. It's a pretty wide debris ball. So this is taking debris and picking it up into the atmosphere, and we're pretty close to the radar site here, so we're seeing a pretty wide tornado here on the ground. Quickly though, this is lifting up here Bennington and Washington. It's actually going a little more north now. We can back this out. Some really tight, unique looks here. We're so close to the radar site that we're seeing a tornado at very low altitude here. Yeah, it's curved a little bit and going a little more north. This is actually headed towards our camera again. This is headed towards Blair, Kennard, DeSoto, Fort Calhoun. All need to be in your safe space. Missouri Valley, Modal, up towards Modeman. Please be in your safe space, but this has shifted a little bit more northerly. So especially Kennard, Blair, and Fort Calhoun need to be in your safe space. Once again, that's a tornado emergency for the Omaha, Nebraska area. We have other tornado warnings that I want to get to here. We have a new tornado warning. For this area here near Elmwood and Weeping Water. This is also coming up towards the same areas, Louisville, South Bend, Cedar Creek. You guys need to be in your safe space. Bennington, or Manly and Murdoch need to be in your safe spaces. You guys just had a tornado warning. That rotation has lifted to the north, so that's here near Louisville, South Bend, headed up towards Papillion, Cedar Creek, and Springfield. That whole area is going to be in a new tornado warning for this circulation here down by Elmwood, Weeping Water. This seems to be intensifying again here. It may have cycled a bit. I don't think it's actually gone. I don't think it's lifted, but it's recycled. So we're seeing, again, super strong gate to gate. We're pretty close to the radar site still. And it's on a more northerly track right now. Fort Calhoun, DeSoto, Kennard, and Blair need to be in your safe space here. Okay. Our camera is right here, looking this way. Our tornado is here, basically coming towards this camera. So 133 up towards Kennard on 30 and up towards Blair. You guys need to be in your safe space, if not already, right now. This is not a little baby danger noodle. This is the real deal. This is a large, damaging wedge tornado that's been long track on the ground. So we really need to take this seriously if you're in Kennard, Blair, DeSoto, Fort Calhoun, up towards California Junction. The cameras are nice because they can help confirm stuff and hopefully provide a little bit of visual for people that are visual learners. So looking at this camera, I'm going to pull it up a little bit larger here. Let me take this and put it there. And then I want to take the camera and put it out a little bit higher here. So we're seeing the darker clouds here coming from the right of the camera. We're seeing the darker clouds over that hill. That is pointed towards our rotation and our tornado. So if we're going to see it, it's going to come from that area right there and then cross our camera kind of right to left. So the area that's lighter right now, that's looking out at the area that's just ahead of it. So the tornado is going to be back in here. Last time we saw it, it was in the mezzo, just essentially the mezzo was on the ground. So it's not going to be a pretty looking photogenic tornado. It's going to be a big, messy, devastating tornado here. But if we get a chance to see it, it'll be coming right to left over this hillside and then probably straight down middle of our camera here. Once again, this is a tornado emergency. It's they've trimmed it up a little bit for areas north and east now of Washington in Nebraska, Kennard, Blair, Fort Calhoun, up to Missouri Valley, Iowa, Modal, Iowa, and Modeman, Iowa. Still have a debris ball. This is along 133. I know we called you guys out earlier on 133. We called out anyone along 133 from Blair down to 680 needed to be in their safe spaces. That's still true. Along 133 near Kennard and coming up towards Blair, headed over towards DeSoto and Fort Calhoun. You guys need to be in your safe space here. We're still seeing the debris ball showing up. Still have really strong velocity showing up, really strong gate to gate. We're also close to the radar site in Omaha. Seeing over 120 on just the one side of the gate. And then another 50 or so on the other side. So we're seeing like 160 gate to gate. That just shows us there's really strong rotation in there. The tornado may have even higher winds than that. We don't know yet. We'll have to see when the Weather Service confirms after. This is at a history of damage, including continuing on the ground here near Bennington. So this is still on the ground. This hasn't lifted. This debris ball has been here the entire time that there's been the tornado emergency and before that. So there's the debris ball riding up 133. You can see the long history that this storm has had all the way down to the Lincoln area with damage. I'm sure we're going to get more. Just checking with other storms here are radar indicated. Do have some observed tornadoes up near Albion and Newman's Grove. Quickly checking down the line, we still got the tornado warnings around the Fredonia area, coming over near Altoona and Buffalo and Guilford. That's in Kansas. I have to check storms are blowing up here around Tulsa. And then also a lot of severe thunderstorms around Texas. But this is still the observed tornado with a debris ball. Let's see here if we can see it. So the camera pretty much is centered up. Trying to see if we can see it here. So once again, our camera is about right there. Just because Blair, you're kind of behind our camera, I still want you to be in your tornado safe space. Kennard, Blair. Again, just because our camera is behind, or Blair is behind our camera, this is a tornado emergency. This is a large, dangerous, damaging, long track tornado on the ground. So still be in your safe space. It is better in case this thing shifts again. We've seen it shift from a more northeast track to a more north track. It's kind of northeast at the moment. It's kind of come up about like this. If we're going to see it, it's going to be right now. That may be it. Just center in our camera, that might be it. That's definitely the wall cloud. We can see part of the wall cloud. It might be just back here again behind this ridge. But when we saw it last, basically the whole wall cloud was on the ground. So it may be right in there just behind that ridge. Unfortunately, this is a little bit of a hillier area. It looks a little bit lighter over here. And then it looks a little darker right behind that ridge, right where there's a little bit of an elevation. And unfortunately here, you can see on the radar, the debris ball is picked up again. So it is definitely doing damage here on the southeast sides of Blair. Seeing if we have any new update on this. It's still a tornado emergency for catastrophic damage. Confirmed large destructive tornado 3 miles southeast of Kennard or 4 miles north of Bennington, moving northeast at 40. This is a tornado emergency for southeast Blair, the Blair Airport. This is a PDS tornado emergency. If we're going to see it, it's right there in the camera. I think it's just on the other side of that little hill. So this might be our best look at it, but it's right back in here. We'll see when the camera updates again. Emergency management is updating this confirmed tornado near the Blair Airport. If you're in the Blair, Kennard area, especially south and east of Blair, this is a life-threatening situation here. Below ground is your best option. Basement, tornado shelter, certified storm shelter. If not, be on the lowest level. Our camera just updated and can't really see it now as this rain and hail has come across our view. So that was our best look at it there, just on the other side of that hillside. This is heavy wind, hail. So Blair, you still need to be in your safe space because wind-driven hail is also a super dangerous issue here. And this could shift north again. I don't think we're going to see it, but it's in this dark area, just back in here along the other hillside, just behind this hillside. That's your tornado back in here somewhere. Good news is I don't see a ton of people out here on this camera, so people are taking this seriously. This is still jogging a little bit more north. So Blair, definitely need to be in your safe space here. I'm going to shrink this camera down since we really don't see it anymore at the moment. That, I think, was our best look from this camera, just sitting over the hillside. And that's why these kind of storms are very dangerous, especially people that don't know there's a tornado might just think that's a lower cloud. But I'm pretty sure that was it, just back there across the hillside. Blair, this is coming a little too close for comfort here. This is just that dark area on our camera down here. This is probably part of the circulation. This really dark area. That's probably part of the meso. We're just not going to see it from this camera. But this is coming very close to Blair in Nebraska. It's moving a little more north than east right now. So Blair, DeSoto, and then this is going to cross into Iowa, California Junction, Missouri Valley, up to Modal and Mondamin. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Lowest level, interior room, away from doors, windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Preferably here, basement or tornado shelter. If you're out ahead of this and you can get to a basement or tornado shelter in the Modal area along Highway 29, this is Interstate 29. Hopefully between Missouri Valley and at least Mondamin, but if not a little further north, hopefully no one's going to be traveling along 29. I know this already flipped cars and trains down here near Waverly. When it crossed, it crossed I-80 north of Lincoln. Train derailment. There were train cars knocked off the tracks. Highway 6 and 480, and a semi was rolled over. So this has already caused problems on the highways before. And vehicle building damage here just near our camera. This is still ongoing here. So you are Highway 29, I-29. You do not want to be traveling I-29 here, basically between Little Sioux and Missouri Valley. I want to quickly look at the storms down here. Still rotation showing up here near Manly, and a little broader rotation showing up north of there. There is still a tornado warning here for this area. Creston over to Lehigh. Tornado warning for that area. This is coming up towards Creston and Lehigh right now in a few minutes. That scan may have been a little old. So probably a little closer to Creston and Lehigh right now. There's also a tornado warning now for the area around Tecumseh. Not seeing a ton of circulation there right now, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Ongoing tornado warnings here in Kansas right now for the areas around Fredonia, Guilford, Buffalo, north sides of Altoona. There's more severe thunderstorms now in Fayetteville and Rogers. And then also some pretty strong hail signatures now showing up here for storms in the Tulsa area. Have to watch rotation on those. And then we're going to go back to our tornado emergency. This is coming up into the Blair area right now. This is just passing our camera, just to the east of our camera right now. I'm going to grab a quick drink and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. All right, let me just check the audio levels real quick. All right, does that sound good? All right, looks like audios are going again. We're good to go. Still have that ongoing tornado emergency here in Blair. Our camera right here is in Blair. So this is passing just very to the east of downtown Blair at the moment. our, our traffic camera is just on the south side of Blair, right here where 133 and 33 split. So tornado here lifting up basically north-northeast towards Modal at the moment. I want to give a little bit of, I guess, good news for some places here. Bennington, Kennard, Fort Calhoun, you guys are out of the warning. So if you're in Fort Calhoun, Blair, Kennard, Washington, you guys are out of the warning. But if you're in Blair and points north and east, still need you to be in your safe space. Wow, camera just updated. And that cleared out quick. So we're in this little bit of a weak region here as the hail core of this storm has now moved off north of Blair. But we saw it on camera here a couple times. They're going to extend this tornado warning out here. Little Sioux, Pisgah, Magnolia, Mondamin. Called you guys out earlier, you guys to be in your safe space. But Echo, Mondamin, Magnolia, Little Sioux, Allen, Pisgah, areas west of Dunlap in Iowa need to be in your tornado safety space here. Ongoing tornado emergency right now between Blair and California Junction. This is likely still on the ground. The only reason they're not continuing a tornado emergency is just because the population is lower for these areas. The tornado emergencies tend to be for the larger populated areas, as this was going through the Omaha suburbs. Unfortunately, the damage is already significant. We're seeing reports here of major structural damage in Bennington and the Waterloo area. Hopefully, though, streams like this, there's some other very credible, good YouTube streamers, and then also the local media and the Weather Channel and all the NWS services. Hopefully, people in the western Omaha suburbs. The warning came out pretty good in advance, so hopefully people just took our weather community's warnings, because it does look like there's been major structural damage here in the western Omaha suburbs. Omaha, not done though yet. We got more tornado warned storms coming up your way. I quickly want to check on those. There's 2 storms here, one near Springfield, and then an area here between Louisville and Manly. Some broader rotation right now with those storms, but that doesn't mean they can't drop a tornado. And then there's a large area tornado warned up from Nebraska City to Bellevue. There's more tornado warned storms down here now in southern Nebraska. Areas around Humboldt, Table Rock, Tecumseh, Johnson, Auburn in Nebraska all need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. New tornado watch has now filled in the areas here between Topeka and the Kansas City Metro. Still have ongoing tornado warnings here near Fredonia and Humboldt. Still here some areas of rotation near Guilford and Buffalo that are showing up in these storms down here. I don't think anything's been confirmed down there yet. Newer areas here that are a problem are the Just making sure we get out as many people as we can. New areas here, there are problems in the Tulsa area. North sides of Tulsa right now, some hail cores are showing up pretty good. This one has a tornado possible tag. These are upscaling thunderstorms. There's some areas of rotation in here, especially near Sperry. And then starting to see some development now with storms here along and east of I-35. You can see just about half hour ago, not much. And then all of a sudden there's some upscaling storms. So we are watching this area for development along the cold front and dry line. The DFW area has some big thunderstorms. Also a newer tornado warning down here, radar indicated. This is in the area around Kemp and Canton. Strong winds also with this storm, but rotation here between Kemp and coming up towards the Canton area along I-20. Right now that's a radar indicated tornado. I want to go back and see if the rotation was a little tighter. Yeah, it was a little bit tighter here near the Kemp area. So that rotation has broadened a little bit. Oh, here, let me... Oh, there's our traffic cam. Everything is calm at the moment on the traffic cam as the storm passed us. Got some good looks at that. We saw calm before the storm. Then we saw the mezzo and maybe the tornado just over that hillside. Then we saw it kind of just skirt our camera with the massive amount of rain and the dark cloud just kind of in the heavy rain there. Yeah, near Kemp, this was a little bit tighter rotation. It's broadened a little bit, so that's good news, but still strong winds coming up towards Canton. Not taking any of these other storms lightly right now, but just I want to double check a couple of these observed tornadoes that are in Nebraska. So this was an extension from that area near Lehigh or Lay. This is a confirmed tornado near Creston, moving north at 25. There's the Creston area, so it's in this circulation right in here. This is along Nebraska 91 between Creston and Lee, and then it'll be up along Nebraska 57. There's not as many towns in here. The next bigger town is just outside the tornado warning, but pay attention if you're in the Stanton area. For this tornado, it is a confirmed tornado coming up near the Creston area. And it was north at 25. That one may be able to get some, if there's spotters out there, they might be able to see that one. That one is, yeah, nothing is showing up here. So if you're north of Creston and south of Stanton, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space there. We've got an extension now on the storm here near Humboldt. Rotation back in here between Buffalo and Chanute in Kansas. So if your area is north and east of Fredonia, between Fredonia and Humboldt, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Right now, Kansas City is quiet, but we're watching, not only we're watching these storms in southeastern Kansas, but watching for development. There may be some signs of development back here. We'll watch for development back by Osage City and Emporia. So we'll have to watch those. A big slew of tornado warnings. This is still an ongoing observed tornado here coming into the Modal area. Let me see if we have a camera on that side. All right, we got a traffic camera pretty close to that, so we'll see if we can get anything out of it. Okay. So this is looking into our storm. It's near the Missouri Valley area. And at least it's a live camera, so that's good. So this is looking into our storm here at a camera down here near Missouri Valley. The tornado would be in the Modal area right now. It's going to cross this interstate here on 29. So hopefully north of Missouri Valley, hopefully there's some law enforcement that would is stopping traffic here. We can see it does look like there's still a CC in here. So it looks like likely an ongoing tornado. The debris ball isn't as deep as it was. But again, we're getting out of the suburbs. We're getting out of the super populated areas around the Omaha area. So we can expect there's more farm fields, more dirt, and less, unfortunately, houses and buildings and structures. But right now, Modal is in it, about to cross I-29. And that will be coming up towards Modeman, Magnolia, Echo, Pisgah, Allen, Little Sioux, and areas in Iowa west of Dunlap. Also west a fair bit, but west of Woodbine and Willett and Logan. Ongoing tornado there. I'm getting a little concerned by the look of this cell that's further south. It does have a little rotation right now. Here's our ongoing tornado here in the Modal area. And then also watching a few areas of rotation here in the cells that are coming into Omaha as we speak. Not seeing anything super urgent at the moment, but there's still rotation in here. They are going to warn that storm that we were just talking about right here in the Kennard area. That is looking a little suspicious, and the rotation is picking up on it. It's a fairly newer storm, so let's get a read on that one. Capable of producing a tornado 3 miles southwest of Kennard, and a second area of rotation near Kennard moving northeast at 30. So yeah, Kennard area right in here. That's going to be lifting up again towards Blair. That's going to be along US 30 here in Blair. Have other circulations coming up into the Omaha area. None of those are confirmed at the moment, so that's a good sign. And then still have our ongoing damaging tornado here in Modal. Modal, you're also under the warning for the area around Blair. So after the first tornado passes, you're going to want to stay in your safe space for the second one. We saw the strong rain and hail in the camera. Looks like Blair itself reported 1.75 inch hail. That's close to ping pong ball size. So quickly, this is coming up here in the Modal area along I-29. This is going to continue lifting northeast. So Magnolia and Minden are up next. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And then up towards Pisgah and Allen after that. .40. Yeah. So Minden, that's about 5 minutes. Pisgah, about 19 minutes. And Orson, 13 minutes, 12 minutes. So if you're in the Echo, Allen, Pisgah, Magnolia, Little Sioux, and Minden area, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And then also back down in Blair. This is a new circulation for you guys down in Blair. Blair down to Kennard and west sides of DeSoto. Need to be in your tornado safe space here. So south and east of Blair, already getting those tornado reports. Also into Iowa now, train spotter, 5 miles south of Modal. So we'll see if it's still on the ground. Looking a little weaker than it did earlier. So that's a good sign it's on the downtrend, but this is still a super dangerous storm. It may have been down the whole time. So it was down at least most of this track, if not the whole track, about 64 miles. There may have been a point down towards Waverly and Ashland where it cycled. I can't tell you for sure. It'll be up to the Weather Service to get the survey out. But this is a long track, damaging, dangerous tornado. One of the things that we warned about for a couple days now. But for a good chunk of this 65 miles-ish, 64 miles, this was on the ground. It may have cycled a little bit here down towards Lincoln and Waverly and Ashland, but for a good part of that, probably 40 miles or so, at least from about the Ashland area up to now Modal, maybe more like 50 miles, it was on the ground. So that's going to be one to probably remember, unfortunately. We still have a busy day ahead, though. We have still an ongoing tornado in the Modal area. So now north and east of I-29. This is going to be coming up between Magnolia and Minden. This is near Highway 127, that's Iowa 127, north of Calhoun, up towards Echo, Magnolia, Minden. Echo, your center line for this is coming pretty much straight up towards the Echo. Here we go. They're actually moving our camera. The Iowa DOT is moving our camera to see if they can see the storm. This is fascinating. Thank you, Iowa DOT. Is anyone watching working the Iowa DOT cams? I don't think they can see anything from this angle. This is our closest DOT camera to that storm. Unfortunately, it's down here in the Missouri Valley area. And unfortunately, it's going to get poured on here in a couple minutes. But thanks for checking. I got the cameras over on the second screen, so that's why I keep looking away. And at one point, I was just glued to that, seeing the mezzo. Looks weaker than it did, but this is still an ongoing dangerous situation here near Magnolia and Minden. And it looks like already it was still on the ground in Modal, though there is a tornado near Modal. It looks like it roped out, is what a trained spotter said. So this may have lifted, but I don't want to let it go yet. I think we need to still be in our safe space here if you're in this tornado warning. This could easily recycle. It still has a good structure on it. It's still kind of out ahead of the rest of the cluster of storms down here. So it has a good chance to get some more inflow and restructure here north of Modal. Also watching up towards Blair and Kennard. This is some big hail signatures showing up now. In addition to tornado warnings. That covers a lot of the same area. Mondeman, Modal, Herman, Blair, up through Kennard. This is increasingly a concerning situation here near back into the Omaha, Nebraska area. This is rotation seems to be picking up near La Vista and Papillion and Ralston, headed up towards the Omaha, Nebraska area. That's still radar indicated at the moment. Still ongoing tornado warnings down in southeast Nebraska. Starting to see a little development down here in northern Kansas. North of Topeka, though. And then we still have a radar indicated tornado for the areas around Humboldt and Chanute in Kansas. Petrolia, this is along 169 here on the south side of Humboldt. So Humboldt, what is that? Leanna, Chanute, and then if this holds together, Ellsmore, Savonburg, and Stark. This is generally south of US 54 right now. If it holds together, I wouldn't be surprised to get another warning somewhere like this, north of Erie, out towards Walnut, and maybe up towards Bronson. So if you're in those areas, please take your tornado safety precautions. Have some storms with mostly hail threat down here, although there is a tornado possible tag. Seeing some rotation around Collinsville with this storm here. This is in Oklahoma in the Tulsa area. Checking in on northern Arkansas, the Bella Vista area. There was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier for this. That's no longer severe. It's going to be very interesting. The edge of the enhanced area. Sometimes that pen has a mind of its own. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. The edge of this advanced or enhanced area, basically east of I-49 in Missouri right now, has had a ton of rain and storms, and it's been a little cooler over there. It'll be interesting to see how some of these storms that fire along the dry line and cold front interact with some of those outflow and some localized cold fronts. I'll simplify it a little bit so you can see here, out here in northwest Kansas or in northwest or northeast Oklahoma, temperatures are 75 to 80 in Bartlesville, close to 80 here in southeast Kansas, and then quickly here it's in the mid to lower 60s here in the areas in northwest Arkansas up to Springfield, and then points further north and east. And that holds true, I believe, further north. Yeah, Kansas City, it's in the mid 70s, and then points south of that, especially around Bolivar and Lebanon, it's only 63. So there's a 10-degree difference here in only about 60 miles. We can actually see, I can measure that. So it is 62 with rain and storms in Springfield, and then it's about 70 at the Kansas border, and it's about 60 miles. So yeah, there's about a 10-degree difference in 60 miles here, and even a little more than that in about 70 miles. So we'll have to see. Either way, though, severe storms down in Texas still. Simplify our overlays. Still have that ongoing tornado warning near Canton. Still kind of broad rotation, but take it seriously here. Otherwise severe warned out towards Grand Saline, Ben Wheeler, and Van. They're going to extend this tornado warning that we're just talking about. This is moving east at 50 for a storm capable of producing a tornado over Canton. So right in this area, moving east. Hopefully it'll split between Grand Saline and Van, but still be in your safe space. This is also headed generally towards Mineola in Texas. Right now, these are all east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Had a few tornado reports also down in that area north of Waco along the I-35 corridor. Right now, the storms have looked like they've backed off in intensity a little bit interior of Nebraska, but there is still a slew of tornado warnings but near the Echo area between Minden and Magnolia, still be in your safe space, and then Echo definitely be in your safe space. Up towards Allen and Little Sioux and Pisgah in Iowa here. This is still an observed tornado, so let's see. Not sure it's been updated since Blair, but still take this seriously. This could easily tighten back up and produce another tornado. Still have a tornado warning for the areas around Blair, up again towards Herman, Mondamin, and Modal. For that storm here near Blair. And then also rotation coming into the Omaha area, immediate to Omaha. This is just on the south sides of Omaha right now. This would be right near the I-80 and 29 and 75 split here. This is coming south sides of Omaha. Oh, wow. Okay, take this full. Here we go right now. This is looking, this is at I-80 and this is at I-80 and 29 right now. This is a camera that's looking west here at I-80 at the Missouri River Bridge. So we're looking at the wall cloud right now of this tornado-warned storm. So we're looking at it right here on radar, and our camera is right here. Not seeing anything. It looks like it's just a big wall cloud, which kind of shows the broad rotation that we're seeing in general. So right now it seems to be giving us ground truth to verify that this isn't on the ground at the moment, but this is pushing right up into the Omaha, Nebraska metro area right now. All right, just updating the stream. All right, so we're looking at it right now. It's kind of moving off our screen a little bit. It's just off our screen now to the maybe is the Iowa DOT guy listening again? Can you pan the camera to the right? But the wall cloud is just now kind of moving off this way. We're now seeing the rain shadow, and we can so yeah, we're looking now. That is the hail core that's pushing off here. All this mess right there. That's what our camera's looking at right now. The rotation would just be on the coming into Omaha at the moment. That's downtown Omaha is to the right of our camera. Basically, the storm motion is to the right of our camera here. So going that way is towards Omaha. Still just showing kind of broad rotation in here at the moment. Our storm down in Texas. This is just a mess of storms down here. Wow, look at the hail core now. You can see that coming across the screen. Let's see if we can't see it a little further. See, the problem is some things about traffic cameras is sometimes they just look at the traffic and not the weather. But let's see if we can maybe get a good one. A lot of these are just looking at the traffic. You can see the hail core moving off the screen. Okay, we'll just stick with this one for now for the traffic cameras. That's the Omaha I-80 bridge. And I'll shrink it down just a little bit though. Starting to rain on that traffic camera. Okay. So back to Texas. This is all south and east of Dallas. Just a big mess of storms. They're all severe warned. Some of them have large hail. So damage to roofs and sidings. 65-mile-an-hour winds. And this one was being warned also for some really large hail. $70-mile-an-hour winds. And then we have our radar indicated tornado still in the Canton area near I-20. Let's get a look at it. Yeah, still rotating in here east of Canton now along I-20, headed towards Grand Saline and Van. I feel like it was down in here earlier when we looked at it last. Eventually over towards Mineola in Texas. You guys need to be in your safe space. up into Arkansas right now. Not much going on. No tornado watches even in Arkansas at the moment. We do have more severe thunderstorm watches or warnings now in the Tulsa area. This is north side of Tulsa. A little bit of rotation in here near Collinsville. So we'll have to watch that. This storm is looking like it means business. It's got a tornado possible tag now on this severe thunderstorm warning. It's golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're, like I said, I think at the beginning of the stream today, is take your tornado safety precautions today. If you're in an area that has a tornado watch and has a tornado possible tag on it, we've seen what happens very quickly. Tornadoes form, especially with some cell mergers and some bumps and things like we saw around Lincoln, and a storm that had some fairly broad rotation. Another storm bumped into it, and all of a sudden, a long track, 60-mile long tornado. So we're in prime atmospheric conditions for tornadoes to develop. So if you're in this area, Collinsville, Claremont, Foyle, closer to the Chelsea area, you got rotation down here in Collinsville, Ogala. Take your tornado safety precautions. At least be on the lowest level into your room and away from windows. You might not have to go to the storm shelter yet or the basement, but at least be on the lowest level, because then if you have to go into your basement, it's right there. You can open the door, go down into the basement or into the storm shelter, and you're done. You're not coming down from 2 or 3 flights above. So let's do that if you're in this Foyle, Collinsville, Chelsea area, north sides of Tulsa. This is the dry line right here. This is your cold front and dry line showing up on the Tulsa radar. Let's put this into motion and see. I bet that it's the dry line right there. And you can see these storms are trying to fire ahead of that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Tornado warning was extended. I think I mentioned that earlier. Likely it would be, and it has been. So Moran, Bronson, Elsmore, Savonburg, just south of La Harpe in Kansas. Please be in your safe space here. Still have an ongoing it's gotten actually a bit stronger, the rotation here, as it's moving east-northeast towards Bronson, Elsmore, Moran. Let's see. Doesn't show that it's been confirmed, but let's see here. Ooh, that's a messy CC. There's a bunch of hail in here too, so it's going to be hard to see it. But sitting in there, there may be something. I can't really tell. I can't confirm it with the CC because we're a little far from the radar. But that could be something. Treat it as a tornado on the ground if you're in Moran, Bronson, Elsmore, Savonburg, and La Harpe. That's a dangerous storm. It's had rotation for a long time, and there's been some tornado reports from this area in Kansas too, near Fredonia and those areas. Watching Kansas City for back building along the cold front. And there you can really see the dry line. That's your cold front and dry line right here. And we're watching the storms go up ahead of that. Just a complete mess of tornado warnings right now in the Omaha area. In addition to that, the NWS office had 1-inch hail all over their cars at the NWS office. I'm sure they sheltered for the tornado emergency too. They were in that tornado emergency. Still ongoing tornado warning. Let's see where it says this is. I feel like this has been in the same area for a while. So Kennard up to Modal, up to Maudman and Herman. There's, I think, a couple. Okay, the rotation for that warning is up here near Maudman and Modal now. It came through Kennard and Blair, and now it's up here. Still ongoing observed tornado here near Pisgah or Pisgah. This is the same tornado that created the tornado emergency in the Omaha area. And unfortunately, it looks like it has cycled again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it came back. So when it was in the Modal area, the spotter report was that it roped out. That was the original tornado that came through the Omaha western suburbs. But it looks like now north of that, it's re-intensified, and we even saw a debris ball there, it looks like, for a minute. It's now kind of wrapped up in the rain at the moment, but this is really close to the Pisgah, Iowa area. This is in Iowa now, moving up then Moorhead, Ute, and Mapleton. This is a large warning that covers out ahead of this storm. But this is a dangerous storm that's had a history of long track damaging tornadoes. So definitely, if you're in Moorhead, Ute, and Mapleton down to the Pisgah area, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is a serious situation here in northwest Iowa. I'll retweet some of the shots from the Omaha area, but it does look like there's significant damage. So not all tornadoes, not all large tornadoes, like wide, not all of them are significant tornadoes, but it does look like that the tornado that went through the western Omaha suburbs, the one that is now tornado warned here for another damaging tornado near Pisgah, that storm did produce, it looks like, a significant tornado in the Omaha suburbs, if not all the way down I-80 back towards Lincoln and points northeast sides of Lincoln. So that was looks like a damaging tornado that came through. So posted to the social media, to Twitter, that yeah, there has been a damaging tornado there. Wow. It's still actually pretty early in this day. We're just getting into some of the parts here of this, but let's go back in here and see. This thing is still going here. It looks like it's re-strengthened. Seeing pretty good tight rotation. It's kind of going to be back in the rain again too, which is, you're not going to see this coming very much. They're also extending out the warning. The same people that are in the tornado warning for the ongoing damaging tornado between Pisgah and Moorhead in Iowa need to also be taking cover for a new tornado warning. Radar indicated for, that should be around the Modal area. Yeah, near Modal, moving northeast at 50. So right in here. This is the tornado signature that's come up across the Blair area, now getting extended out into Iowa. So if you know people in this area, there's ongoing tornado, an overlapping tornado. They're going to be in your tornado safe space for a good while here. This actually appears to be picking up here in the Modal area. So we really need to be cautious of another tornado coming up through Minden, Magnolia, and then eventually Pisgah may have just gotten hit with a damaging tornado. We're now going to be coming up here, Pisgah to Moorhead, up towards Soldier. If you're along, we're not doing much in Puerto Rico right now. We have an ongoing damaging tornado situation in Omaha, Nebraska area. Let's see. Yeah, Puerto Rico is not known for tornadoes, but there is a potential in tropical tornadoes, I'm sure, with like the tropical storms. Let's see. Let me try and reset our traffic cam here in a minute. This is a situation here. Pisgah up to Moorhead, up along Iowa 183 towards Soldier. Really need to be taking your tornado precautions all the way up 183 to Ute, and then further north towards Mapleton. This is an ongoing damaging tornado on the ground. Also watching rotation back towards Magnolia and Modow. Likely a tornado on the ground here for this thing. This is observed. This is an observed damaging tornado now in the Omaha, Nebraska area again. Confirmed tornado. Yeah, this is really picked up here. We watched, there's likely two. Yep, that's observed too. We have on 3 damaging tornadoes in the Omaha, Nebraska area at the moment. So right now there hasn't been as many we are going to update the title of this. Woo! Okay, we have 2 ongoing damaging tornadoes here. One just north and east of Omaha, and one south and east of Omaha. And then a third north of Omaha towards the Pisgah area. This one in particular is very strong here, coming across Omaha and Council Bluffs. We watched this as a wall cloud on the camera that's on the camera right now that's still loading. We watched this come across as a wall cloud and broad rotation. And it's now picked up rotation, looks like, as it came through Omaha and into Council Bluffs. And yes, just in the Omaha area, looks like it picked up a debris ball. Yeah, it showed up just, oh man, that just missed like downtown Omaha and Council Bluffs. This is the debris ball right here, and this is like downtown Omaha, Council Bluffs. It's now going north and away from that, but that is a damaging tornado still on the ground near Crescent. And then we have another one down here, right here towards Mineola, Iowa. Just north of Mineola Dumfries in Iowa. And this is going to be towards Trainer, McClellan, Underwood, Neola, and Minden. And then just on the other side of that is Crescent up to Honey Creek, Pigeon, Loveland. If you're along 880, I-880, Beebytown, Findlay, just east sides of Missouri Valley, Orton, Crisp, towards Yorkshire. You guys have Neola has like overlapping tornadoes here. Let's see. We might be able to get some cams towards that. Let me check the cams. 2 ongoing damaging tornadoes here just on the east side of Omaha, Nebraska. That is a look on the radar right now. That is a crazy look at the radar. Okay, let's see. All right, taking a look at what we can see here. Let me get reflectivity on for just a second. This is going to be wrapped in rain, but it's right up in here near Honey Creek coming up towards Pigeon. Honey Creek coming up towards Pigeon. You have large hail back here towards Clara, Crescent, Ascot, Honey Creek, up towards 880. But your tornado is right back in there. Right here coming up towards Pigeon. And then your other tornado is here between Dumfries, right around the Dumfries area, coming up towards Trainer. And all right, let's take a look. So this is along 80. This is 80 and US 6. Okay. Yeah, this is 80 and US 6. So it is actually right up here. Tornado should just be off to our left. Hopefully they can maybe turn the camera a little bit. But this is in the Chautauqua area here. And the tornado is likely right back in the rain just off of the camera here. You can see the lowering. That storm is definitely a rotating supercell from that angle. We're about to get slammed with the hail on this camera. Let's see, reflectivity. Yeah, it looks like hail's coming down on the camera. That is an ongoing damaging tornado, though. Trainer up to Quick, McClelland, Peter, York Center, Underwood, Neola, and Minden all need to be in your tornado safety precautions. That is quickly coming up towards Quick. This is just off our camera. Our camera is right there. Yeah, so if it pans a little bit to the left, we could get a pretty good look at this. I'm going to hold right here and see if we can get a good look at this. But that is a damaging tornado on the ground. We can likely see there's a debris ball. So it's picking up stuff. It's elevating stuff into the atmosphere. So we're seeing here all this pink and gray color shows meteorological targets. So that's wind or rain and small hail and moisture, humidity, cloud. It shows all that. The blue and the greens and these deep blacks and grays, that shows non-meteorological targets. That's trees, leaves, twigs, dirt, and unfortunately insulation, house structure debris, things like that. So that's indicating there's a damaging tornado on the ground when we see that CC drop in an area where we should see the pink. And that shows that pretty clearly right there, especially in this kind of storm structure. We can really clearly see the debris ball. That's going to be coming up on US Highway 6, right along the Quick area. If you're in Quick, Iowa, you need to be in your safe space, as well as McClellan, Underwood, Neola, Minden, up towards Shelby. And then I can't forget we have an ongoing other dangerous, damaging tornado near Pigeon. That's a big boy. That is a big debris ball. That is a big debris ball coming right up towards Pigeon. That's also going to be on 880. And that is not a good situation either. So this is not good for east sides of the Omaha, Nebraska Metro. I want to glance here. We have 9 tornado warnings. And 4 of them are observed. So I want to kind of keep our eye on the observed tornadoes. The one near Pisgah is now up in the Moorhead area. That likely still has an ongoing damaging tornado as well. Near Moorhead, coming up towards Soldier and Ute. And then we have our 2 ongoing damaging tornadoes here just east of Omaha. We also have new tornado warnings down in southern Nebraska for rotation around Fall City and Schubert. Fall City and Schubert. We also have ongoing tornado warnings here now in the Fort Scott area. This is Fort Scott coming over along US 54, Moran, Branson, Uniontown, Marmaton, Fort Scott, Kansas. All please be in your safe spaces here along US 54, Hammond, Devon, Harding, Pawnee Station, and Garland. This tornado warning goes out to the Missouri state line. We may have lost this camera. It's been circling for a while, and the tornado should be just off to the left of our screen. So this is a dangerous situation here. Let me check this. Yeah, this is not a good situation. I'm just checking the connection here. Okay. Should be back. I have storms over me, so if I drop connection, we'll just restart the stream. But Bronson, Uniontown, Marmaton over towards Fort Scott. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe spaces up towards Xenia. This is getting into this is getting some good storm structure here too. So we can really start to see this storm has elevated its storm structure with the hook. All right, that is good there. Back to Omaha. We really need to get back into the Omaha area. Ongoing damaging tornadoes. One is in the Pigeon area right now. It's going to be coming up towards 880 here in the matter of minutes towards Beebeetown, Crisp. And the other one is near Quick. Right now, Quick needs to be in your safe space up towards McClellan, Peter, Bentley, York Center, Underwood, Weston, and areas along 80 here, Neola, Minden, and areas around the 880 and 80 split, Yorkshire, McGill, Shelby. Over towards Beebeetown, Loveland, Honey Creek. Should be passing to your east, but just stay in your safe space a little longer. Let's see if we can get the camera updated here. Let me see if I can get a new camera for us. Let's see. All right, I don't know if we're going to see anything on this camera, but this is at I-880 and 80, right up in here. It looks like they might be trying to look away from the highway, so this might be the DOT trying to look for this thing. It's coming across the Pigeon area, about to cross I-880 to BB Town. This is a damaging tornado here. Yeah, this is a damaging tornado. I'm trying to see. Oh, they just turned the camera a little bit. You can see it's in the wind. Where is this camera? This camera is up in the rain and wind right here at the I-80 and 80 split. So tornado is just sitting back in here. This is coming very close here. This is going to be up towards BB Town for an observed damaging tornado. Unfortunately, still seeing a big debris ball with this storm. This is about to cross I-880. So hopefully no one is on 880 right now, basically between its highway, between Loveland and where it starts here at 80. I don't know exactly what part of this highway we're looking at here on the camera. Okay, here we go. This is looking, I think, back 880. So this is looking towards that storm. I don't know if the DOT guys are on my stream, but thank you guys for looking that way. So they're trying to look at the storm here. They're trying to watch it cross I-880. I don't know if they're going to be able to see it. Ooh, this just updated to a big debris ball coming into BB Town right now. BB Town, Iowa. Needs to be in your safe space up towards Crisp, Iowa. Hard Scratch, Orton. Eventually over towards Persia and Yorkshire. This is a big debris ball. And unfortunately, it's still on the ground here as it crosses 880. This is going to get a observed tornado extension to all those towns I was just saying. Some of those towns like Hard Scratch were just outside of the warning. All right, they're trying to find it, I think. Let me take a look at this camera here. It would be back in that soup there. I don't think they're going to see it from this angle. Our camera is just a little too far away. So our camera is right here. The tornado's here, and they're having to look through the rain and storms of the storm that's over the camera right now. There's just not enough contrast to see it, but it's up in there. More concerning to this camera is this camera has a tornadic circulation near McClellan that's lifting northeast towards this camera. So hopefully after they look around for this, I don't think they're going to see it. It's in the rain and hail and stuff between us and that tornadic circulation up here. So they're trying to look this way to see it. But we have another tornadic circulation coming for this camera. Hopefully we might get a look at that here in a few minutes. That's going to be in the rain too, but yeah, let's turn. I don't think they're going to see it, but we can try. All right, keep panning around. We'll check it. We'll keep this camera here because it's set up for another tornadic storm. All right, back up to our tornado in the Soldier area. Really strong circulation coming over Soldier, Iowa right now. Looks like it's still on the ground. It's still on the ground here near Soldier, Iowa. It's up in the rain. It doesn't look as good as it did earlier, but there's overlapping tornado warnings here. That is still a damaging circulation here. Peter Bentley area. Looks like it's still on the ground here near Peter. Let's see. They may have updated this. Let's see. Tornado ping pong ball says hail. They have updated it. So let's see. That may be inflow. Or it could be debris up in the air. Let's see. Okay, here it is right here. That's close. I'm still kind of seeing it in here, but I guess the National Weather Service says it lifted. I'd still be taking tornado safety precautions like it's still on the ground. I'm still seeing enough of a CC drop there that I'm not convinced fully that that's clear air. But this is a tornado warning storm that's lifting up towards Minden and Neola. Still have the observed tornado here near Beebeetown. This has a debris ball still on it. Unfortunately, the debris ball got really big right here as it came across 880. So that's not great news there. It looks like it's weakening a little bit, but it's still likely on the ground. And these things can recycle pretty quickly. So especially a day like today, we've seen them recycle very quickly. Back in the Omaha area, you guys are back under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's actually a little rotation with that. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but let's watch that here as it comes across the Omaha area. Otherwise, it's looking a little bit better in the Omaha area. I'm still hearing a ton of tornado warning sirens go off, so we're getting, I believe, more. We're finally got our first severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas in a little while. Looks like gusty winds down there. Finally, there's no tornado warnings in Texas. So that's some good news at the moment for Texas. Still have an ongoing tornado warning for the Fort Scott area. This is between Bronson and Fort Scott near Uniontown. Coming up towards Marmaton, Devon, Hammond, Harding, and Fort Scott, Pawnee Station, and Garland are in this warning. Honestly, though, I mean, I think they warned the whole county. If you're down here in Garland and Pawnee Station, just good to practice your tornado safety precautions, but it looks like this storm is going to be more of a problem from Fort Scott north, unless it makes a really hard right turn. Still all quiet in the Kansas City area. Watching, though, for development here back along the cold front and dry line. You can really see it there west of Topeka. And then we have several tornado warnings down in northern Kansas and southern Nebraska. Reserve, Padonia, and Hiawatha. That's up also towards Rulo in Nebraska. Falls City. That's coming up towards Corning. Some of these are leaving their warning boxes. Corning in, looks like, northern Missouri. And then a large area of hail and wind and some embedded rotations. None look like they're specifically tornadic at the moment, so that's a good sign up there. Still have an ongoing tornado warning back by Norfolk. This is close to the low pressure system. There's been several warnings out this way too. Yeah, some rotation here near Hoskins and Woodland Park. That's lifting up towards Windside in Nebraska here and eventually towards Carroll. Still a mess of storms around the Omaha area. Most of the tornado warned storms, though, are now north and east of Omaha. Still watching that one cell right over Omaha. We'll take a look at that here in a minute. But I want to look at a couple of these warnings here. This area here has broadened a little bit near Soldier, but it's still a dangerous storm coming up towards Ute. And that was on the ground a few minutes ago. I'm not seeing... There may be a little bit still in here, but that could just be debris still lofted in the air. Just a few minutes ago, that was a pretty powerful tornado vortex signature on the ground from Moorhead up to Soldier. So it looks like that storm may be weakening a bit, but let's take it seriously, as that storm has had a long history of producing tornadoes. Still an observed tornado. That is radar confirmed, and it is over 7 miles north of Neola. So it's being warned up here. It looks a little less than it did earlier, but that's headed up towards Crisp. That was the strong tornado over BB Town. That one is weakening a bit, so that is a good sign. And then we do have our, oh, here we go. That is coming out of the rain, a big wall cloud at the very least. Our camera is on that circulation down here near York Center. Our camera is right here at the I-880 and 80 split, looking down here at York Center. No, don't pan it. No, keep it there. Keep it there. I want to go back. Yeah. That looks like a really dark. I'm trying to see if it's if that's a tornado or if that's just the wall cloud. There's a pretty sharp R edge, right edge. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? That might be... I don't know if we're going to see a great view of this. It's behind all the rain and hail. So I think there is a tornado back in there, but I'm not sure we're going to see it here at the moment. Our camera's right here near I-80 and 880. Still is a pretty tight rotation down here. Now, just north of Bentley and York Center. This is coming up towards Neola. And this is an observed tornado. Let's see. Confirmed tornado. It's 3 miles southeast of Neola. The weather spotters confirmed it 2 miles southeast of Underwood. So this is a storm that I wasn't sure that was lifted. I thought it still had some CC drop on it. And I think we were right. I think we still got it in here. So let's see. This is lifting up here just to the east of Neola. And that should be it. The reflectivity, I think, is delayed a scan. And so we're seeing CC drop in here. And we're seeing the velocity couplet right there. And our camera is right here looking at it. Let's see. This is going to get continued out. This is a ongoing damaging tornado, I think. Yeah. Okay, if you're in the path of this storm, that's Shelby, Minden, Neola, Yorkshire, McGill, Shelby, Tennant, Persia, Corley, Harlan, Portsmouth, Westphalia, Kirkman, Erling, Irvin, Defiance, and Botna. They've worn this way, way out. This is a big tornado. And that is, I think, it. Let's put this up here. All right, so we're going to put that there. And then let's bring this up. Let's take that almost full. This is a damaging tornado. Our camera is right here at the 880-80 split. And we're seeing this damaging tornado come up here just south of that. This is near Neola. Minden, please be in your safe space. I think that's it. Especially in this area here. I think this is... I believe we're starting to see it come out of the rain shadow. That, I believe, is our tornado. And looks like a debris cloud around it. At the very least. And then I still can't tell if this is wall cloud or more tornado. But our left side, where there's a little bit more of a clear, that looks like a debris cloud to me. At least this area right here, if not a little further back, if not this whole thing. This is either... Pretty sure that is a tornado live on our camera here at the moment. I'm going to just reset the camera for a second here. Yep, there it is. There it is. That's it. That is the tornado on the ground on our camera. It froze for a second, but that is it right there. It is back in that mezzo, the big mezzo that we just saw. They've tightened in on it. That is a big tornado. That is coming across Minden, Iowa. Minden, Iowa right now. This is up along 80 here, just east of the Omaha, Nebraska area. This is going to be Neola, Yorkshire, McGill. Let's see if we can get this camera back. I'm sure everybody on the planet is tuning into this camera at the moment. This camera may have went down. Oh boy. I think everybody is tuning into this camera. Well, that's not good. We just lost the camera. All right, I'll keep it here in case the camera comes back. It may just be a lot of people tuning in. This is a new PDS Tornado Emergency here for the observed tornado near Minden. And this is coming up towards McGill, Yorkshire, Shelby. McGill, Yorkshire, Shelby. That is a definite tornado that we saw on the camera. All right, it's a tornado emergency, so I'm just taking a second to tweet it out. Hopefully we can get as many people aware of it as possible. Yeah, this is another tornado emergency. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of damage pictures from the Omaha area, and I don't even know which tornado is which, just glancing at things. So this is another tornado emergency here. Minden up to McGill, over to Shelby. They've also extended the tornado emergency for Persia, Tennant, Portsmouth, Harlan, Westphalia, Kirkman, Panama. Basically, they replaced the tornado warning with a PDS tornado emergency. So that is a tornado emergency. And our cameras are either down for bandwidth or unfortunately maybe down because the last shot that we saw was a damaging tornado coming at it. And there's no other cameras on that stretch, just these two cameras. And they may have been in the path of this thing. This is about to cross I-80 right now here in the Minden, Iowa area up towards Shelby. We can take a look here and see what this looks like on reflectivity. Yeah, that's a debris ball. That is right here, just north of Minden now, coming up towards Shelby, Tennant, Harlan, Portsmouth. We can also see the CC, a big CC drop right there. Unfortunately, that is a big, deep CC drop. So we're seeing another debris ball. This is coming up center line to Tennant right now. So tenant, please be in your safe space here. If you can, out ahead of this, they're giving you a pretty big advance warning here. Defiance, Irwin, Kirkland, Erling, Panama, West Philly, Harlan. If you can, get below ground. Tornado shelter or basement are best options for you. Tornado shelter or basement. If you can't get below ground, lowest interior room, away from windows, on the lowest level of your building. Okay, just double checking that we're live still. But be away from windows, into your room. That's usually a hallway, a closet, a bathroom, away from the windows. This is a tornado emergency. Shelby, Tennant, Harlan, Portsmouth, West Philly, Panama, Kirkman, Erling, Defiance, and Irwin in Iowa. This is just north and east of the Omaha, Nebraska metro area. Ongoing tornado warning here for the areas here by Moorhead and Soldier. Yeah, that's a new circulation here. This is east of Moorhead and just east of Soldier. Still have the broad circulation now north of Ute. That is the final end, I think, of the storm that caused all the damage in western Omaha suburbs. Meanwhile, still some damaging hail and wind here in Omaha. I have new tornado warnings popping off here in northern Missouri. This is around College Springs. This is radar indicated. Rotation down here near Blanchard, moving up towards College Springs, Schaumburg, Newmarket, Yorktown, Clarida, and Helpburn, and Vasilka. That's in northwest Missouri. That's right on the Missouri and Iowa state line. Still have some storms with some rotation down here that are worth watching. The one near Mound City in particular looks a little more interesting and also has some large hail in it. I just want to glance down here. We have a couple new tornado warnings south here. Still near the Fort Scott area, near Hammond. This storm is moving pretty slowly, but Marmaton, Fort Scott up to Hammond, just south of Prescott along US 69. This goes to the Missouri border. We'll see if it gets extended. I would be watching here very closely if you're in Nevada. Richards, Stottsbury, and Metz. I would assume that they're going to probably extend this. It still is holding pretty good rotation near Hammond, moving kind of east-northeast. So watch out for that one. Still seeing reports that the tornado near Minden is on the ground. That storm that had tornado possible tag near Chelsea has now tornado warned. Not seeing it. Not the best rotation we've seen today, but it could pick up easily. And then down into East Texas. This is coming up towards the Texarkana area. This is a QLCS type tornado. You can see here there's a line of storms and a notch sitting back in here. The storm cluster has really developed into a bit of a line segment. So tornadoes sitting back in here, you got the warm moist inflow and the cool air rushing out, likely also damaging winds south of that, coming towards Minden, Maud, New Boston. This also, if it holds together, will be coming up towards Texarkana. So Texarkana not in the warning yet, but definitely watch out here. In that warning is Maud, Douglasville, Marietta, Naples, New Boston, and Redwater, Texas. And yeah, rotation right here near Naples and Marietta. Pretty tight rotation, actually. That's headed east-northeast up towards Maud, Hooks, New Boston, Redwater. If that does hold together, Texarkana next in line. I want to go back up to our tornado emergency, though. The tornado that we caught briefly on camera until our camera went down. Okay, hold on. Let's see. This is now past our camera, so maybe. This may have gotten too close for comfort on our camera. Shelby now, up towards Tennant. Still showing up pretty good on the reflectivity here. And still showing a deep CC drop. That is unfortunate. That is still a damaging tornado on the ground. Shelby up towards Tennant in Iowa. This is along M16 and also along and east of Iowa 191. Let's shrink. I'll shrink the camera a little bit, and if it comes back up, we'll see if we can catch it. But all right, we'll put the camera away for a minute. We'll see if it reloads. It might be reloading. Quickly, though, this is approaching Tennant. And then next in line would be Harlan and West Philly. Portsmouth, this might slide just east of you guys. Back down here, College Springs. This looks like rotation is picking up in this cell. It's going to be hard to see. There's some hail signature in there too. But College Springs up to Clarinda along US 71 here in southern Iowa, crossing into the Missouri border. And like I said earlier, Fort Scott over towards the areas just north of Nevada, Missouri. This is also going to be affecting Highway I-49 now. Yeah, it used to be, 79? Highway 79? Now it's Interstate 49 between Nevada and Rich Hill. This includes a lot of the towns that I just mentioned earlier. Richards, Stottsbury, Metz, over to Shell City, Harwood, and Walker. All in a new tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning of the day in Missouri. Ping pong ball size hail also possible. And then they're going to warn the areas north of that for the hail. So rotation. Rotation is coming towards the Stottsbury, Richards, Metz, Shell City area. But big hail showing up now near Prescott, Kansas. That's going to be coming towards Hume, Rich Hill, Newhome, Pleasant Gap, and Rockville. If it holds together towards Appleton City in Missouri. So that is a nasty storm there. Still checking a storm here, rotating a little bit here near Chelsea and Big Cabin in northeast Oklahoma. It's actually been a slight decrease in the overall tornado warnings here for the minute. This is the one, though, that has the tornado emergency coming up towards Tennant. Tennant and Shelby. This is between Tennant and Shelby, Iowa. It's going to be coming up towards Harlan. We can take this northeast at 40. Again, if you're in this tornado emergency and you can, please be below ground. That's a basement or a storm shelter. If you don't have access to a basement or a storm shelter, at least be in your lowest, most interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows, doors, the outside. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. East at 40 gives you some times, about 10 minutes to Harlan. Tennant, you need to be in your safe space right now. Tennant, 1 minute or less. Harlan, about 10 minutes. Kirkman, 20 minutes. Irwin, about 25 to 30 minutes. And if it holds together, Botna in about 35 minutes. So please be in your safe space here. Tornado emergency, areas north of Shelby, up towards Harlan, and Tennant right now is center line. Ooh, still showing a deep CC drop over this. Already reports coming in from Minden, very large tornado. Large tornado destroying homes. very large multi-vortex tornado, at least 1/3 of a mile wide. I think that was the tornado that we saw then. That whole big thing, I think, was mostly tornado. There may have been a little bit of rain and wall cloud on the one side, but I think most of that was tornado. Yeah, all the remarks from spotters and emergency management are large tornado, very large tornado. Wow. We've seen multiple large tornadoes on our cameras today. What a day. This is going to be a significant tornado outbreak, I think. Coming up here, we're just, and I've been tweeting it out, so if you are, go to our Twitter at WXCastUSA, the @ symbol, and WXCastUSA. And there's definitely tornado pictures and video and debris and damage from the Omaha area. And I think we're only seeing a little bit so far, unfortunately. And it looks like we're going to be seeing more. We're eventually going to see the damage out of Tennant and Shelby here. All right, Portsmouth, hail, big hail right now. This should slide just south and east of you guys, but still want you to be in your safe space up towards Panama, West Philly, Erling, Kirkman, Harlan. Please be in your safe space here. Tornado emergency. Defiance and Irwin up next. Unfortunately, still seeing a debris ball with the hook here, and confirmed with a CC. The CC has dropped out that it's not even showing values. Yeah. That's not good. This is a strong damaging tornado. It's coming up towards Harlan, Iowa right now. So this is a tornado emergency. Tennant up to Harlan, Kirkman, Irwin, Defiance and Erling and Panama, Portsmouth, West Philly. Everybody in this warning needs to be in their tornado safe space. Especially, it seems like this is hugging the rotation, is hugging the southern and eastern part of this tornado emergency. So everybody needs to be in the warning, but especially Harlan, Kirkman, Irwin. You guys are up next for a damaging large tornado. It's in Tennant right now. It's going to be up along US 59, Harlan, Kirkman, and Irwin. If you're in this warning, though, you need to be taking it seriously. Lowest level, most interior room, and if you can, below ground, basement or storm shelter are the best options you got. Defiance, Erling, West Philly, Panama, Portsmouth, and Harlan. If you are watching and you know anyone that's in these towns, give them a call, text them, and let them know. It's good to get more warnings from multiple ways. Don't rely on one YouTube streamer. Don't rely on one Twitter account. Don't rely on even one news outlet. Get your weather warnings from multiple ways. And this, unfortunately, is a deepening debris ball. So, and the velocity seems to be lagging behind a bit. But yeah, that's a damaging tornado here coming now out of Tennant and headed towards the Harlan, Iowa area. Harlan, Iowa, please be in your safe space here. Need to be in your safe space. Let's see. This is Iowa, so we might be able to even get a look at it if the cameras come back. Nope. Camera are still down. Those cameras may have taken a hit. Not from probably the actual tornado, but possibly from the RFD or something. It still appears to be on the ground here. This is north of Harlan now, or north of Tennant, approaching Harlan. Tornado emergency. That next in line is West Philly, Kirkman, Irwin, and Defiance, Erling, and Panama. All need to be in your safe space. If you're down here near Portsmouth, this is passing you guys right now, so be in your safe space another couple minutes. Just give this another few minutes. If you're in Tennant, you need to stay in your safe space another few minutes for sure. Shelby, you're just now out of the warning. So Shelby and points south of I-80 right now, you guys are out of the tornado warning and tornado emergency. So if you're in Neola or Shelby area or down towards Underwood and McClellan, you guys can come out of that. Look at this. This is just the tornado. The tornado tracks today in the Omaha area. One developed basically right over Omaha and moved up about like this. I see it there. Let's do that one again. Came up like this, and then this is the one that we've been tracking now. Those are your Omaha area tornado tracks for the moment. This one here may have lifted somewhere down by Waverly and Ashland for a few minutes, but if not, it's going to be like a 65-mile track here, about 65 miles. This looks like it's approaching 30 miles. And then the one that developed around the Omaha downtown and points just to the east by the airport and moved up towards BB-town. That was a strong tornado for a little bit too. This is, what a day for the Omaha area. All right, I want to check. There's also been other tornadoes out in western Nebraska or central Nebraska earlier today. Checking in on a couple tornado warnings. We have other tornado warnings now in Texas again. Checking in on our QLCS type tornadic situation here near Maud. And approaching Redwater. If that gets extended, then Texarkana is next in line. I have a new tornado warning here for Grand Saline. Appears to be a broad rotation, but let's see what it looked like. Okay, it was a bit tighter here. Just a couple minutes ago near Fruitvale and Grand Saline. Still showing up here near Grand Saline right now. That's a radar indicated tornado. Reflectivity on that's going to be stuck in the rain too, so you're not going to see that one. These have been HPs down here in Texas for sure. A big area of severe thunderstorms also approaching Arkadelphia along I-30. We'll see if the storm here in Texas runs into some of that rain-cooled air. But likely some hail. Could eventually get a QLCS spin up out of that. And then still checking in rotation here north of Chelsea, between Chelsea and Big Cabin. Kind of slowly approaching Veneta, Oklahoma. This is along and north of 44. So especially areas from Big Cabin up to Veneta. And areas here along 44 and out US 60 near White Oak need to be taking their tornado safety precautions. Checking in on our cell here. Big hail producing storm now near Rich Hill. You can see the hail core in there moving towards Rich Hill, Appleton City. This is also approaching the I-49 corridor. And then circulation sitting back in here just around the Stottsbury area towards Metz. It's been moving fairly slowly. But if you're in this warning north of Nevada, Walker, Harwood, Shell City, Metz, Richards, Stottsbury, You're under the tornado warning there in western Missouri. Still a tornado warning here up near Newmarket for that rotation. And that rotation that we saw earlier around Mound City is also warned for rotation there between Mound City and Maitland. That's going to eventually go up towards Skidmore, Quitman, and Maryville in Missouri. Burlington Junction and Clearmont, all in Missouri right now. There's that circulation around Clarinda and Newmarket. That's a dangerous looking circulation right there. This is moving north and east in Iowa. That's in southwest Iowa. Let's see. Cameras are still offline. So still ongoing tornado here near Harlan. This is approaching the north and west side of Harlan, especially. All of Harlan needs to be in their safe space. All of Harlan, Iowa needs to be in their safe space. But especially north and west side of town here, you got the tornado debris signature showing up. Still a strong CC drop. This is an ongoing damaging tornado and tornado emergency here for West Philly, Kirkman, Irwin, Defiance, and Erling. This has one of the deepest debris balls I've seen on a signature. Let's see. I just want to check it again. Wow. All right, just making sure I'm tweeting this out to as many people as possible. Okay. All right, just double checking. I wanted to tweet it out as much as I can there. That is a deep debris ball. Okay. That is a deep debris ball. This is approaching West Philly. Kirkman, you guys are up next. Harlan, please stay in your safe space here. Harlan, please stay in your safe space here. We're dealing with a tornado emergency. This is on the ground. Also, there's trained storm spotters that are also on this. I can't show this on them on the stream, but it's a big tornado and it's still on the ground. And we're seeing that with the CC drop. Not only did I tweet it out, I was checking one of my other radar products and it shows a deep debris ball. So this is one of the deeper debris balls that I've seen. Usually you get the blues, blacks, and grays, but this is even showing the pinks, like where it's not even registering. So that's a really deep debris ball. That is coming up here towards Kirkman, Irwin, Defiance, Earling, and West Philly in Iowa. I would also start taking tornado safety measures here in Aspinwall, Manila, and Manning, because this has held its track for at least dozens of miles. And somewhere since it's probably been on the ground for 40 to 50 miles. So it's another long track one. It may have lifted briefly down here east of Omaha. I don't necessarily think it did. I still thought I saw a CC on it when it went back to radar indicated, but we'll get confirmation later after the damage surveys. And unfortunately, I did see I saw a post by a storm chaser, and the post just said Minden is gone. So all right, let's keep going here. We got more to cover. We have more tornado warnings. A new tornado watch, by the way, was extended into the Little Rock area. So this is everything, essentially extends that Texas tornado watch. This extends it up along I-30 to Little Rock. This covers Texarkana, Arkadelphia, Hope, Camden, just to the areas west of Pine Bluff, and then the Little Rock metro area. Back up to our tornado warning here near Kirkman. So they are going to extend the warning, like I mentioned earlier. If you were in Aspinwall or Manila, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. I would have been doing that already, but if you weren't already, do it now. This is up to areas near Vail, Iowa. So areas near Vail, Iowa, Manning, Aspinwall, and Manila. Please be taking your tornado safety precautions. New tornado warning for the cell to the left. This is capable of producing a tornado 6 miles north or southeast of Woodbine. Radar indicated near Woodbine. Up in here. That particularly doesn't look as tight as it did. Okay, there's some rotation right in here near southeast of Woodbine, yeah. North of Persia and south of Woodbine. They just trimmed it to where I was saying. That's helpful now. There it is. So they're warning this area right here. This is going to be going up towards Woodbine, Dunlap. Areas east or west of the current tornado emergency. That's actually been dropped to a tornado warning since we're getting into some less populated areas. Panama, Erling, Dunlap, over to Woodbine and Portsmouth. Please be in your safe space. Persia also would be in your safe space. This should just pass just to the west of you guys. Otherwise, still an ongoing situation here. That is a massive debris ball. It does appear like it's weakening, cycling, and broadening out, so the debris may be kind of scattering up into the cloud, hopefully. It's not as tight of a debris ball or a radar signature, but I think there's still a massive tornado on the ground there. That's between Kirkman and Defiance, coming up towards Irwin. Defiance, Kirkman, please be in your safe spaces. And then Manila, Aspinwall, and Manning, please be in your safe space. This is along US 59 and east of 59. Up towards, there's not many towns up in here, luckily, but areas east of Denison along US 30 and especially east of 59. All you guys need to be in your safe space here. New tornado warning here for the storm. Down by Schaumburg and Bradyville. Have rotation there. Three miles east of Bradyville. Still have our ongoing rotation here. That is now north of Newmarket and near Gravity. And that is a warning that's been extended out for Prescott, Carbon, Brooks, Nottoway, Cromwell here in Iowa. Got a tornado coming up that way towards Corning in general. Let's see, this is still radar indicated. But this one's moving pretty quick at 45. Down near Maryville in Missouri. Between Maryville and Skidmore, still showing rotation there. That is an observed tornado now. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. They're going to extend now the tornado warning for that little sliver there. This is for the rotation now south of Newmarket. That's going to come up towards Gravity, Lenox, and Bedford in Iowa. That is in a slight radar hole near the Maryville area. But that's an observed tornado. It's law enforcement reported, so let's take this seriously here. Skidmore, Quitman, Burlington Junction, and Maryville, and Maitland. Maitland is probably passing north of you guys, but up north of there towards Pickering. Not quite in the warning yet, but especially if it's already a confirmed tornado, I would be in your safe spaces here. Basically, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, from Burlington Junction up to Hopkins and down towards Pickering and Maryville. Watching a tornado report. Spotter indicated a brief touchdown just west of Fort Scott. Otherwise, this has still been a radar indicated tornado. It's looking better, though, on the reflectivity than it has in the past. It's had kind of a sloppy hook. Here, though, it's starting to present a little better near Rich Hill. Yeah, that's a decently strong signature here near Rich Hill, and it's crossing I-49 right now. This is hugging kind of the northern part of this tornado warning. So Shell City, Rockville, Pleasant Gap, and Appleton City. I'd be in your safe spaces there. This is now going to be north of Walker, Harwood, and Richards. New severe thunderstorm warning for large hail back near Harding. It also has some rotation, so we'll watch that. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado, though, right here in the Rich Hill area. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but this isn't as close to the radar as some of the other tornadoes that we've had today, so there could be something that's just not picking it up to the level of our radar, because that is a decently tight rotation here, right near Rich Hill, approaching I-49 in Missouri. Tornado warning has expired for the storm. Oh, that thing just died near Veneta and Afton. Afton? Yeah, Afton, Oklahoma. So that might tell us. So we had the strong storm that developed near Tulsa, produced 1-inch hail, and had tornado, had rotation. It was warned for tornado possible. Then it got a tornado warning somewhere over here near Chelsea. And then it's getting into some of the rain-cooled environment that's been over here in the Ozarks with rain and storms all day, basically up along 44. So that may tell us a little bit of this environment in southeast or southwest Missouri and northern Oklahoma or northern Arkansas may not be as prime for tornadic development, but we'll see. We're still watching for the dry line to unzip. We can see a little bit here. This is the dry line. Now we can see also new development down here near Ada and Ardmore, Oklahoma. We'll see what happens when that moves into this tornado watch area. And then also down in the North Texas, you're going to have a bunch of rain cooled air from these storms that are riding up on I-30 right now. So your best chance of severe weather is probably basically right along I-30 and points south and east, which is basically what that tornado watch covers. But that would be Tyler, maybe Shreveport, up to Little Rock and Pine Bluff. At the moment, it's going to be harder to develop some stuff back here in this rain-cooled environment. So a little bit of good news there. Not good news here is look at the Omaha area. This has just been ripped apart with tornadoes. We have ongoing tornado warnings here in Iowa right now. The one that's most concerning is the observed tornado, still ongoing. Defiance, Manila, Irwin up to Aspinwall, and areas south and east of Denison, Iowa. Please be in your tornado safety space here. It doesn't look as good as it did earlier, but it still looks like it's on the ground up in here near the Defiance area, between Defiance and Irwin, approaching Manila. Still not getting anything on the traffic cam there from 880. It could have been power. It could be power outages too, or internet connection. All right, let me update our... All right, that looks okay. Looks like the stream is still going. We should be good. All right, sometimes it's good to just double check stuff and make sure everything is good with the stream, good with the audio. All right, still ongoing observed tornado here near Defiance up towards Manila and Aspinwall. Still has a pretty good circulation. Right in Manila, there may be a secondary circulation now here near Defiance. Could be a satellite. That may be a satellite on the ground. Let's all right, actually that may be the old circulation now looking at it. Here's the debris ball coming up this way. Yeah, I think we're getting a handoff here from the older circulation, the one that produced the long track tornado, still likely on the ground. It's still showing a CC drop in here. It could still just be debris just still up in the cloud, but if not, it's still likely on the ground. Still is a pretty tight rotation. But then I think we're watching new rotation here picking up near Manila. So I'd watch out here for two possible tornadoes on the ground. One near Manila and one just west of Manila and north of Defiance. They're still basically coming up in this tornado warning. So everything from 59, east of 59 and south of Route 30 from Denison, I'd be in our tornado safe space here. And then definitely north of Manning, Aspinwall, and Manila right now, and points north. I'm not seeing any town names, so it'd be areas south of Vail and West Side. If you're out here between Manila and Vail, please be in your safe space. Here you got a damaging tornado, likely still on the ground. And that new circulation is picking up pretty good here near Manila. Looks like we got a bit of a handoff going on. Yeah, you can kind of see the cycle happening here. So unfortunately, likely going to get another tornado out of this near Manila. Looks like the original circulation and then the new circulation is going about like this. That tends to happen. The old circulation kind of gets curled back into the storm, and then the new one forms a lot of times just south of that one, but in this case it's moving north, so kind of east of that one. Manila, be in your safe space. Aspinwall, Manning, up to the area south of Vail, east of Denison. A bit of a drop for the moment in tornado warning, so we can check out some of these other storms. Still have rotation here south of Corning, west of Lenox. Moving up generally towards Corning, Prescott, Cromwell, Lenox. rotation in the storm to its south between Newmarket and Bedford. That's coming up towards Gravity, Sharpsburg, Clearfield, all in Iowa. The storm down in Maryville has, I guess, lost its tornadic characteristics. It had a observed tornado by law enforcement for a while. Still has a bit of rotation in there, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. Still watching the Kansas City area closely. Dry line back here towards Topeka. This is a nasty storm here. Now an observed tornado. So I was right. This one looked like it was wrapping up pretty quick. And it was over Rich Hill. Yeah, that's not good. It looks like just after we moved away from this storm. Just south of over or south of Rich Hill. So right in here. Still has maybe a CC drop. Maybe not. It may have lifted. It definitely had one here. And I think that reflectivity is lagging behind. The reflectivity is lagging behind a bit. So I think we still got an ongoing tornado here. Now east of Rich Hill. Let's see. CC shows about there. Like right here between Rich Hill and Pleasant Gap. This is approaching Rockville, Pleasant Gap, Appleton City here in Missouri. If you're in these areas here and in between, please be in your safe space. Still some hailstorms developing back here. All showing hail. This one here is also starting to rotate near Moran. So that is going to be one to watch near Moran, Kansas. That would affect areas that have already had rounds of hail and possible tornadoes. You can see here there's, I think, a brief touchdown. And then one near Humboldt, another brief touchdown. This one hasn't had the long tracks like we've had up near the Omaha area, but it's certainly had intermittent touchdowns at points here in its pretty long history. It was actually one of the first storms we were kind of highlighting right when the stream started. This has tracked a decently far bit since it was over here near Fredonia and Howell and Severy. And you can see its little, this little cluster has had some tornadoes and hail through its whole lifespan pretty much. But Prairie City, Papenville, Lindale, Appleton City, and Pleasant Gap. Please be taking your tornado safety precautions, be in your tornado safe space. Good news here for Oklahoma is it appears to be enough rain-cooled atmosphere that they're going to cancel the tornado watch for all of Oklahoma. I want to check in on Little Rock here. Big area of hail and winds coming into the Little Rock Metro, especially the west sides of Little Rock. You can see some of those wind and hail areas here, especially this one near Malvern along I-30 coming up towards Malvern. That's a good hail core right there. And some pretty high winds in that storm. Not seeing anything particularly tornadic. The storm that was tornado warned earlier down by Texarkana still has a little bit of notching in here south of Texarkana, or south and east of Texarkana, and it does have a tornado possible tag. So that is one to watch. If that spins back up, it's coming towards Garland, Louisville, Stamps, Patmos, Broadcaw, Hope, Perrytown, Fulton, McNabb. Big threat here, though, looks to be the wind. But wouldn't rule out a quick tornado spin up, especially near Boyd, Artex, McKinney, especially if that tightens up a little bit. And then a bunch of other severe warnings. in Texas right now. Not seeing a ton of rotation. There might be some down in here near Winnsboro. But overall, nothing super impressive for tornadic rotation at the moment there. Still have an observed tornado here near Manila. It looks like that old circulation did die off. Let's go back and watch that for a second. There's the original circulation that produced the wedge and damaging tornado. And we can see it. What's left of it is right up here of that circulation, but a new circulation has picked up where it left off, and it looks like we have another damaging tornado. So this is just north of Manila, west of Aspinwall, basically between Manila and Denison. We can take this back a bit. So there's the old circulation right here. Here's the new circulation picking up right here. Probably have CC drops in both of those. That CC picks up here and deepens here just north of Manila. And it's still going down deeper here. So likely another damaging tornado over here in the rain as this moves up. Overall, the storm structure doesn't look as impressive, but this storm has had a history of damaging long track tornadoes. So we need to take this very seriously. And I think I've said it a little bit ago, but I would be in your safe spaces if you're in Vail, if you're in Arcadia. This is probably going to be an extended tornado warning in a matter of minutes. I would assume possibly up towards Breda, Arcadia, and Vail. If I were in that area, I'd be taking my tornado safety precautions. This is a damaging tornado here near Manila, and it's generally headed your direction. We can double check. Let me time this out for anyone. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Irwin. Let's see. This is for southeastern Crawford and west central Carroll counties. And northeast at 30. See if there's any other towns up in here. West side, about 20 minutes. Arcadia, about 25 minutes. So again, Vail, Arcadia, west side, you're not in the warning right now. I would expect a warning will get continued. So take your tornado safety precautions now. That way you don't have to run to the basement or run to the bathroom. You need to be in a lowest level interior room. That's usually a bathroom, a hall closet, something like that. And then preferably below ground in a basement or a storm shelter. So take a couple minutes, walk fast, but don't run. You got 20 minutes here if you're in Vail or Arcadia. I would expect a tornado warning will get continued out that way. This is a damaging tornado now north of Manila. It's going to eventually be approaching the US 30 corridor here. Probably a little less time if you're in the Vail area. Two warnings here. They're extending out. It looks like they're two different. Yep, okay. So same storm. This is a tornado here near Pleasant Gap. Moving up to Appleton City. We've called you guys for a while. Please take your tornado safety measures. Montrose and now Deepwater. Deepwater is along the Highway 13 from Springfield up to Kansas City, so that's a pretty well-traveled area. This is south sides of Clinton in Missouri. I would take your tornado safety precautions down towards Deepwater. This is a pretty tight rotation. It looks like it may have lifted a bit. Yeah, not seeing the CC drop like we saw earlier on it. So it's likely lifted for a bit, but it still has a pretty good rotation and signature. This is going to be coming up towards Appleton City, Montrose, and Deepwater. The reason there's 2 warnings is this is NWSKC and this is NWS Springfield. So 2 different weather offices are warning the same storm, split there. This is riding actually right along their border between the 2 NWS offices, the National Weather Service offices. So Appleton City, Montrose, Deepwater, you guys can be rest assured you got double sets of eyes on it. Watching the storm back here looks a little suspicious. There's some rotation picking up near Hume, so I would watch out for that. Also some large hail in there, about ping pong ball size. And this area near Moran and Bayard has some rotation too. Right now, if you're in southwest Missouri, everything's quiet. I think the southwest Missouri, Joplin, I know a lot of people are really cautious about storms in the Joplin area, approaching 13 years on the big Joplin tornado. Springfield, looks like your weather conditions are similar to the weather conditions here in Tulsa where they dropped the tornado watch. So likely not expecting the development down further. We'll have to watch though as the evening goes on. But a lot of rain-cooled air up in here. There's been a lot of rain-cooled air here in eastern Missouri now. Jefferson City, St. Louis area. So right now, no tornado warnings in our southern tornado watch area. Still watching those areas around Texarkana, though. There's still a tornado possible with those. It looks a lot less tight than it did earlier, so that's good. Dallas, looks like the severe weather for today is done in the Dallas area. Tomorrow's another story for that area. Okay, back up this way. We've extended the observed tornado warning. This is for areas now east of Denison. I called you guys earlier. Vale needs to be in your safe spot. East sides of Denison along US 30 needs to be in your safe spot. All the way over to the west side and Arcadia area. Looks like this is hooked a little bit more north than northeast. So Deloitte, please be in your safe space. And Caron, Deloitte, east sides of Denison, Vale, and west side, especially west of west side. And then anywhere in between there, from west side up towards Caron, you guys all need to be in your tornado safe space here for this confirmed tornado coming up close to the Vale area. Let's see. Yeah, still seeing the CC drop in here. This is for the tornado that picked up, over the Manila area and is now up near, approaching the US 30 corridor. This is approaching US 30 up here in the rain. So this is going to be rain wrapped and also approaching Vale here in the matter of minutes. But east sides of Denison, Vale, Deloitte, and west to west side need to be in those tornado safety spaces. Still radar indicated tornadoes down here near Prescott and Stringtown. And then one further south towards Sharpsburg. That would be coming up towards Lenox, Kent, and Clearfield in Iowa. Those are still just radar indicated. And then strong storms down here in Maryville, in Missouri. Look like they're generally on the downtrend, so that's good for you guys. Yeah, a bit of a radar hole there for those storms. And then still watching the areas around Topeka for any development. Still pretty clear over here. So not seeing any yet, but still watching that area. Appleton City looks like still pretty strong rotation in here. Approaching Appleton City and then up towards Deepwater and Montrose. Yeah, not seeing a CC drop, but we're a little higher in the radar, so it could be in there. And we're just not seeing it on the CC. Appleton City, I would be taking your tornado safety precautions. At the very least, you got some strong thunderstorm winds coming up your way. And then up from Pleasant Gap, Spruce to Montrose, some larger hail up here. That'll be headed up towards the Clinton area in Missouri. Still watching this storm, showing some rotation here. And then also this storm near Bayard, showing some rotation. It now has a severe thunderstorm warning for some large hail. So, believe we're just down to one observed tornado warning. Yeah. Still showing, looks like a CC drop here around Vale. Let's back it up and double check. So there it is here. I think it's still up in here near Vale, just approaching Vale. It's not as big of a CC drop, but also as we get further from the radar site, it needs to lift more debris higher. So I think we're likely seeing that here in the Vale area still. Let me see. Yeah, still showing up pretty good here on velocity as well. So this is lifting up here northeast in the Vale area. Okay, see, this is a good example. This is a different radar. So now I'm not seeing the CC just because it's a radar that's a different direction and probably a little bit higher up versus taking it from the Omaha radar. You can now see there's a CC right in here, but I'm seeing the different velocities. Likely still a tornado on the ground here near Vale, and just double checking what the Weather Service is saying. Yep, 5 miles southwest of Vale. It's closer now. And then moving north at 30. I like to double check it every now and then because they do sometimes adjust not only the position, but they sometimes do adjust the speed of it. Let's take this up here at 30. Boyer River in about 15 minutes. That's one good news here is, I mean, there are people that live out here, so it's not good news for any of them. And if you know anyone that lives here north of Vail in Iowa, please let them know. But at least less of a population here. So damaging tornado likely over Vail right now, coming up at 30 miles an hour. Boyer City is next in line. New tornado warning here for Creston. I mentioned you guys earlier. Creston, Afton, Cromwell, Kent in Iowa. Please be taking your tornado safety precautions up to Orient and areas west of Maxburg. This cell looks like it's strengthening. This has a pretty good rotation near Stringtown, coming up center line towards Cromwell and Creston. Cromwell and Creston right now need to be in your tornado safety precautions. Not seeing any debris at the moment, but that's a pretty strong signature right in here. And that's moving towards Creston. That's moving northeast at 30. Okay, let's get a read on that. Northeast at 30. Cromwell, 5 minutes or less. Creston in about 15 minutes. So Creston in about 15 minutes and Cromwell 5 minutes or less. You guys need to be in your tornado safety space here. This storm just to the south of it, I was going to look at it next because it's had a tornado warning times 2. These are basically storms that are in the same environment. So when we see situations like that, if one is tornadic, then the one that's just near it is also tornadic a lot of times. They're very similar environment. They look very similar on the radar. This is going to be coming up towards Lenox, Afton, Shannon City, Esprits, Dagenhall, Tigley, Clearfield, and Elliston. Also possibly Creston, Kent, and Afton. So Creston, Kent, and Afton, double safe space, please. I'm guessing this is going to be northeast at 30. Northeast at 45. Okay. A little quicker then. That means Lenox, you guys need to be in your safe space now. And taking that out, Lenox less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes or less. Esprits about 24 minutes. Afton about a half hour. Thayer about 35 minutes if it holds together. These storms have been holding together pretty good today. So I wouldn't expect that they're just going to die out here. They're in a pretty good environment. This is a new tornado warning for a rotation near Manila. Manila had a tornado just a little bit ago. This is a new tornado warning for Manila, Aspinwall, Manning, up towards West Side and Acadia, and just near the Carroll area. This is a new tornado warning. Let's see where that guy came from. Wow. Just a line of thunderstorms. And we can see the rotation picking up here. And now here just north of Defiance in Manila, it's picked up pretty significantly. Just like I was saying for those other storms in south central Iowa, that these storms up here are in the same environment. So if one is producing a damaging tornado, The one south of it is in that same favorable environment. Looks like we have a tornado on the ground again. That is likely a debris ball again near Manila. Yep. Wow. All right, Manila. That's a damaging tornado that's on the ground. Yep, it's observed now. It's come up like this. That's going to be very interesting for the National Weather Service because the other tornado came up like that. So there's actually an area here where there's likely 2 tornadoes within the last hour or so. Damaging tornado now coming now north of Manila. That's going to be coming up towards Aspinwall, West Side, Arcadia, all here in Iowa. Manila still be in your safe space. West Side, Arcadia still be in your safe space. Vail, that tornadic signature has passed north of you guys, but I would still be in your safe space, especially southeast sides of Vail. You got the damaging tornado that's likely going to pass just to your south, coming up out of Manila. Looks like that signature near Vail has weakened some. Not seeing the CC drops like we saw earlier. So that circulation may have finally lifted. Or it still could be on the ground and just not picking up enough debris. But yep, north of Manila here, along Iowa 141. That's a damaging tornado on the ground. And that'll be coming up generally towards just north sides of Manila, Aspinwall, Arcadia, and West Side. And I would stay in your safe spot if you're in Vail. Let's check this line then a little bit, since there was maybe another circulation south. South of Manning, that looks, or Manila, that looks a little interesting. And then you got the damaging tornado on the north side of Manila. If that picks up, that would be coming towards Aspinwall. Let's just let's back this up and see if that isn't just like a radar glitch. Now there's been some broad rotation there too. That's picked up a little bit. And then a new rotation 3 miles northeast of Harlan. That's this area here. Not as punchy as those other storms, but that's coming up towards Kirkman and Irwin. Kirkman and Irwin, just north of Harlan. So we have 4 circulations. There's one here near Harlan. There's one here south side of Manila. A damaging tornado right here north sides of Manila. And then still circulating up here north of Vail, moving north. These ones here are moving a little more northeast. So Manning, Irwin, Arcadia, Aspinwall. It's time to go to the safe space. Checking in on our storm down here near Coldwater. Doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. It's still, though, not seeing a CC drop. That's a good sign. It may be gusting a little bit out. Still rotation, though, sitting back here near Appleton City and Montrose. So we still have to watch if that tightens back up as it heads towards deep water. I think I said cold water. It's deep water. And deep water, you're kind of center line for the rotation right now. So if this does tighten up, this is a couple minutes from deep water. South sides of Clinton down to Appleton City and deep water. You guys all need to be in your safe space here. and Montrose. Let that storm pass. Copeland, Ohio, Ladue, and Brownington are also in that warning there in Missouri. That's western Missouri. So they've trimmed this watch area from the Topeka area. Ottawa, Emporia, Osage City no longer in the watch. Still, we have a watch area, tornado watch here for eastern Kansas. Basically all of all the counties that are on the Missouri border, and then a little bit here more in southeast Kansas, and then a little bit here into Missouri near Kansas City, and then south of Sedalia, Clinton, and Warsaw, north of Springfield. Additional tornado watch here in the Little Rock area. We have storms coming through you guys right now. Still not seeing a lot in this line for circulations, although you could get some spin-ups in a QLCS type situation. And then less down here in the Texarkana area. There were some circulations earlier. I'm not seeing as strong as circulations right now. Still some areas to watch here in Texas. Potentially this area here near Newsom. That looks a little suspicious. Let's see if that's tightened up at all. Yeah, I'd be watching this area here. A little bit of rotation. Still broad and weak, but it's still rotation. This is west of Pittsburgh, Texas. West of Rocky Mound near Newsom, Texas. That is a storm to watch down there. Okay, back up here. Still have ongoing observed tornadoes. Yep, it's still in here. It is north of Manila, between Manila and Vail. And it's lifting a little bit more north, so it's going to be a little closer to Vail. So like I said earlier, Vail, I would be in your safe space still. This is lifting a little bit more north. And yeah, you can see it down in here. The circulation that went through Vail is up here. Not seeing anything noting a tornado there. And then there's still a broad area of circulation here between Irwin and Kirkman. Still be in your safe space though, just in case that spins up. A little bit of broad circulation still near Manila and Aspinwall would still be in your safe space here. It's this area here, north of Manila. And actually it's lifting a little more north. So I would definitely be in your safe space. Vail, West Side, and Arcadia. This is coming up generally towards you guys here with a damaging tornado. Still on the ground with the CC drop. Yeah, that's definitely lifting up further north. Also, if you're northeast of Vail, towards West Side, Arcadia, and anywhere north of West Side, I'd watch out for this tornado. It's lifting up right here, kind of riding along the tornado warning line. Meanwhile, have a newer severe thunderstorm warning, unfortunately affecting areas that were devastated by the tornado earlier. Shelby and Minden. Looks like no rotation at the moment. But that's just going to add insult to injury here, as Minden was pretty heavily damaged. And unfortunately, it looks like some strong winds and hail coming across the areas here by Minden. Unfortunately, the Minden storm is going to get tornado warned. Let's see here. I'm going to see if we can get this DOT camera back on. Because this camera would actually show pretty good on this storm here in Minden. Come on, camera. Seeing if the Minden traffic camera, which is sitting right about here, seeing if that is going to come back on. Those traffic cams may have taken a hit. The other traffic cam is even closer to Minden. If they didn't get hit, the power might be out on those cameras. Because we saw it briefly, but a pretty large tornado crossed in this area here near Shelby and Minden. So I think our traffic cameras were out of the technical circulation, but they may have been close enough to get a power hit here. Either way, let's track this one out. This is a radar indicated tornado. This is over Minden, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So 60 miles an hour. It's not the strongest rotation that I've seen today, but let's definitely take it seriously. If you're out ahead of Shelby, Aka, Walnut, Harlan, Elkhorn, Kimballton, up towards Kirkman and Irwin. Especially this is a 60 mile an hour storm here, so it's going to be approaching you guys pretty quickly. Let's track that out here. Northeast at 60. Avoca about 9 minutes. Kimballton about 25 minutes. I think we covered all the other towns. Still ongoing tornado here. This is an observed tornado 5 miles south of Denison. Or is that right? No, 5 miles south of Vail, 6 miles east of Denison. And it even says in the warning it's a new tornado. So there's your new tornado right there. It's likely still on the ground. Looks like there's still CC drop in there. So that's moving northeast. That's going to approach west side, Arcadia, Vail here in just another minute or two. And then it looks like there's still a bit of a circulation up in the northern part of the tornado warning, although there were no towns up in that area. But if you're north of Vail, I would watch out for that circulation too. These are developing into a bit of a line here, so we may have a bit of a QLCS tornado situation developing here in now northwestern Iowa. Also have ongoing tornado warnings to the south of there. There's actually two. There's one near Kent and then one north of Creston with a couple of tornado reports already. Tornado with the debris near the hospital in Creston and a tornado on the ground headed northeast. So that may be on the ground here or not near Creston. I don't see the CC drop. If that holds together though, that's coming up towards Macksburg. That's going to be coming up towards Macksburg, and then not liking the signature to the south near Kent. That would be coming up towards Afton, up Arisp, Shannon City, also Creston, south sides of Creston. All of Creston. Stay in your safe space here because you have another storm that's coming just to your south with a tornado warning. So Creston is in overlapping tornado warnings here for a little bit. The storm that's moved through Creston would be headed up towards Maxburg here, north of Creston, south of Creston. So all of Creston, be in your safe space. That is a dangerous situation down here. And if that holds together, that'll approach the Des Moines Metro. Taking a look again here near Vail in Iowa. Getting a bit hazier to see if there's a CC drop. Still maybe something in here. It's not as defined as a CC drop ball like we saw earlier. It could just be lofted debris. There could still be a tornado on the ground, though. That's still decently tight rotation. Right near the Vail area, approaching west side. And then still a little bit of rotation up here near Boyer River. Further south, this rotation here now near Manila, north of Irwin. Doesn't look that bad at the moment. But watching the rotation here near Shelby, as this was warned here back near Minden, but now near Shelby, Avoca, Walnut, Harlan, Eckhorn, Kimballton, up towards the area south of Irwin, also need to be in their safe spot for that storm. Yeah, possibly a bit of a QLCS line situation developing with some embedded spins in there. I would guess that a lot of the tornadoes in Puerto Rico are from the tropical systems that come through. We're really focused on the ongoing tornado outbreak here in Iowa right now. But certainly if we get any tornado warnings in Puerto Rico, we'll cover that. I'll have to check. I wonder if I don't even know if the NWS does they might keep the Puerto Rico outlooks to their own weather service. Because I usually don't see NWS outlooks for Puerto Rico, but if there's tropical systems, we will cover that too in the summertime. So Puerto Rico, if they're in a tropical storm or hurricane watch or warning, we'll have coverage of those in the summertime. Still a little circulation up here near Irvin and Manila in Iowa. And then you still have that circulation up here near Vail. They're going to extend the warning out here towards the Des Moines area. Des Moines, not in the warning yet. However, we need to start taking those seriously. I can't get that camera to go. So let's see if we can get a Des Moines camera. Okay, got a traffic cam here now out of, this is just to the east of Winterset. This is along 35 here, just east of Winterset. So just outside of our tornado warning right now, and looking south. Unfortunately, it's looking a little bit southeast. So the storm would be coming up from basically the side of our camera here. Now, if it's like the camera that we saw earlier, they may be able to turn the camera, in which case that would be very helpful if that tornado approaches us. But otherwise, I think it's still radar indicated. There's been tornado reports here. So if it's not on the ground right now, there's been at least intermittent touchdowns in the Creston area. And now just north of Creston, looks like we've had continued tornado reports. So this is just to the east of Spalding, south of Zion. This is, again, center line towards Macksburg. We called you guys out earlier. Macksburg over towards, let's zoom out a bit. Also kind of, they've had a tornado a year or two ago, 2 years ago now. Winterset, Iowa. Zooming in here, McPherson, Harrison, Ord, Buffalo, Old Peru, East Peru, Tyleville, Patterson, St. Charles, Bevington, McBride, Clucas, Earlham, and Pitzer, and Hebron. All you guys in this watch need to take your tornado safety precautions, particularly Macksburg, Winterset, Patterson, St. Charles, and East Peru. You guys need to pay attention. There's a storm to the south. You guys may get another tornado warning that's overlapping like some of these storms have. There's now still a signature showing up around Creston, just south of Creston. That's coming between Afton and Creston right now. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground. This is looking particularly strong here near Zion. So as we get closer to the radar site in Des Moines, we're going to get continued better looks at this storm, but really not liking the look here, as it looks like these two signatures have picked up. Another tornado warning here near Lenox. For radar indicator rotation, you can see that with that small storm. The Creston storm, though, particularly right now, coming towards Afton and just south of Creston, looks the most dangerous, at least in the radar presentation. You can see there's a nice hook here. And still really can't see much on the CC, but there could be something in there. Tough to call that, but it's a little far from the radar site, but it's kind of co-located. We'll have to get a scan or two and see if that shows up anymore. Again, there could be a tornado and we're just not seeing it on the radar site. The scan is just maybe a little bit too high, so we're not seeing that deep debris ball signature. But I wouldn't be surprised just by the look of it if there's not a tornado there between Creston and Afton right now. And just the kind of day we're having is... and this one too, Macksburg, Zion, McPherson, Ord, Harrison, Buffalo, Winterset, Tyleville, Patterson. You guys are kind of center line for this thing. This is moving at northeast at 40 miles an hour, so very quickly going to be approaching these areas here. We'll bring this out north and east. That puts it in Winterset in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're in Winterset, Iowa, I would start taking my tornado safety precautions. Again, you don't have to run to the basement, but start moving to the basement. Lowest level, interior room, away from doors, windows, away from outside walls. Be as low as you can go. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that is even better. Macksburg, it's basically on you now. You got 2 minutes or less. Winterset, about 15 to 20 minutes. Patterson, about 20 to 25 minutes. And then if it holds together, Churchville in about 35 minutes. I also want to check this other storm. It has a pretty good rotation on it now and likely moving similar speed. That would put it in Afton in 5 minutes or less, Monette in 15 minutes, Lorimore in about 15 to 20, Barney in about 20 to 25, and then Old Peru, East Peru in about a half hour. So that storm, you guys are not in the warning for that yet, but it's continuing to move in that same northeastern motion. And then Lennox, this storm here between Lennox and Kent seems to be picking up in the rotation. That may generally head towards the Afton area as well. But yeah, if you're between Lennox, Shannon City, and Afton, you guys need to be in your tornado safety space. And a new warning south here over Irina. That is 15 miles south of Mount Ayr, moving northeast at 45. And we can see that rotation there. Let me broaden it out a little bit and take it northeast at 45. That puts it in Reading in about 4 minutes or less. Delphos, 10 minutes. Mount Ayr, 15 to 20 minutes. I'd err on the 15. Grand River, about 38 minutes. So it looks like a bit of our tornadic potential is shifting from North Iowa down to central and southern Iowa here. Now along the I-35 corridor south of Des Moines. So this is getting into a particularly busy time of night here with a lot of people out and about. The storms that had tornadoes on them have weakened significantly. I still see something up in here near Lakeview and Sac City. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a warning in there. They're going to extend along this line here a tornado possible tag. So if you're out ahead of this, like I said a couple times today, in today's environment here, I would consider this like a tornado warning and go to your lowest level into your room, away from doors, windows, and the outside. That's areas like Sac City, Manson, Iowa, Pocahontas, Iowa, Rockwell City, Carroll, all of those places in between. Treat this like it's a tornado warning. Once it gets through you guys, there's significantly less back here. So Omaha, I think we're good in Omaha for tonight. And boy, it's been a rough one. At least a few long track, violent wedge tornadoes have moved through the Omaha area, west of downtown, north of downtown, and east of downtown. So, yeah, it's been a lot today in the areas from Lincoln up to Omaha, and points north of Omaha as well have had tornadoes. And I think we're just starting to get damage reports. I'm sure we'll get more as we go further. But that is some good news. Again, wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple spin-ups in here. Particularly the one up towards Sac City could be a little stronger. But otherwise, those cells in northwest Iowa seem to be a little less severe at the moment. Checking down really quickly into Texas, still no tornado warnings in our Texas areas. Still a couple areas of rotation here near Mount Pleasant to watch. That was that storm near Pittsburgh. And then also checking Little Rock. Not seeing a lot, although you never know, especially when you start getting one section bowing out, you do have to watch for little kinks in the line like this here. So taking a look at that, I don't see anything particularly concerning at the moment, but you have to watch areas like that, especially spinning up in a line. Also the north end, the bookend vortex, and a bit of a QLCS situation down there in Little Rock, mostly damaging winds. Still tornado warning for this area on deep water. Area of rotation is between deep water and Clinton. So if you're on the south sides of Clinton, I would be taking your tornado safety precautions. Looks like they're going to continue this as a severe thunderstorm warning, but again, Leesville over to Tightwad, I'd be just hunkering down for a little while here. That storm does not look as concerning as it does. It still has some broad rotation though in it. Hail is the main threat down there. So quickly, I think we're seeing the tornadic situation shift right now to Iowa, and particularly the areas here in central Iowa. So looking at our traffic cam, this is along I-35. This is looking south. So our storm is coming from this right corner of our screen. We're looking a little bit southeast. So right now we're slightly looking away from the storm, but it might turn later here. Let's look back in here. Definitely getting darker on that corner of the camera. A bit of a cluster of storms, but right now the one that is most concerning in my eye is this one here near Afton and now east of Creston. This one is moving up towards Lorimer and eventually East Peru. Also have a circulation in here near Maxburg right now. That one is a little looser than it was earlier. This one though near Afton, that's a tornado on the ground. That is, yeah, that's a tornado on the ground right there. That's a debris ball. Let me just double check that, but pretty sure that's a debris ball right there. Oh yeah, can see it develop right here and right over our velocity. And right here with our hook, that's a debris ball. That is a tornado on the ground just near Afton. I don't think it has a tornado confirmed on it yet, but that's a tornado on the ground right in here. That's going to be coming up towards Lorimer, eventually East Peru. Afton, still need to be in your safe space. Creston, especially east side of Creston, be in your safe space. Lorimer, start to get to your safe space. This is quickly coming up your way. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning to cover this. Something suspicious up here by Maxburg too. Looks like there may have been a quick touch down here near Maxburg. You can see it right in here in the velocity and in there. That would be about the right spot. Maxburg area might have lifted. There's still a little weak CC drop there, but this is a tornado on the ground right here near Afton, and it doesn't have a particular warning on it at the moment. for at least a confirmed tornado. But Afton up to Lemoore, and here we go. It just, yeah, tornado on the ground near Afton. Emergency management just came in. This should get a new tornado warning. This would be out probably for New Virginia, areas east of Afton, Lemoore, East Peru, Trujillo, New Virginia, St. Charles. This is a tornado on the ground, likely moving at about 40 to 45. North and east. Whoa. North and east at 45. That puts it in Lorimer in about 10 minutes. So Lorimer, please be taking your safety precautions. Barney in about 15 to 20 minutes. Be taking your tornado safety precautions. And then East Peru in about 24 minutes. Maxburg, still think there's something in here. It may have lifted though. But that's definitely a tornado on the ground here. Just north of the Afton area. This is approaching Barney and Lorimer. This might go just north of Lorimer, but I would be in your safe space here. And it looks like there's a quick hit of something there near Maxburg. That has dissipated a bit. But this one has only grown. This has shifted a little bit further north too. This is a tornado on the ground here between Afton and Maxburg. It's actually moving a little bit more north. It's moving into the other tornado warning. But this is headed generally towards areas here south of Maxburg, between Maxburg and Lorimer, over towards Barney, East Peru, Ord, and McPherson. If you're also in this warning, definitely take your tornado safety precautions. Checking in on a few of our other storms. Still circulation down here near Reading, headed towards Mount Ayr. And still a circulation here near Kent. That'll also head towards the Afton area. And then this is your current tornado on the ground here near Afton. Yeah, that's a pretty big debris ball. I'm surprised this has not gotten a rewarn. There we go. Okay, hopefully I wasn't gone for long there. Just lost the mic for a second. What I was saying is definitely have a damaging tornado here between Macksburg and Lorimer. This is generally headed up towards East Peru, and areas like Winterset, Patterson, St. Charles, East Peru, and just south of Macksburg and north of Lorimer. I would all be in your safe spaces here. That is a dangerous storm. Okay, want to recheck my audio since we switched mics. Okay, that sounds good. Ooh, what a day so far. Seeing a lot of damage reports out of those areas, Omaha and points north and east. We'll gather more information in the next coming days, I'm sure, for that. And this week is not done with severe weather. Likely tomorrow, more severe weather. Creston and Afton, Cromwell, please stay in your safe space here. We have another tornadic circulation coming up from the areas around Kent. Not seeing any debris indication, but that's a dangerous storm. This one, though, here near Macksburg, you can see a pretty structured little supercell in there. Debris ball sitting in here, and that's their debris ball right there. That is a dangerous storm. New warning. No way. Kent and up to Creston and Afton. This is basically following the same path of the last storm. It looks like it's intensified. And it's now an observed tornado located over the Creston Municipal Airport. So everybody that's in the current tornado warning, Lorimer, Macksburg, Afton, Creston. This is Creston's third tornado, I think, in the last hour. But there's something in here. Yeah, that may be the start of the debris ball. We're not seeing it as high up on the debris, but it could still be in here. Who confirmed this? Broadcast media confirmed. So it's on the ground near P27, coming up towards Afton and Creston, south side of Creston especially. There's another circulation down here near Lenox to watch out for. And then this area down here near Mount Ayr also has a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is confirmed by weather spotters near Reading, or 8 miles south of Mount Ayr. That's moving up now towards Delphos. And then Mount Ayr is next in line for that. All right, share this out to as many people as you can. I just changed the title just so we can reach as many people as we can. So we have 3 ongoing confirmed tornadoes. One here between Reading and Reading and Mount Ayr. One here south side of Creston again. That's south side of Creston again. And then one up here between Lattimore and Mackburg. They're all moving about northeast at 40 to 45. So anywhere in between those places, they're all observed. Yeah. Just wanted to double check the Mount Ayr one. That's at 40. This one is observed near Creston. That's at 30, they're saying. But that's still a damaging tornado on the ground here. Between, again, still between Maxburg and Lorimer. Still watching some broad rotation coming up towards Winterset. That has been broad, though, for the moment. So some good news there coming up towards Winterset. Still, though, if you're especially Winterset points south, Patterson, Winterset down to St. Charles and East Peru, and Lattimore and Maxburg, you guys need to be in your safe space here. For this damaging tornado, it's right now splitting the difference between Maxburg and Lorimer. And then also, if you're in Maxburg and Lorimer, just stay in your safe space because we have a damaging tornado now again over the Creston area. Afton, Thayer, Lorimer, Creston, Cromwell. This is also moving northeast at about 40 to 45. So ongoing damaging tornadoes. The Creston one isn't showing as much debris as the one near Maxburg and Lorimer, but they're both showing pretty strong rotations. And we're just a little too far from the radar to see. Oh, that could be some hail in there too. That might also be a bit of debris. Unfortunately, I think that's debris. Especially this area here near Mount Ayr. That puts it on track. We're a bit far from the radar site, but I think that's a damaging tornado right there too. So, wow, 3 damaging tornadoes on radar at once here in one small area. Again, Mount Ayr, Creston, and then north of Lattimore. 3 damaging tornadoes. They're approaching the I-35 corridor. We have a camera on I-35 near Winterset, about up in here. So if that tornado holds, we may see this one that's coming up between Maxburg and Lorimer right now. Our camera is close to center line on that. So we'll see here if we can get that one online. We've seen tornadoes on the traffic cams today, so this has been good verification on the traffic cams. I'm still seeing some stuff in here, so there may be something in here. I just can't see it like you can a little closer to the radar site. This though, this still has a pretty strong debris signature showing up in here. This is along US 169 north of Lattimore. So this is approaching the 169 corridor north of Lattimore, headed over towards East Peru. And then very quickly checking our Winterset rotation. Yeah, still broad, weak rotation there. That's weakened out. May have produced a little something back here near west of Maxburg. There's a couple CC scans where it showed a little debris ball. Nothing like we've seen though here. This one here is a big debris ball. Not as strong as we've seen earlier today, but still a very strong circulation showing up between Lattimore and Maxburg. And then this one here near Creston is also a very strong circulation. Still seeing something in here. Not fully able to confirm it through the CC, but just based on the report and the rotation signature, that is likely still on the ground too. That's going to be moving up in general the same direction. I feel bad for the weather service, just like we had over east of Omaha. There's probably going to be some crossing paths of tornado damage. So there's that. And then this one down here Also has, looks like debris showing up, and also some large hail. Large hail in here near Mount Ayr. This is also moving up towards Beaconsfield, Kellerton, and Elston. But that's also likely debris showing up, even though we're really far from the radar site. The rotation and the reported tornado are right over Mount Ayr. This is weather spotter confirmed, at least ping pong ball size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if the hail is a little higher than that, just based on what we're seeing with the radar presentation of that storm. Good news is, south of Kansas City, storms are weakening here near Cole Camp, Windsor, Clinton, and Montrose. Still have severe thunderstorm warnings. Not seeing any rotation at the moment. That is a good sign. And then now severe storms are east of Little Rock with damaging winds. You can really see the damaging wind threat. Now just east of Cabot towards Lanoke. That's going to be coming up towards Searcy, Arkansas, and also along 40. That's Highway I-40 there, east of Little Rock. Can already see some thunderstorm damage reports coming in from along I-30 here. Tree limbs down, shingles off, power lines down. So that is that's a strong line of storms here approaching Searcy. More storms, non-severe at the moment, towards Camden. And then a flood threat developing along I-30 and south of Texarkana, between Texarkana and Dallas at the moment. Let's go back to all of our confirmed tornadoes. 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. One near Mackburg, approaching south sides of Winterset. One near Creston and Afton. And one over or near Mount Ayr right now. Okay, back here. Ooh, more storms here kicking off. Let me just retest the mic. Okay, mic sounds good. Just want to double check everything, especially when we have so much intense coverage right now. The Winterset storm now showing radar indicated. This is an area that is under our camera. And I see a raindrops on our camera here, which is on I-35 and the Winterset exit. It's, I think, right about there. So somewhere right here near Martinsdale. Let's take a look at this camera a little bit more. So again, the storm, our severe tornadic storm would be coming in from this corner here. We're seeing a little bit of the lowering and cloud deck from this. It's not quite to us yet, but if we get anything, it'll be coming from this side of the screen. We're looking south-southeast, so let's keep an eye on that as the storm gets closer. We have some more tornado warnings that are being updated, so let's get right into that. The storm near Mount Ayr is getting a big tornado warning. Good news is they dropped the confirm tag, but that is a nasty storm. Yeah, I don't see the big debris ball like we did earlier. That, I think, is a lot of hail contamination, but that's some large hail coming out. Did they upgrade the hail? They did. 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail, radar indicated tornado right now. Moving northeast at 45, 6 miles northeast of Mount Ayr. So that's going to go up towards Elston, Beaconsfield, Grand River, Weldon, Van Wert, Osceola, Woodburn, and Murray, all in Iowa. I believe all the storms right now that we're worried about are in Iowa. Yeah, we have some severe thunderstorms ongoing in Little Rock and also the Texarkana area. We'll check in on those later. We have some storms ongoing approaching Carroll, Rockwell City, Manson. Those are just severe warned at the moment. A couple areas of spin to watch, but the tornadic threat has diminished on that line, especially the northern section of that line. Still severe warned. Still a couple areas of rotation here near Carroll that are worth watching. All of our confirmed tornadoes right now and our tornado warnings here are all confined to the I-35 corridor. That is I-35 south of Des Moines at the moment. Let's go back to our observed tornado. This hasn't been updated in a couple minutes. It was near the Creston Airport. Looks like now, if it's on the ground, and it is on the ground, it is on the ground. Yeah, that is on the ground, almost the same spot where the last one was. That is incredible. All right, just posted that, especially damaging tornadoes. We got to get the word out to as many people. So that's on the stream and you guys all watching, but it's also on social media. And also WXCastUSA on Twitter. We've been posting some of the damage and tornado pictures by the chasers out there. I just can't show them on the screen for copyright stuff, but reposting, and the weather community on Twitter is great. And unfortunately, we have a lot of damage. So I'm kind of keeping my eye on that too, especially out of the Minden areas, about western Omaha suburbs. And it looks like now this area in Afton, between Afton and Creston, has had 2 or 3 tornadoes go through. Some of these tornado reports in here are from the last 2 storms to go through. Wow, big lightning flash on the camera. And another one has gone through. This one is going nearly the same direction that the last storm went. So right now this is, I can back it up enough, but here's the rotation and the debris signature of the last storm to go through. It split the difference between Macksburg and Lorimer. And just watching now, the second storm is maybe just a little bit south of that, headed a little closer towards Lorimer at the moment. But just absolutely insane and horrifying for the people up in here between Creston, Afton, Lorimer, and Macksburg. There's been 2 or 3 tornadoes with debris signatures all in this general area. You can still see the tornado reports here, just south of Winterset. Still, the debris signature has come down. Check reflectivity. Yeah, I don't think it's... Well, reflectivity has been lagging a little bit, so I'm not fully certain. Normally, we look for that to be co-located with the rotation, which it is, and then the reflectivity, that's a little bit behind it. But the reflectivity today, I've noticed, has been a scan behind some of these. So that still may be on the ground. Not sure, I can't fully call it on the ground, but either way, Winterset, Patterson, St. Charles, just north of East Peru, over towards Churchville, Martindale, and Spring Hill, Iowa, all need to be in their safe spaces here. Up towards Cumming, Norwalk, Spring Hill, and Indianola. Our traffic cam is basically right in this path. We'll hopefully, it's in the Bevington area. Let me just double check that here real quick. It's at Iowa. I know it's a little bit north. It's over here in Cumming. Let me see if we have a traffic cam that's a little further south of that. Let's see. This is the Bevington one, but it's that one's not as good. Try to get as close to the storm as we can here. Okay, this may be our best option here. Okay, this is at Fillmore Street. There it is. Okay. Our new traffic cam is right about there. So we got the tornadic circulation coming up generally towards the traffic cam, maybe just south of it. And we're looking kind of southeast. And they may turn the camera like they did last time when they were looking for that tornado, and we got it on camera. So that is still a strong signature. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on the ground from the debris. It's also broadened a little bit. But the presentation of this storm, you can see the hail core up here near Winterset and Patterson, and then the storm wraps around. You got the warm, moist inflow coming in. You got some cool air. Cool air on the backside rushing out. That's the rear flank downdraft. So your tornado would be sitting in here, right where all that comes together. I see a lot of lightning flashing on this camera too, so we're in good shape on that. And good news, I see not a lot of cars are going that direction, so that's hopefully the word is out that there's tornadoes coming here. Back towards Afton, still have an observed tornado tag on this. It's still in here, I think. Let's just back it up and double check. Yep, that's our debris signature still showing up here. It's going to somewhat split the difference again between Lorimer and Mackburg. It's going to go a little bit closer to Lorimer, though. So Lorimer, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. Lorimer over to Macksburg. The new scan just came in a little weaker. That's good. It still has a good rotation on it, so even if it's lifted, or it could just be not picking up a lot of debris, I would still treat this like it's a tornado on the ground. It's generally also going to be headed up towards East Peru and areas under the current tornado warning for the rotation that's up here near Winterset. We're going to start getting into the rain here in our camera. Fillmore Street right here. Still a weak circulation in the storm to the north. This was a tornado warned circulation at one point, but it's really broad and weak right now. It's kind of getting cut off from the storm to its south, which is looking better on the radar presentation. A little bit broad right now. I'm thinking it's going to probably tighten back up and drop another one. It's been that kind of day where we've had the cyclic supercells. So this is looking really good in the radar presentation. Wouldn't be surprised if we get another tornado coming out of this in just another scan or two. That would be headed south of Winterset towards Patterson, St. Charles, Martinsdale, Churchville, Spring Hill, and Indianola. Still, if you're up here on the north side this morning, I would take these storms seriously. McBride over to Cumming. Let's see, where else is in here? Prohl. And then checking in on our monster hailstorm here. This is being warned for 3-inch hail and a tornado. That is over Beaconsville right now, moving northeast at 40. Pretty strong signature showing up. With the hail core and hail contamination, it's still going to be really hard to confirm a tornado via CC. I think we had one over here near Mount Air because even the hail contamination, it got really deep CC. So pretty sure we were able to confirm that. But this will be over Beaconville right now, or just to the points north of Beaconville. And it lines up right with that, but that also is close to the hail. So we could be seeing... They're going to extend the tornado warning here for the storm that's over the Lorimer area. Again, we've seen the debris ball signature weaken. So it may have lifted at the moment, but would not be surprised if we get another one here out of that one. This one, though, coming towards Patterson right now. Not seeing a CC drop at the moment, so we may have had the tornadoes lift here at the moment. Starting to get rain on the traffic cam. Right in this area here. Right here. Let's see. Yeah, we're into that rain core. Right in here is our traffic cam. If this holds on its track, though, it's going to slide just south and east of this camera, so we may be able to get a good view of it as the rain lets up a little bit. So this is a good traffic cam. It's definitely got a lot rainier and darker there. Okay, while we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, oh yeah, but this is going to be dropped. It's continuing with the Latimer one. Okay, so right now, no confirmed tornadoes. That's a very good sign. Very good sign for the Kansas City area is your tornado watch in Kansas City has been dropped. There were a couple models yesterday and I think even this morning that showed like a mega supercell running right over Kansas City. Good news is that did not verify, and Kansas City has actually been very quiet all day. We've had some storms that developed out east of Wichita that have produced a few here and there tornadoes and larger hail. Those are now over Sedalia and not severe warned. And haven't seen much damage reports out of this area, so I think those were just kind of some quick spin-ups and stuff. The storms and rain all night last night and a lot of this morning has really protected this area here along I-44 in the Ozarks and Missouri all the way up to St. Louis. So St. Louis and points north, just a lot of heavy rain. And some thunder embedded in down here, a little bit heavier thunderstorm near Cape Girardeau. That same atmosphere has somewhat protected also northern Arkansas from a lot of severe weather. So we've had a couple severe thunderstorms today in Rogers and Fayetteville, but otherwise just general rain, thunder, and storms. And same over Mountain Home, Cherokee Village, West Plains, Ozark, Springfield, Joplin, Carthage, Bella Vista, all that area. These are the storms that have rode up the I-30 corridor through Little Rock. They're now severe warned, coming into the Searcy area, up towards Batesville, eventually towards Newport. Couple areas worth watching there. There's some areas of rotation. You have to watch these little kinks in the line where these storms are taking inflow and then surging out on the underside of those. So you have to watch the little areas near Griffinville and just north of Searcy for any quick spin-ups. But not seeing super tight rotation right now. This is mostly a damaging wind threat. Yeah, the hail isn't even a big threat. It's a 60 mile an hour wind threat. Otherwise, some storms down here near Mount Pleasant. They've had some rotation at times. Seeing maybe a little bit here near Rocky Mound, but that's pretty broad and weak. Otherwise, I think these are just hailstorms with some 60 mile an hour winds down here. There is a tornado possible tag on this. There's a little broad rotation in here, but not seeing any signatures like we did earlier. A couple tornado reports earlier near Waco and points north. That area is all clear of severe weather tonight. And Omaha and Lincoln and Grand Isle and Nebraska is good to go for tonight. Back to Des Moines, though. This area is not good to go. A little worried here. Closer to Des Moines, we have a little bit of rotation picking up in that northern cell. That looked weaker a few scans ago. Yeah, you can see a couple scans ago that was a lot weaker and broader and actually on a downtrend. Like there, that looks pretty weak. And then the last couple scans, it's starting to tighten back up. So we got to watch that one now. That one is a lot closer to the Des Moines, West Des Moines, Urbandale, Waukee. This is a pretty populated area here, Boonville. This is coming towards downtown Detroit, or Des Moines. And then we have our storm here near Patterson. That one right now has weakened a little bit. That rotation is a bit broader, but still have a hook in here that we really need to watch. And we are literally watching it on the traffic cam. Our traffic cam is right up here at Fillmore Street. So we're watching that potential circulation would come just probably south and east of our traffic cam. If that holds together, we should be able to see it pretty good. And then still have rotation down here. It's now north of Lattimore on 169. That doesn't appear to have a debris bowl with it right now. So that's a good sign right now for this area that's already been hit with at least one tornado. And then down here, still have a radar indicated tornado. This is now north of Beaconsfield and now lifting north of Grand River. It's broader than it was a few minutes ago. So that is a good downtrending sign for this storm. As we can see, it was a lot tighter when it came across Beaconsville. Still though, still some large hail showing up in this storm. But this would be lifting generally towards Osceola, Iowa, Woodburn, north of Van Wert and south of Murray. And then, so the most concerning one actually right now looks to be this one on the northern extent of the warning. I'm going to quickly see if we have... Okay, this is along Route 5 here. So this traffic cam is right about there, looking back into... Yeah, that traffic cam is right there at this interchange here, looking back this way. So if we have a chance to see this, we have a chance to see it. But that is getting a lot tighter. Nothing showing up on CC. And unfortunately, it's back in the rain. And you can see that on our traffic cam here. There's a pretty good rain core. And then the rotation is sitting back in here. And our camera is right here. So we got to get through this rain first. If we have a chance to see it, it'll be coming out of the rain. And there, it's going to get a warning. Yeah, I am getting increasingly concerned here for the immediate Des Moines Metro. So if you're in Des Moines, please take your tornado safety precautions. All right, just changing the title a little bit. This is probably likely to produce a tornado. This is a pretty tight signature. We'll have to watch for a CC drop. This may go just northwest of our camera, but maybe they can turn the camera. This is going to be coming up Boonville, West Des Moines, Waukee, Clive, Urbandale, Des Moines, Johnston, Grimes, Saylorville, Saylor, Berwick, Pleasant Hill, Carbondale, Lakewood, Aurelia, Cumming, Granger, Andrews, Grimes. I think I said all that. Basically, the Des Moines, immediate city of Des Moines and your immediate suburbs here, 35 up to 80, up to 380, or 335, up to where 80 and 35 are together. This is coming into the Detroit or the Des Moines proper here. This is coming into Des Moines. Definitely a couple scans ago got way tighter in the rotation, and that's a pretty good circulation there. I want to check also this storm here coming up towards Churchville from Patterson. Doesn't look like it's on the ground yet, but that may be intensifying as well. And then good news is there's a lot of broadening of the rotation down here near East Peru and Lattimore. So that part of the storm doesn't look as tornadic, which is a good sign. This storm, though, quickly down here in north of Van Wert, looks like it is reorganizing a bit. So that may produce a tornado at any time here as it comes towards 35 Osceola, Woodburn, north of Weldon and Van Wert. Let's go back here to this, and that's a tornado on the ground. Yep, that is coming right into areas here along Veterans Parkway in Des Moines. That is a damaging tornado coming into Des Moines. Let me retweet this here real quick too. That is not good. That is a damaging tornado just near Boonville, coming across the river there into Des Moines. That is just west of our traffic cam. All right, send that one off and make sure we have the stream up good, just because we have a lot of people here. All right, we can see this cell here. Debris ball sitting right down in here. Nice big hail core, and it's a little embedded supercell in here. This is coming just generally towards our traffic camera, sitting right about there. So we'll see if we can see it or not. It's wrapped in the rain right now. But there's your debris ball. This is at Veterans Parkway and Grand Prairie Parkway in the Boonville area. This is coming up towards the I-35 and Route 5 interchange. Commerce, West Des Moines. You guys are under the gun here first. Then Des Moines, Clive, Urbandale, Saylor, Johnson, Saylorville, Grimes, Pleasant Hill. Basically, the Des Moines Metro is in this tornado warning. We have more tornado warnings to your south, but I'm going to focus in right now on the confirmed tornado. Yeah, still broad down here near Churchville. Still broad rotation coming towards Churchville. So we're going to focus in here on a damaging tornado here near Boonville coming across. This is going to be really close to the I-35 and I-5 interchange. It's getting dark, so we're not going to see much on this camera. Let me see if... This is right at the I-35, I-5 interchange, but it's just pointed at the ground. This is a traffic cam at Mills. Mills Civic right here, pointed south. That may be our best chance to see it. Yep, debris ball right in here. I doubt we're going to see it though. And here's our Route 5 and a Veterans Parkway. Watching here, this is a tornado vortex debris signature here coming up between Boonville and headed towards Commerce and West Des Moines. Aurelia, you guys need to be in your safe space. Basically, if you're in the Des Moines Metro, you need to be in your safe space. From Boonville, east sides of Waukee, Clive, West Des Moines, Urbandale, Des Moines downtown. You guys need to be in your safe space. And then points north of Des Moines, Johnston, Grimes, Sailor and Sailorville, and over as far as Pleasant Hill, Carbondale. Basically the Des Moines metro area here. That's a damaging tornado coming into Des Moines. That is moving northeast at 25. So we'll take that out north and east at 25. It was a bit tighter looking, just a scan or two, but today has not been a short-lived spin-up day. That puts it in West Des Moines 4 minutes or less. Oshawa, about 9 minutes. Windsor Height, 15 minutes. If it holds together, Northville at 35. That is a pretty tight signature still showing up. This is just it's basically at this traffic camera, but it's just gonna probably not see it. And we're probably in the rain too much for that camera. That's our storm south at Fillmore Street. That's looking north. And the tornado signature is going to pass just to the south. This one might be our best shot to see it. Okay, we're looking for it at the Mills Civic. All right, they're looking for it here at Mills Civic. All right, that is probably our best option to see it. Still showing up here with a debris signature coming into Commerce right now. Look at the winds on the traffic cam. That is right here, our traffic cam. Should get an update here in just a second. All right, debris ball is basically over I-35. Let's check our other traffic cam. Our other traffic cam just went down. That would be right where it is. Oh. The traffic cam is right here. Unfortunately, I think our traffic cam is looking just slightly southwest, and the tornado would just be off the screen. But we can get some clues here. We might be able to see if there's any debris at the light. In the lightning, we might be able to see if there's anything falling. Because this is right here at our traffic cam. You can see the cars are slowing down. Hopefully, there's some cars stopped up here. Hopefully, we don't get reports of cars being flipped over like we have earlier today. I think they're still looking south and east. Okay, they're looking for it here on the DOT. They swung it around for a second to the north. That's where they need to look, is north. Oh, if you're just tuning in, I got damaging tornado coming into the Des Moines Metro. This is coming in right now in Des Moines. This is West Des Moines, Commerce. We're watching the traffic cam, seeing if we can get a peek of it. Although it's dark and rain wrapped. They're looking for it on all the cameras. Here we go, here we go, here we go. North side, north side. That's where it would be. I don't think we're not just gonna, it's so wrapped up in the rain right now. I don't know if we're gonna see it on these traffic cams. But the DOT is trying. Right over the Commerce area, West Des Moines. That's Grand Avenue, 50th Street, South 50th Street, Mills Civic Parkway in West Des Moines up towards True Parkway, and Grand Avenue heads into the downtown Des Moines. This is kind of riding up along Grand Avenue right now in the Commerce area. There's so much lightning, it's hard to see what's going on in there in the rain. It just looks like a disco. This is now just north of that, Grand Avenue. Coming up towards the Mills Parkway area. We have a traffic cam at Mills Parkway. So we're on, I think the rain has changed direction here. So we're right here. So circulation is just right up in here, just probably south of this camera. Good news for the Des Moines area is this circulation does seem to be weakening. There's a bit of a new circulation up towards Windsor Heights. What's left of the tornadic signature it's still showing here, but yeah, it's still showing here near Grand Avenue and Mills Parkway, which we're on this here at Mills Parkway. It may have lifted, and there's still some debris lofted in this air. So kind of watching the traffic cam for any debris falling. We have a new tornado warning for this area here near Tingley, Iowa. That's north sides of Elston. Between Elston and Shannon City is Tingley. That's coming up towards Hopewell, Thayer, Murray, Monette, maybe the Lorimer area again. Still radar indicated over Osceola right now. That's I-35 and Osceola right there. That would be crossing I-35. Looks like the latest reflectivity is in there. Broader rotation now showing up south near the Norwalk area. This is that original storm that doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. What's left of that tornadic signature is here in the West Des Moines area. Not seeing the CC like we did earlier, so that's a good sign. I think this is lifted as it's come into West Des Moines and the Commerce area. It still had a pretty good debris ball though back here near Commerce. A little bit of a newer circulation though showing up near Windsor Heights that we have to watch. And then this Osceola storm is going to get extended out. We're getting a little better view of it here as it gets a little closer to the Detroit or the Des Moines radar site here. This new warning is for New Virginia, Liberty Center, Milo, Indianola, and Ackworth. All in Iowa. That is a dangerous storm headed up your way. From Osceola up to Ackworth. Please be in your tornado safety spaces here. In addition to the tornado reports, Mount Ayr had the 3-inch hail report from earlier. So we saw the hail core also showing up in the CC, and that makes sense right there that storm had some massive hail in it. That is the storm that's now up over Osceola right now. These are a little newer storms down near Tingley. With that rotation there, coming up towards Thayer and Murray. Norwalk, that rotation has broadened quite a bit. However, we've seen how quickly things can tighten back up. So still want you guys to be in your safe spot. Spring Hill over to Norwalk. The tornado warning for Des Moines has been canceled. That's a good news. Still some rotation showing up there in the Urbandale area, close to the Des Moines itself. And let me see here. With the rotation dropped off there, take this traffic cam from 235 and 80 right up in here. Right up here. We can jump out ahead of this. So we're right at that interchange right here where 35, 80, and 235 all meet up. If a new circulation tightens up, it'd be headed for that area. So right now, storms are not severe warned in the Des Moines area. However, just be ready to make some quick action here. Some gusty winds and a little bit of broad rotation down here near Norwalk. You have that little circulation that's staying fairly weak near Urbandale. But we're going to keep an eye on those. Tornadic debris noted on radar. Mesonet. Okay, so that just noted it. Tornado reported south of Patterson. Tornado near the Word of Life Church. Those are from earlier. A lot of tornadoes here crossed in this area for Creston and Afton. Probably like 2 or 3 tornadoes. I think we saw debris balls in this same area. Still just radar indicated near the Osceola area. That is a good sign. Checking again. Not really anything going on in central Missouri. Northern Arkansas. I do want to look at the storms that are now up near Batesville and Newport. They're looking less threatening at the moment too. Those may approach the Memphis area. And then still have ongoing severe thunderstorms down here near Texarkana. This one particularly has a little rotation between Naples and Mount Pleasant. And it does have a decent structure to it, so this is one to watch. We haven't had any tornado warnings in Texas in a while, but let's just check this rotation out. This area in Texas has had a lot of rain. Alright, watching that one as it comes towards Naples and Omaha, Texas. Otherwise, things have calmed down for the moment. A very interesting day. We've had some quicker spin-up kind of tornadoes out here. We've had a couple quick spin-ups here, and then a couple longer track ones that had some pretty good debris balls. And then Omaha in particular has had a couple longer track tornadoes that have come across like this. More like that. So we've had a day of tornadoes that have had a bit of everything. A couple QLCS type spin-ups, a couple more cool air ones back by the low here in like northern central Nebraska, and then some very tornadic supercell organized wedge large violent tornadoes, significant at least, if not violent. And then we're still kind of seeing the threat here develop in the Des Moines area. North of Des Moines, this appears to be developing into a bit of a QLCS. We may see some quick spin-ups in this line again, even though it's not warned right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see something eventually. This could tighten back up here on the south side of Des Moines right now. As it moves kind of north and east, you can see the kink in this part of the line here. Like we showed earlier, you got the inflow coming in and then the air gusting out on this side. So QLCS tornadoes like to sit in this little notch with the outflow there and the inflow there. Again, nothing tornadic at the moment here in Des Moines, but I'm sure the Weather Service is watching this area, especially this area near Somerset, over towards Easter Lake, River Woods, Pioneer Park. This has a potential to do a quick spin up. It would be over that way. And then further south on this line doesn't seem to have as much of a tornado threat down in here right now. Maybe a bit of a wind threat with the gusting like that. But then you can still see this cell is not really fully connected to that line. It's more of an independent supercell, a bit out on its own. So that is one in particular that we have to watch as it comes up the Route 69 corridor from Jameson over to Liberty, Medora, Liberty Center, Cool, Ottawa, Milo, Coloma, and Ackworth. And just as I said it, they are going to give a warning out for this area that I was just talking about, the area over here around Somerset, over toward River Woods, Carbondale. So let's take a look here and see if we can get something in that area. Okay, this is looking north near Avon Lake. So it's a camera right here, and it's a camera that's looking like this as we are following this rotation coming up this way. So this is tightened up a little bit in the last couple scans here. I was mentioning it was a thing to watch. Now it's a thing to take action on. Let's see. All right, we'll keep it on that camera. That's looking north towards that circulation. This is quickly wrapping up though. This is right here near Easter Lake area, River Woods. I think I just called you guys a couple minutes ago. Nothing yet on the ground. But this is going to be swinging up towards Hasty, Carbondale, along US 65, Avon, Woodland Hills, Pleasant Hill. Basically Des Moines downtown and points east and south. Carlisle, Runnels, Prairie City, Colfax, Bondurant, and Mingo. All need to be in your tornado safe space. You got the notch right there. That's moving north and east, especially towards Pleasant Hill, Altoona, Bondurant, Colfax, Prairie City, Mingo. Yeah, that's wrapping up nicely here, right in south central Des Moines, River Woods, and Easter Lake area. Right along US 69 and Indianola Avenue. That is just south of downtown. Still not seeing anything to confirm. This is coming just towards our traffic cam. It would be off in this darker area here that we can't really see. That darker area is the line of storms here that's coming at us. So the lighter area is out ahead of it. That's this area looking towards Carbondale is that lighter area. Our traffic cam is sitting like this. So the lighter area is here. The hook with a potential tornado is that darker area that we're seeing there. Okay, froze for a second. But yeah, we're looking at that darker area. Let's pull this up just a little bit. It's going to be hard to see it at night, but if it's in there, that's where it is. It is wrapping up pretty tight just looking at the reflectivity. This could be something right in there. That may be a debris ball. That is suspicious looking. Let me back it up here and just see what that was. That may be, yeah, that wasn't there a second ago. That's pretty tight rotation. I think it's on the ground. I think that's its little debris signature. It's a quick spin-up tornado. It doesn't mean it's not a bad one, though. But I think that is some debris that's being kicked up here. We can see that is pretty much co-located with everything here. So this is your tornado vortex signature. And that's your tornado debris signature right here. This is in the River Woods area. This is quickly moving up towards Carbondale and Pleasant Hill. Des Moines and points south and east. Please be in your safe space here. Pleasant Hill, Carbondale, Woodland Hills, Avon Lake. Definitely these areas in here. Pioneer Park, Easter Lake area. That is likely a tornado in progress. That extends out towards Prairie City, Altoona, Bondurant, Colfax, Mingo. And just quickly looking, none of the other storms are confirmed, but pretty sure this is it right here along the Des Moines River, and I guess that's why it's called River Woods. Let's see here. If it's on the picture, it's right back in here at the leading edge of this line. This darker area is the line here bowing out. Not sure we're going to see much detail out of that particular camera, but and the other camera's already blurry and just rain and wind. Yep, that's it. It's there. That is on the ground. That moved quite a bit. That moved a lot. But that is it. That is a tornado debris signature. Pleasant Hill, Carbondale. That is coming up your way. For a second, I thought it just disappeared because it went from like that to nothing and we were zoomed in. But it actually went from that to this. So this is coming up here, Carbondale, Park Ridge, Pleasant Hill, Oakwood Drive. This is a camera in Carbondale. So let's... Okay, this is our camera at Vandalia Avenue. This is Vandalia Avenue. This is just south of our tornado debris signature. That is crossing Oakwood, Park Ridge Avenue, Oakwood Drive, Scott Avenue, between Carbondale and Mount Pleasant. Let's see. All right, let's take this camera. I think that was it, what we're seeing. You can see how dark it is now. It was light earlier. So that's crossing the interstate north of this camera. Up in this rain. Can't really see the circulation. But that's looking north out of the circulation. That's looking into it. So it's somewhere up in here. So I'm going to put it here because we are, this camera here is at University Avenue, right here. So we're about in this circulation here. Now this camera's looking north, but if we can get something, this camera may be in the circulation here. Yep, that is a tornado vortex signature and a debris ball right over this area. Carbondale, Pleasant Hill, Rising Sun. This is along Southeast 6th Avenue and then University Avenue. East side of Des Moines. East side of Des Moines right now. You guys need to be in your safe space. All right, just make sure we're sending this out here. Tough to see from this camera. We are looking at University Avenue right now. This tornado may just be sliding literally behind the camera right now. So trying to see if we're seeing anything. So zooming out for just a second, I just want to look at a little bit other parts of the line. Not seeing anything in particularly damaging. Still see the rotation down here near Liberty Center, between Cool and Liberty Center. That's headed up towards Milo. Still radar indicated tornado there. And then the rest of the part of this line doesn't look particularly tornadic at the moment, but this is a quick spin up QLCS type damaging tornado. You can see here we were talking about it as a potential watch area, and then within a scan or two it wrapped up, had a tornado debris signature, really wrapped up here coming into Pleasant Hill and Carbondale. It's broadening a bit, so that's a good sign. Still has a debris signature though here. Now on the east side of Pleasant Hill, this is coming up towards Mitchellville, Altoona, northeast sides of the Des Moines area. So Prairie City, Colfax, Bondurant, Mingo, all need to be in your safe spaces, especially out now east of Pleasant Hill along US 65 and east of there. This is along 163 towards Ivy, towards Prairie Belle. You guys all need to be in your safe spot. You got the tornado debris signature. It's lifting north and east in somewhat that direction. You can see there, you got warm inflow like this, and then it's gusting out on this side. So your tornado is sitting right in there. That's where your velocity is showing up. And then that is your CC drop. So everything is correlating. That's what we're looking at right now, is a damaging tornado coming through the Detroit or the Des Moines metro area. This is coming up towards Mitchellville. This will be just east of our camera now. Let me see. I think we kind of saw it on this camera a little bit. We saw that darker area on the leading edge as it passed through that lighter area. That area is all dark now. That may also indicate there's power outages in this area. But let's see. And this camera was kind of right in it too, and it hasn't really updated in a few minutes. So this one may have gotten knocked out too. Okay, north and east. Okay, that's in the Mitchellville area. So if this circulation holds together, we'll keep an eye on that. That is along I-80 in the Mitchellville area, just up here. Yeah, it's right where that... It's right where I-80 kind of bends a little bit, right in this area here. So still tornado vortex signature and debris signature. That's coming up into, looks like the velocity is behind a second here. But debris and reflectivity are also in pairs. So this is quickly coming up towards the Mitchellville area. Let's get a extreme large and dangerous tornado over Pleasant Hill, moving northeast at 35. So that may have been that dark blob that we saw. May have been that tornado there as well. All right, northeast at 35. Mitchellville, about 5 minutes. Oswald, about 10 to 15 minutes. I'd go closer to 10. That's probably about the same for Colfax. And then if it lifts a little more north, Santiago, in about 5 minutes, you're kind of in line with Mitchellville. Still showing up here, just between Altoona and Mitchellville. It's lifting a little bit further north, it looks like. So this is actually getting closer to our traffic cam that's right there. That is going to be here, and things are lagging behind a little bit, but so here's your debris as it's come across the Pleasant Hill, Carbondale area, and now just south and east of Altoona. You know what happened here is this old circulation here. As it's come across here like that, this is weakening. It still has a debris signature, but it's weakening. But there's a new circulation forming a little further north here. You can see that new notch. So our tornado that we're following is right here. And yeah, there's the small tornadic signature of our ongoing, possibly still tornado. It still has a good debris signature, so I'm not ready to say this is fully lifted yet, but okay, there it goes. This is lifting away. Yeah. Everything's a little bit behind. This is your old circulation that's now lifting away like this, but now we have a new area of circulation here picking up just to the east of Altoona. And we can see that on the reflectivity. The new notch is coming up towards Mitchellville. This thing's moving really quickly. It's moving a lot quicker than these scans are showing. But this would be probably close to being right over Mitchellville. And that's has a potential of another tornado. This is, I think, what's left of the debris signature. It's probably just debris that's floating up in the clouds right now. I don't think it's still on the ground. It could still be. There's still a little weak circulation there. But this is your new circulation. So dying and expanding here. This is quickly starting to spin up, kind of like the last one. It's going to go north and east, right around the Mitchellville area. Not seeing anything yet with that. But we can quickly see here. Again, I'll back it up a minute here. You can clearly see the circulation as it's come across Carbondale and Pleasant Hill. And within just a scan, you have the original circulation here near 163. And you can see just above that, near the Altoona area, you have a more broad but strong area rotation. You can see the bright reds and greens. It's still a bit broad, but it's picking up as our original circulation is now dying out here near Ivy. And that is tightened up in the last scan now. So concerned about a new tornadic signature that would be coming across the Mitchellville area, actually right around our camera. I'm not sure we're going to see it. Our camera's right here. It's probably just going to go a little bit east of this camera, and our camera isn't pointed towards the sky much, so I don't know if we're going to see it. Times like this here, where it's getting dark, is really helpful for the CC, because the CC, the correlation coefficient, can help confirm these tornadoes, especially when they're decently close to the radar sites. And we're good for that. So we can help see tornadoes at night without just relying on lightning flashes. Speaking of this cell is still kind of out ahead of the line that's formed now along the I-35 corridor. there's some interesting features in this line. I see a few areas of circulation, but they're all broad at the moment. You can also see them in the reflectivity. You can see how wiggly this line is. So you can see kind of one circulation here. Yeah. One circulation down at the end of the line. And another circulation, kind of weaker, but up in here. But out ahead of this line of wiggles is still a supercell thunderstorm. That's moving south of Indianola over the Milo area with likely some large hail up towards Ackworth. You can see its inflow here. And a pretty good signature showing up. If this holds together, yeah, that's inflow clearing, so that's not a CC drop. It can sometimes look like one, but that's not a CC drop. So not seeing anything. The CC, if we were looking for it, would be, I think, right about there. This reflectivity scan is another step behind. But just to the north and east of Milo now. The reflectivity is kind of over Milo, but this has swung out this way. So that is one to watch. That'll probably get extended, I would assume, up towards Pleasant Hill in a few minutes here. Likely towards Swan, Pleasant Hill, maybe over towards Knoxville. You guys probably have a tornado warning coming. This little cell is a little suspicious looking. We have to watch that. Nothing on it. It has a little broad rotation on it. That is a cell that's kind of split. The one with the rotation has lifted north. So that it's gone from a line to separating out a little bit again. So right in here by Mitchellville. That's where we'd be looking. Yeah, that's going to be clear air there. So just along I-80, this is right by our traffic camera actually. Our traffic camera is looking towards that part, so the people that are slowing down there, that's likely, at least if it's not on the ground, it's gusty winds. And now it's going to be a lot harder to see because this rotation is hanging back a little bit between Santiago and Mitchellville. You can see here the rotation is actually up in here. Yeah, and then the line is actually gusting out further. So if there is a tornado, the CC is going to be very good to see that. Watching this area here, on this cell near Ivy, rotation could pick up on that one. Yeah, they've extended out this warning, like I mentioned earlier. That's going to cover everything from Milo, north and east, towards Pleasantville, Monroe, Reesner, Prairie City, Otley, out on 163 if you're in the Monroe area, between Prairie City and north and west of Pella. That area here, if you're along there, you need to get in your tornado safe space, as well as Reesner, south sides of Prairie City, Swan and Pleasantville along Route 5. That also includes Beach and Sandyville. That is a pretty strong circulation coming up here near Sandyville. let me check something real quick. Okay, mic adjustment, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Does that sound good still? Let me double check again. We're going through all the mics. Okay, I think we're good. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, the mic volume does seem a bit lower, but okay. I think we're good. Just move that closer to my face and we're good to go. All right, so still ongoing tornado warning. This has been dropped to radar indicated tornado. That's near Santiago, north side of Mitchellville. We can take a look at reflectivity. And you can see the circulation's actually headed, sitting back, not on the leading edge anymore. So interesting dynamic there. Watching a newer area circulation, this would be along 163 between Ivory and Prairie Ball or Prairie Bell. Still kind of broad and weak. It just updated. But this area right here is worth watching. We've seen this here in the Des Moines area tighten back up very quickly. So it could very quickly tighten back up again. And then also this area here, still lifting up from Santiago to Valerie and up towards Mingo. That area still under the tornado warning there. Ongoing threat here coming towards Pleasantville. This is just south and east of Beach and Sandyville in Iowa. Still not seeing anything confirmed. That's a pretty good rotation there. Yeah, still just radar indicated. But if you're in Pleasantville, up towards Otley and Monroe and Pleasantville, please be in your safe spaces, as well as Swan, Prairie City, and Reesner. This storm has had this rotation for a while. It definitely had a damaging tornado when it was down near Mount Ayr. So this storm has produced damaging tornadoes before. We need to take this very seriously. I know a lot of people might be like settling into their Friday night. It's like 9:30 at night Central Time, and all of a sudden they get their phones go off, tornado warning, and it's like, I need to get to the basement. You need to get to the basement. This has been a dangerous day. We've seen significant to possibly violent tornadoes. We've seen long track tornadoes. We've seen tornadoes here on our traffic cams. So it's been a day. You guys need to take this seriously if you're out ahead of these storms. Pleasantville up to Monroe, Otley, Reesner, Prairie City, Swan, all need to be in your tornado safe place here. Stereotyping a little bit, but I think Iowans know about their tornado safe place. I would assume most of them have a tornado plan, but just in case you don't, lowest level interior room, on the lowest level that you can go, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or a tornado shelter, that's even better. And you got a couple minutes if you're in the Monroe area, but take the tornado precautions now. That way you don't have to rush around and get hurt and trip and fall running into your tornado shelter. This is coming at you pretty quick. It's northeast at 45. And we will time that out here for you. Northeast at 45, it's less than 5 minutes to Pleasantville, about 3 minutes. Monroe, if it holds that same track, it's going to be about 20 minutes. 20 minutes to Monroe, and about 25 to 30 to Reesner. So Galesburg, Iowa would also be in this in about 30 minutes. Yeah, this is basically in Pleasantville now. It updated, so let's just track it here. Yeah, Monroe about 15 to 20 minutes. I'd go towards the 15 part. Reesner about 25 minutes. And that's been holding its own pretty good. It's not been the strongest circulation we've seen today, certainly, but it definitely has. It's been stable, let's just say. It's been there for a significant amount of time. Good news is I'm not seeing a lot of tornado reports back along its path, so like we did for other storms here. And let's see, tornado report. Oh yeah, this was right near our camera here. Power flashes reported near Pleasant Hill TD radar. So other than the TDS signatures, haven't seen any official damage out of the Des Moines area, but we had, if you're just kind of joining us here, we still got the tornado warned storm on the east side, and it was just dropped. East side of Des Moines, still a couple areas of rotation to watch, but we had a quick spin up that came in here towards the West Des Moines area and then lifted, and then a new circulation developed right over, was it River Woods, and then it came across Carbondale, kind of like this. So a couple circulations here in the Des Moines area. All right. Oh, here's a new tornado report from Des Moines. Let's see. Structure damage to home, possibly injury. That's not good. That's in Pleasant Hill. Those storms have weakened, at least their rotation. They could still kick up another rotation at some point. Not seeing a lot at the moment, but still worth watching. We have a big line ripping along the cold front, I guess, back here. Not seeing anything particularly tornadic, but still could. Everything's quiet down here in Topeka and Kansas City. And over towards St. Louis, the rain and storms for you guys are finally clearing out. Still a few storms near Columbia. Things are quiet all the way down 44, Rolla, Ozark, Springfield, Joplin, Tulsa, Oklahoma City. And then down 35 to the Dallas area, Dallas-Fort Worth. All good right now. A couple storms, though, to note, we're all the way down here in Louisiana. Louisiana has a storm with some broad rotation around Athens. Yeah, that is some rotation there. That is a severe thunderstorm with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be lifting up towards Homer, Gippsland, Athens, Lisbon, Spring Lake, Holly Springs, Lake Claiborne, Aycock, and Corinth in northern Louisiana. And then back to this area. This area has had storms all day, it seems. But this is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas around New Boston. Yeah, there's your rotation sitting down in here on the south side of the storm. Right in that little nub that we're seeing on the radar. Looks like the reflectivity is behind a little bit, so the nub has probably moved to the new circle. So not this one, but over here. Yeah, seeing that velocity there jump ahead. So a decent rotation, but I guess everything's bigger in Texas, so they need a little bit tighter and stronger rotation. That is going to be lifting, let's see, that is lifting. Oh, okay, this is that rotation that's been there for a little while. It was down here near Rocky Mound. This storm is at close to 2-inch hail, so also watching that approach New Boston, Hooks, Nash. Should just go north of Texarkana, but approaching Ashdown. That rotation's been there for a while. It's a steady rotation. It's notable enough. It's a tornado possible and headed up generally towards Ashdown. If you're in this, said it a couple times, if you're in this and can, it would be beneficial to go to your tornado safe place. If you're in Ashdown, New Boston, between north sides of Texarkana, along the Red River out here, this is coming your way. In addition to a tornado threat, especially New Boston here, right along I-30. That's some big hail. That'll also be lifting up towards Ashdown, Arkansas. We're right here where Texas and Arkansas come together. So, and the Red River. Oops. Texarkana splits. So yeah, this is the Red River. This is Arkansas here. And this is Texas down here. And that's Oklahoma right there. So coming up from Texas to Arkansas, you got the little nubby that's rotating down there. Doesn't look like any CC's dropping out. I do see CC. I do see the hail signature though showing up around New Boston. So that's an area to watch for another spin up. Storms have quickly run out of juice here as they're into eastern Arkansas, so just some gusty winds and lightning there. And now just one tornado warning in the Mount Pleasant area, southeast of Des Moines. Come on, radar. Come on, radar. Did we lose the Des Moines radar? Hold on, there might be a update to radar mega. Okay, there it goes. So right now, just one area of tornado warning. Still watching a little bit. Still a little rotation here. That is around I-80. Near Colfax. With that storm there, you can see it looks like things have weakened pretty significantly north of the I-80. So that is good news. Other than that storm around Colfax, I don't think there's going to be much in the way of tornadoes north of I-80 tonight. Still could get some development down here. This tornado watch goes until well, it said 9 p.m., but it may have gotten extended. Let me me see what the NWS is saying. So still watching this area. This is our area of development. Let's see. Yeah, this area around Des Moines is our updated enhanced risk area. Is just basically this area here around our tornado watch that's remaining. Otherwise, just an isolated chance further south. So yeah. And then a little bit of severe weather still possible here in the Arklatex tonight. I want to take a look though at tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a broad swath of enhanced. I know we mentioned this, I think, when the stream was first starting, but southeast Nebraska, unfortunately, to just about the Omaha area, is still in the enhanced risk for tomorrow. So unfortunately, areas that were ravaged by tornadoes today, still in the enhanced risk for tomorrow, as well as points north and east towards Des Moines, Kansas City, all the way down through Tulsa, Oklahoma City, and then the northwest side of Dallas, Fort Worth, back up towards Wichita Falls, western Oklahoma, basically all of Oklahoma except the Panhandle, and then up through central Kansas, just east of Dodge City. That all is an enhanced risk, at least for now. We'll have to see this area somewhere in here in central Oklahoma, southern Kansas. Would not be shocked if it got upgraded. Now, since I've been streaming here for the last like 6 or 7 hours, I haven't had a chance to look at the models much, so I'll do that later tonight. But at least earlier today, there were some indications, and even the Wichita NWS was saying tomorrow could be a very big day. So wouldn't be surprised if there's an enhanced risk in that, or even a moderate risk in that. The low pressure system that's caused the mess today, that's going to continue. It's going to weaken as it moves up through Minnesota and into the lakes, but that still has enough energy that there could be some severe weather up in Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and even into the UP of Michigan and northern Michigan, northern lower Michigan. So there's a very broad swath of slight risk tomorrow. That includes everything from the Del Rio, Texas, all the way up to Mackinac Island, Michigan. So quite border to border severe weather is possible tomorrow. Let's see, what else? That extends out further. There's already a slight risk for severe weather from Des Moines, Kansas City, eastern Kansas, like Fredonia area that had tornadoes today, Tulsa, down to Dallas, Fort Worth, over towards Shreveport, Little Rock, St. Louis, Springfield, Davenport. Some of Sunday will depend on what happens tomorrow and the ongoing convection and things like that. So we'll be clearer later tomorrow on the Sunday threat. I want to see if there is a threat yet for... Don't have a threat yet for Monday. I know I've said it, I think I said it in a breakdown video too. If I had to guess, there might be a slight risk somewhere in this area for Monday. But again, we'll have to kind of wait and see what happens Sunday. So before we really get a good idea what happens Monday, we'll have to wait for at least tomorrow to kind of forecast Sunday. It all is kind of really, a bit complex and all depends a lot on the day before the next couple days. Particularly tomorrow, I'm interested to see what the models have to say about this area, because today this area actually didn't see a lot of severe weather. So I'll be very interested to see what today or tomorrow, what the models have for tomorrow for this area here. This area here was already a possible upgrade from enhanced, but I'm curious to see what the models have to say for this area not getting a lot of convective development today. Otherwise, it's going to be a busy day. We have, I think, just one tornado warning right now. Let's just look at that real quick, and then I think we're going to wrap up the stream tonight because I do want to look at models before going to bed and taking a look a little bit at tomorrow. I also want to go and get some better news, and I'll post the news updates I see to Twitter, WeatherCastUSA. We definitely have to check in on our friends here in Omaha, and then also some areas here south of Des Moines and in the Des Moines area. Although I don't think we saw the mega tornadoes that we saw. The Omaha area had significant to violent tornadoes today, so we'll really have to check them out. And then this area here, still radar indicated. This is near Monroe, coming up towards 163, Reesner, and Monroe, Otley. Please be in your safe place here. Pleasantville, you guys are good. Pleasantville, the storm has moved north of you guys. I haven't seen any damage reports coming out of here, so that's good news right now. And it looks like it's on a weakening trend. Still, though, there's some decently tight rotation coming into Monroe. Don't see any debris signature, but there's your inflow right there. There is your rear flank downdraft and gusting out on the bottom, and your tornado is sitting right in there. So pretty tight rotation coming across 163 here near Monroe. Definitely want to be in your safe spot. That's up towards Galesburg and Reesner. This is also moving, let's see, northeast at 40. Northeast at 40. I want to zoom out because this will get us at least out further. Monroe's like now, Reesler 5 to 10 minutes, Galesburg about 10 to 15 minutes, and then Kilduff in about 20 minutes. If it goes a little bit more... let's see. Yeah, Monroe definitely needs to be in your safe space here. Northeast at 40. Yeah, Kilduff about 18 minutes. If it holds together, Oakland Acres in about a half hour. I think that's up towards Grinnell. Yeah, Grinnell and Oakland Acres. That would be in about a half hour. Again, it's on a bit of a downtrend, but this could pick back up. This has been an individual cell out on its own for quite a while. So if you're north and east of this, Solly, Kellogg, Oakland Acres, Grinnell, Newton, Linville, maybe as far east as Searsboro, maybe as far east as Malcolm along I-80. Wouldn't be surprised if this continues to get some tornado warnings, at least for a while. This has been holding its own. It actually looks a bit better structured at the moment. Right in the Monroe area. So that's a dangerous cell moving up towards Reesner, and then eventually Oakland Acres, Kellogg, Grinnell, Iowa area. But I think it's all quiet pretty much right now outside of that tornado watch with the one tornado warning, and then a couple areas here in the Arklatex. Still tornado possible tag on this rotation coming up by New Boston. Just checking that real quick. That storm does seem to be on a bit of a downtrend. Still pretty good hail core coming up here in the New Boston area, with a rotation just sitting on the south side right over New Boston. Hooks, Red Lick, Ogden, Ashdown, Wilton, and Foreman, all in that severe thunderstorm warning. This will likely slide south of Foreman. So this is more like an Ogden and Ashdown problem here as it comes out of Texas and crosses into Arkansas. Hooks and Red Lick probably still in the path. And then this is north of Texarkana. So if there's any tornado threat, it'd be in that area down in the Arklatex. And then definitely a hail threat down there along the Red River as well. Traffic looks like it's flowing better there. There's the look at the New Boston storm. Reflectivity and velocity. The velocity definitely is coming down in that storm. So that's more of a hail threat right now. And still some decent circulation around the Monroe area here. The storm may be getting ready to put down another tornado. It definitely is tightening back up. Gonna watch this for a scan or two. Right now, I think that's clear air. You can see the clear air on the inflow here. Kind of waiting to get an update here. Regardless of any tornado threat, there's some big hail north of Monroe here in the blues and pinks. That is some significant hail. This storm has a history. This produced 3-inch hail down near, where was it? Mount Ayr. Had 3-inch hail. It looks like it's producing a pretty good hail signature again. Yeah, we can actually see the hail is showing up as actually a deep CC drop, like a pretty deep CC drop for hail core. I don't know if I've seen a hail core have that deep of a CC drop. There's some like deeper blues in here in the CC drop. That's an impressive hail core. Wow. Yeah, that's a dangerous hail core. This is a hail core that could injure or even fatally hurt someone. With hail core showing up like that in the CC, yeah, that's a crazy big hail core. The deeper blues and pinks here, that's some large hail. So Reisner, definitely want to be lowest level interior room, away from windows, because if this has like 60-mile-an-hour winds, it can blow, softball size hail right through your window. You don't need a tornado. This is getting a little more suspect. Let me see here. That's your clear air. I don't think it's producing at the moment, but right in there, let's see right there. Nope. CC still looks pretty clear. It has tightened up a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if this drops another tornado here in a few minutes. That tornado, if it does drop, would be coming up towards Reisner. So stay in your safe place. This will likely get extended out somewhere in an area like this towards Newton, Kellogg, Oakland Acres, Grinnell, and Solly and Linville. Galesburg, definitely be in your safe place right now. Kilduff, Murphy. If you're outside of this warning, Solly, Kilduff, and Murphy especially, I would definitely start thinking of going to your safe space. This is a dangerous supercell. It's got some really large hail coming up through Reesner, and then tornado is definitely possible here down near Monroe and just to the north of that. And there's the warning right there. Let's see. Radar indicated for Kellogg, Newton, Oakland Acres, Kilduff, Murphy, Galesburg, Monroe still in it. Just to the west side of Grinnell, Iowa. That's a pretty nasty storm coming at you. And getting increasingly concerned that there's a tornado in here. Let's check the CC. Okay, clear air. As long as everything's stacked up right, it's not showing a tornado on the ground, but it's getting pretty tight, strong rotation again. So I wouldn't be surprised if it drops one pretty quick. I was going to end the stream, but let's watch this. I want to watch this for another couple minutes here. Since it's somewhat close to the area that's populated over Monroe. Hello? Yeah, okay. Sound is on. It sounds a little lower than it. That is likely a tornado on the ground. Let's see. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay. Audio sounds a little better. I'm pretty sure we got a tornado on the ground here. Let's see. Right in here. This is starting to look a little suspect here. Let's check the velocity. I think we're going to find a tornado on the ground here coming up towards Reesner. So watching this area right in here. There's your tornado vortex signature. There's your hook and ball. And I think this is going to be the start of another CC drop. Not ready to confirm it yet. We'll have to wait a scan or two. But I think this is going to be on the ground here. This is a pretty powerful storm. You can see the hail core up in here. You can see that on the reflectivity as well. And this is coming quickly up towards Reesner. So Reesner, you definitely need to be in your safe space. Galesburg, Kilduff, Reesner. Monroe stayed in your safe space a little bit longer. Just waiting on the next scan. This is going to be coming up towards Kellogg, Oakland Acres, Newton, Murphy, Kilduff, and areas just to the west of Grinnell in Iowa, all up along I-80 here. Again, just waiting on the next scan. I think we're going to find, okay, the velocity has updated. Waiting on the reflectivity and the CC. So if we see this area here deepen and move into this next circle, we should then know that there's a tornado. And then as well as we see this appendage here move into that circle, that'll help kind of confirm everything. That's a strong tornado signature right there. It's not the strongest we've seen, but it's a fairly tight area. And there it is. It moved right there. And let's see if our reflectivity is not updated yet. But that is likely on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground in Reesner. Again, not the biggest CC drop we've seen. Still waiting for that update, but it's there. That's headed up towards from Reesner over to areas near Kilduff. There, it updated finally. Velocity rate in there. Reflectivity here. And there's your tornado debris signature. Likely on the ground near Reesner. All right. We'll give this another update too and see what the signature looks like. All right, let's take a look at this again. Yeah, I think it's still up in here. It's still in here near Reesner. You got, oh, it might be moving. Hold on. Okay, it's going to be a little bit further up. Definitely not the strongest tornado we've seen on the debris signature. But right in here, actually one back. Right in here is when we saw it paired with velocity. And that has moved from here to now here. Looks like just into the Reesner area, just south of Reesner. Yeah, drifting just south of Reesner. And now it's up here. So let's see. There's your CC. That's your thing. And reflectivity is a step behind. But this is it right in here. It's not the strongest tornado, but it is a tornado. We'll see if they get confirmation about that. They might not. This is let's see. Let me get an update. 2-inch hail also with this storm. 11 miles south of Newton, moving northeast at 30. Have they slowed that down? It may have been slower than it was earlier. That puts it Kilduff in less than 10 minutes. Oakland Acres in about 20 to 25 minutes. Grinnell, if it holds together, in about a half hour. So, time for Oakland Acres, Kellogg, Grinnell to be getting ready to take your tornado action plan. Newton, this is going to slide south of Newton. So, Newton's in the warning. Keep your eye on it. But this should slide east of you guys. It's headed more towards Kellogg and Oakland Acres. Monroe, you guys are good. Prairie City, you're good. Reesner, hold on to stay in your shelter another couple minutes. Just let the back edge of this hook kind of slide through. Give it another 5 minutes or so and you'll be good. Still have some other storms out here. Still have a lot of storms back here. But none of them, they're not showing much rotation, so that's a good sign. It's only this storm here near Reesner, which is really starting to wrap up. I think there's something still in here. This also could be like a farm field, so there's not a lot of debris that's getting picked up. But yeah, that's our boy right there. That is still likely a tornado debris signature. It's just not picking up a lot of stuff. This could be just out in a farm field, just picking up a little bit of dirt, some light debris. Hail still back in here. I can see that on the CC. Up towards Murphy, got a pretty good hail core. But yeah, this is now north and east of Reesner, coming up towards Kilduff. Kilduff, you need to be in your safe space. Murphy, I would also be in my safe space if I was in Murphy. They've tightened this up a little bit. They have dropped the areas west of Newton. So Newton, I think you're good. Even the eastern half of Newton, you guys are good. Up towards Kellogg and Oakland Acres. Time to get to the safe space here. This is generally headed up your direction, so I think we're looking right in there. Alright, just updated like twice. Alright, reflectivity is right here. The velocity hasn't updated. And the CC still showing something right in there. These couple pixels right in here are still low. Not super low, but there could be something just tickling the ground. The velocities look pretty good for a tornado right now, so if there's not one on the ground, then it's very quickly has a potential to spin up a tornado. This is just to gonna go just to the probably west of Kilduff, but Kilduff, you guys need to be in your safe space here. I'm waiting on a velocity update. Yeah, Kilduff, this is gonna be just off to your north and west. For some reason, the velocity has not updated in a minute. Now, not seeing a CC drop, so that's a good sign. That may be a good sign here for a minute. But in general, this is a pretty dangerous storm coming up towards Oakland Acres, Grinnell, Kellogg. You guys are next in line for this. Yeah, I want to get Should be getting a new scan in here. Okay, there is. Okay, here's our newest scan in the Kilduff area. Velocity, kind of right in there. It's broadened a bit, so that's a good sign. Yeah, not seeing that CC drop like we did a few minutes ago. So this may have lifted again. Probably just had a quick little ground tickler somewhere in there, but it looks like it's lifted for the moment. Still pretty good rotation up in here. As it comes up towards Oakland Acres and Grinnell in Iowa. And let's just northeast at 30. So about 15 minutes to Oakland Acres. Puts it about 9 or 10:20 Central Time. So Oakland Acres, I know it's 10 o'clock at night. You're settling into your Friday evening, but let's get to the safe space here. Oakland Acres, Kellogg, even Grinnell, I'd start thinking about getting at least ready to go. And this is passing here between Kilduff and Murphy right now. So again, pretty good velocity. It's broadened a little bit here as it's come across through the Kilduff area. And not seeing the CC drop like we did a couple minutes ago. So that's a good sign as it's moving up towards I-80 here. Yeah, right about there. Let's see, 10:03, that's 10:01, 10:03, okay. So it's basically correlating. Rotation there, not much of a CC drop there, and then your velocity. All right, well, just one tornado warning right now. I'm going to end the stream. It's definitely, if you're out here ahead of this, Kellogg, Oakland Acres, even up towards Grinnell, and even points north and east, definitely pay attention to this storm. It's a dangerous storm. It's dropped tornadoes in the past. Wouldn't be surprised if it continues to drop a few more tornadoes. It's slowly starting to lose its structure. It had a lot better structure a little bit ago. Just even down here near Monroe, it started to really pick up a nice structure with some really big hail, likely towards Monroe and Reesner. But it's starting to get some interaction with some of these other storms in this area. Still some strong storms possible in Iowa tonight along this line and also along this line here, particularly that storm, but that line may grow too. So watch out for you in Iowa. Again, I always like to recommend have multiple ways to get your weather warnings. That's don't rely on just one streamer. Don't rely on just one Twitter account. Have multiple ways to get your weather warnings, including the National Weather Service. Definitely follow them on your social medias, on your local weather service office, and then news and streamers and weather community people are good too. But yeah, I always recommend having multiple ways to have the warning. So stay safe tonight if you're in Iowa. We will likely be back with you tomorrow. For again, if anyone doesn't know, currently a very large enhanced risk from Omaha, Des Moines, all the way down to the DFW area, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Tulsa, also included in that, Kansas City. And then a very large slight risk from Del Rio, Texas, all the way to Mackinac Island in Michigan. So tomorrow is going to be a widespread severe weather day. Today was kind of forecasted to be a little bit more widespread. Today has been an interesting day for weather. Let's look real quick at they updated the risks, but the enhanced risk in the south, especially south of DFW, out of the Texas Hill Country up to the Arklatex, that area kind of popped off early today, in the morning actually, and then very quickly around lunchtime we saw tornadoes in north central Iowa or north central Nebraska, and then quickly after that into the early afternoon we saw the tornadoes in the Omaha area, and then later into the Des Moines area. So two big clusters, and then a big mess of storms and rain in this area in Missouri, northeast Oklahoma, all the way up along 44 to St. Louis. That kind of kept this area at least a little more stable, basically between 44 and 40 towards the Little Rock area, kept this area a little more stable. So we didn't really get development back into this area in the afternoon like some of the models were showing. So earlier today and like before today, a lot of the models showed development here in eastern Kansas and northeastern Oklahoma, kind of moving up the I-44 corridor and moving up towards Kansas City, but that didn't develop today. So definitely some interesting meteorological reviews coming out of today. Just a very quick last look before we go at, okay, that makes me feel a little better. It's still there, but it's weakening. It's definitely on a downtrend for this storm. I would still be in my tornado safety space here, especially Oakland Acres. This is likely going to go east of Kellogg, but Oakland Acres maybe up towards Grinnell. Still a little worried there, but again, this part of Iowa, they've had tornado warnings before, so they know what to do. And then just watch out for some heavy rain, lightning, thunder, possibly severe weather coming out of that line as that continues. Otherwise, that's going to do it for tonight. So thanks for joining us. A long stream today, very active stream. We caught several tornadoes live on traffic cameras. So that was, hopefully we can see, that helps us see the ground truth of what's going on. But hopefully if that gives someone the last visual to really make a decision to go to the basement, hopefully those kind of shots help promote people to take these tornado warnings seriously. And then I'll update everybody on the socials, and probably have a little update tomorrow for you guys too, especially if the stream starts off a little slower on the tornado situation, on the results from some of these tornado reports and damage reports that we've seen, especially in the Omaha area. So have a safe night, stay safe everyone, and we'll see you on the next stream.